Everybody. How you guys doing today? I am very excited to go back to Hinamizawa and see everybody. I made some tea. It's like a fireside vanilla, and I didn't realize it had cinnamon in it. So I'm like, regrets. But it's not too bad. It's just more cinnamon than vanilla is what I'm tasting. So let me go ahead and get this. Hello, Kay. Let me get this all open and set up. I can't remember if it opens initially full screen or not. Okay, I don't think it does. So we should be good. So let me get it all selected. How are you doing today, Cave? Yeah, cinnamon is okay. I prefer it in like smaller doses. I'm not the biggest fan of cinnamon. There we go. It's all adjusted. So let me transition here. Yay! Never mind the Windows sound. Let me get this all situated here. Okay. Let's see. We are doing English because we speak English. I know little Japanese, but not enough to actually go through and read it like this. Ooh, I think the background is slightly off center. There we go. There we go. That fixed it. Okay. Good more or less yourself? I'm doing good. You know, I woke up, I'm not too sleepy. Made some tea, even though it has more cinnamon than I wanted it to. Let me see, let me actually configure this, because this window is a little bit smaller than I would like it to be. Let's make it, there we go. Still kind of small, but it's not too bad. Let me just adjust it, because now it's kind of cut off. No, not too bad. There you go. That's good. Now, it is time to begin. I love cinnamon, especially the cinnamon. You can have all the cinnamon you want, Crimson. The most possibilities. How was your taste of life in Hinamizawa? A curse or a conspiracy? I believe you have fully enjoyed everything and everyone seeming suspicious. Here at last, it is no surprise attack, but a real, direct incident. Please enjoy it. The difficulty is lower than Onikakushi. It is extremely vicious. But it's only a straight path. Mood, I have just done the same, but with honey instead of cinnamon. Yeah. Well, it was fireside vanilla, so it kind of already had the cinnamon in it. I added a little sugar. I wanted to add rock sugar. I will not quench your thirst, for you seek the truth and could not accept that. I will not quench your thirst, for the truth you desire does not exist. But I still want to quench your thirst, for I am the one who cast you into the desert. Oh. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual persons or organizations is entirely coincidental. 1983, in the early summer of the 58th year of the Shonen era. Probably not the Shonen era. Higurashi. Okay, thanks, as long as it's not the cinnamon challenge. Yeah, don't have that much cinnamon. The chirping of birds served as my alarm clock. Oh, I forgot I can't do space. That would be very convenient if I could continue with space. Huh? Was it today Sunday? Wasn't it basically my style to stay up late on Saturday and sleep through the morning on Sunday? Why was I waking up at this disgustingly wholesome hour? Back to sleep, back to sleep. That is a whole mood. And who is calling this early on a Sunday? Katie, are you awake? You have a phone call. At that moment, the sound of my mother calling me from downstairs finally registered. Phone call? I sprang up out of bed abruptly and stampeded noisily down the stairs. Who could be calling us at this hour? He's awake. I'll put him on right now, my mother informed the person on the other end of the line. Hello? It's me. Who might this be?
Morning, Katie-kun. You're such a sleepyhead, Okay, we know it's Rena.
Oh, Rena, what's up? Calling so early in the morning.
I don't think it's so early. It's the middle of the day, you know?
It was 11 o'clock. I guess you could loosely consider that the middle of the day. So, what's up?
Hold on a second. I'll put Mi-chan on now.
Hi, okay-chan. If I were to say it in English, that'd be good morning. While we're at it, why don't you try saying it in Chinese, German, and Russian as well?
Ni hao, Kei-chan. Guten Morgen, Kei-chan.
Russian? Das Vidanya. How the hell should I know? Well, whatever. This stupid conversation has woken me up.
That's good to hear. So, Kei-chan, you free right now?
If you're good, then we've got everybody. Everybody? Did she mean all the club members? That's right. You might be thinking, every day always ends in heated competition, but at least I can spend my days off peacefully. You're too naive, Kei-chan. Yeah. The aim of our club is to find the best solution for every situation. In other words, we don't care if it's the weekend. Oh, it looks like Kei-chan has come to understand our club. So, how about it? Can you come? I had absolutely nothing planned that day. If I were to refuse Club President Mion's invitation, what other fun ways to pass the time would I have? It's not like I planned on doing anything. And if I said no, you'd probably just declare me the loser by default and force a penalty game on me anyways.
If you understand that much, then you can't refuse, right? If you're okay with it, then meet me at the usual place at 1 o'clock. We're going into town, so bring your bike, okay?
I wonder where we're going. Club activities in town? Well, we could do them anywhere. Besides, since it was a new venue, there was no way this wasn't going to be intense. I'm holding a pretty big grudge for that narrow loss a couple days ago. I'll say it right now, I'm not going to lose. A couple days ago was Friday's club activities. That uncompromising poker match. Oh no. It was a fight to the death. Nobody held back. Nobody could tell who was in the lead or who was last until all the points were tallied. In the end, I won by only 1 chip. Wow. Mion came in second. Oh no, I don't have the old art. This is fine, I guess. Damn it. To think if I hadn't squandered that 1 chip, Mion lamented thus, perhaps more so than the fact that she lost the match. Mion doesn't lose. That's why Mion only whined when she let the champion's throne slip through her fingers. That's why she was more frustrated than anybody over a close loss. So, did she mean for today to be a grudge match? Maybe I'll switch the art every other chapter. That might be neat. Bring it on! Just like last time, I'll shut you down and make you play that penalty game. Make sure you play in a way that you won't regret it when you lose.
Wouldn't have it any other way. It'll make it all the more better when I crush you.
After that, we exchanged jeers for a bit before hanging up the phone. The new art be looking pretty nice. Well, it's I think Steam specific. Yeah. I think it might be a neat idea to like switch it between, keep it fresh. As I headed back upstairs hastily to get the keys of my bike, I bumped into my mother as she was carrying a futon down.
Oh, Keiichi, you seem to look in a good mood. You heading out?
Yeah, close enough. Something like that. I'm going into town to play with everybody.
Take care. Watch out for traffic. Be back before dinner.
Yeah, I'll be back by then. After unlocking the chain from my bike in the garage, I reveled a bit in the resistance the slightly stiff pedal gave as I pushed on it. All right, let's go. I set off on my bike, cutting through the refreshing morning air.
Keiichi-kun! You're late.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Huh? Where are Satoko and Rika-chan? Rather than meeting up with them here, it's a lot quicker to meet them in town. Oh, I see. If I remember correctly, Satoko and Rika-chan's house were on the other side past the school. Oh yeah, what's up with club activities in town? It can't be that everybody's going to put on masks and rob banks all day, is it?
I wouldn't mind doing that. Even then, I wouldn't lose to you.
You see, Mi-chan always tells me the routes and schedules of the armored bank cars. I wonder why.
What? I spun around with a serious look on my face and looked at Mion. Well, it certainly seemed possible that Mion was capable of doing that. Seriously, Mion?
Henna! What are you saying? Sorry, Mi-chan, sorry.
The two of them joked around. That bright laughter was the best match for a beautiful day like today. Hey, you two. Satoko and Rika-chan are waiting for us, aren't they? Let's stop fooling around and get going. Around and around, fooling like two fluttering butterflies, I earnestly wished I could just keep watching them like this. But the five of us together would be absolutely more fun. That's right. Well then, let's go. The goal is to plunder 1 billion. Once we split the loot, everybody scram. Yeah! You heard it here, folks. We're robbing. We're doing a GTA heist. The three of us on our bikes headed over the gently sloping hill towards town. Accelerating hard, we crested the hill. The view expanded on Okinomiya Station and came into view. I occasionally came to the station here. Considering the amount of effort it takes to get here, though, it was quite a hassle. That's why I didn't know much of the area around the station or Okinomiya itself, for that matter. The street we were headed down today was, of course, unfamiliar to me as well. Going through the railway crossing, we headed past the south end of the station. This is the first time I've been this way.
Around here, there's lots of things like arcades and toy stores. Mi-chan knows a lot about it.
So there's an arcade. I used to go to one pretty often. My gamer's blood roils within me. Wow, Kei-chan. Always going to the arcade? Kei-chan, you're quite the delinquent. Next time we're here, I'll show you where it is. It's a good one. There's quite a few machines. It seems like the town of Okinomiya was Mion's stomping grounds. If I asked her, she could tell me a lot of things about it. Eventually, we came across a store with quite a few bikes parked in front of it. Was this the arcade? No, it was a smaller shop. Looking at the window display, it seemed like your everyday toy shop. But for almost 10 kids to be filing in and out of the store, they were doing almost too well for themselves. Could it be that store is having some sort of event today? Exactly! Top prize is 50,000 yen. 50,000? That's a whole lot. What the heck is that? That's a GNP of the People's Republic of Keiichi 5 times over. Oof. Two cute figures messing about in the front of the store notices us and waves their hands.
Hello, everybody. We've been waiting for you. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Rika-chan. Satoko, we'll settle this before the cops get here. The goal is to plunder 1 billion.
Huh? Keiichi-san, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are we late? Did we keep you two waiting? We finished early today, so we've been waiting a while.
I'm sorry about that. Kei-chan here was taking a sweet time.
Well, if it was Keiichi's fault, it couldn't be helped.
Saying that, Rika-chan stretched up and began patting Mion's head. Hey, wait a minute. Are you solving everything by making me the bad guy?
Of course! Who else but Keiichi-san would fill this important role?
I don't like being cast like that. If you think that'll solve everything, you're sorely mistaken. I was feeling slightly irritated, so I began repeatedly to really smack Satoko on the head. Now what's interesting is that, like, Satoko's eyes are red here. In the anime, they made them, like, kind of a purple almost. Or, like, closer to brown. So I wonder if there's, like, a specific difference with that, like, a reason.
Smack, 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 smack. KK is bullying me.
I don't remember her calling Keiichi KK.
It's such a shame that Keiichi is bullying you. Satoko's crying. She's crying. Oh, Mochikairi. Your big sis here will take care of the bad guy, okay?
Oh, there we go. Wham! Rena ecstatically wiped the tears, which were probably fake, from Satsuko's face, while Rika-chan gently patted mine as I lay sprawled on the ground. Yes, this is fine. Yep. This is the way things are supposed to be solved. Although I think we should find a new punchline before you start losing teeth. Well then, upsy-daisy. In any case, the greeting for today went well. Inside the toy shop, there were about 10 boys around the same age as me. Apparently they all knew Mion, and finding out that she arrived, they greeted her with jeers, a few at a time.
Mi-chan is a regular at this toy shop, so she has a lot of friends.
A regular at a toy shop? What's up with that?
Hey, Keiichi-san, take a look over back here.
Following Satoko's prompting, I took a look. There were chairs lined up at tables, almost like some sort of birthday party. I realized it immediately. It couldn't be. This is the venue for today's club activities? Surprise, Keiichi! I'm good friends with the owner here. He sometimes lets me hold game tournaments to expand his customer base. Expand his customer base? I see. Meaning all the boys livening up the place were participants?
Hello, Sinbad. How you doing? That's right. Normally it's just us 5, but today we're going to play with lots and lots of people.
Rena was innocently happy about being able to play with so many people, but my expression grew noticeably stern.
Keiichi-san, I know exactly what you're thinking.
Oh? Well then, why don't you try saying it? Together, okay? 1, 2...
These are all enemies!
Satoko's voice and mine blended together in harmony. Harmony? We looked over at the participants. After all, the top prize was 50,000 yen. My eyes lit up like a flame. Hey, Keiichi! It looks like today will be fun. Well, no matter how many more rivals I have, the goal is still the same. Rivals? Keiichi, do you think a whale keeps track of the krills it eats? She said that with an unpleasant voice, laughing with the aggressive glint in her eyes reserved solely for club activities.
Oh, hello, Moki. How you doing?
Damn it, Mion. She's as serious as she can get today. I'm not the only one who's serious. Take a look at Rika-chan. Mion pointed. Oh, well, she said that.
Howdy.
Looking at where her finger directed me. What the heck is that? Rika-chan is using those kinds of traits to soften up the group with an almost excessive pleasantness.
I'll also do my best. Go for it. Nipa!
Go for it. Nipa! Completely emasculated, the group joined Rika-chan in a cheer. The inside of the store has been consumed by the world of Rika-chan. Damn, she's already chomping at the bit.
It seems like today's going to be fun. I'm going to do my best. Halloo!
It seemed like Rena was almost unusually fired up by the huge crowd. My mouth is apparently not wanting to make words good. Maybe some tea will help. Hopping about and running around, she had entered entirely into cute mode. In Rena's case, the real fun starts with her tension gauge builds up. Right, what WTF are words? Her happy-go-lucky attitude belied the fact that this was the state in which she was the most threatening. All I know is Del Taco. All I know is Baja Blast. Who needs words? That emote is still cursed. Mion was making small talk with some of the regular customers she was acquainted with. It was like business as usual with her. Of course, if anybody thought that Mion looked ordinary, they were not qualified to be in our club. The shadow beneath her feet was exuding killer instinct, rising up like a chill wind. Damn it, Mion. Throwing away her honor and humanity just like that? She's serious.
Keiichi-san, didn't you know? The 50,000 yen prize is from Mion-san's own pockets.
What? She was putting out the 50,000 yen all by herself? And at that moment, the dark miasma that warped Mion's surrounding began to appear. I feel like it was probably wrapped. No, it was warped. I don't know. What is it, Keiichi? Is there something on my face? leave? A shiver crept up my spine. That Mion, cornering herself like that. She was pulling out the demon lurking within her. Fine with me. Damn it. My knees are shaking like crazy. Before I realized it, the store had filled up with even more people. However, the looks in their eyes weren't confrontational. They were looks of expectation and curiosity. They were the eyes of onlookers who were wondering what kind of match was going to occur and who was going to win. You couldn't ask for a better stage than this. This is getting interesting.
Let's do our best, okay? Do our best!
Rena was already fully charged. Mortal laws and common sense hold no power before the might of Rena in her cute mode. I definitely didn't want to fight her if possible. Yeah, that's roughly. I mean, what would exchange rates be? Because this is like in the late 60s, right? So it would probably actually be more than that.
Rika-chan, do your best. We're all cheering you on. Nipa. Okay. I'll do my best.
I don't know who's talking. Rika-chan, who was exuding way too much charm, no matter how much she looked at it, had already won over most of the onlookers to her side. Nonchalantly avoiding things had always been Rika-chan's creed. But for her to be blatantly lying out her machinations like this, something was definitely strange. Like, Rena, she was somebody who didn't want to fight if I could help it.
Of course, the one you don't want to fight the most is Mion-san.
I've been lucky to even leave alive more than a few times at the end of club activities, but I don't think there was a day that even came close to being this dangerous.
Mion-san seems to have developed quite the grudge after losing that poker match a few days back, you know.
It seems that way. In other words, today is just an elaborate stage for her revenge. Almost as though she were psychic, Mion turned towards us. Her eyes slightly conveyed the message, "You guys just figured that out now?" It wasn't just Mion. Both Rena and Rika-chan were more pumped up than they've ever been. Yeah, 80s. So, I know it showed the year, I can't remember which though. Yeah, one's gonna pop up today. Without a doubt, there'll be casualties.
It seems that somehow Keiichi-san and I are the only ones left. What do you think? Should we not have our match during the opening round?
Might as well. I need to warm up before I can really kick it into gear. My spinal column shuddered like it had been struck with a bolt of lightning, and like a pillar of ice was being jammed into it, began to freeze. I could almost see the flames backlighting Setsuko with their intensity. Even then, while Setsuko was displaying a normal smile, it was cold and inhuman, almost as if it were like a plastic mask. You must really want to eliminate me in the opening round. You can't hide that murderous intent.
Oh, that's too bad. You're being uncharacteristically cautious today, Keiichi-san.
Without a doubt, it was a trap. I don't know what she had up her sleeve, but if I fought with Satsuko during the opening round, my loss would be more certain than if I went against Mion. A pitch-black miasma permeated the inside of the store. Did they all want to win that 50,000 yen prize that much? No, that's not right. The only ones competing for the prize money were the casual participants. I was different. I had mistaken this as just a way to fool around on a normal Sunday. It didn't matter when it was or where it was or who our opponents were. In our club, the goal is always the very top of the mountain. An intense flame with no strong winds could extinguish, hot enough to melt any steel, began to burn inside me. The fuse has been lit on this unprecedentedly intense club battle. It was then that the owner of the store told Mion in a lackadaisical voice that it was about time to begin. Is everybody ready? Listen close now. Mion began with the formalities, standing in for the owner, and explained the rules for today's tournament. You're only playing to win. There is no second or third place. This is the same rule as our club. There were 15 people participating. We were to split up into 5 groups via a draw, and each group would have one winner. Each winner in the first stage would advance to the next in order to compete in the final. Now, as for how each group will compete, each table can decide to play whatever they want. As long as the game is here in the shop, anything goes. The goal of... well, Yeah, but basically anything other than first place it will be last place. Already in club mode, DEFCON 1, I didn't let the small gap in the rules go unnoticed. Mion, can I ask a question? Won't everybody push to play a game they're good at and not be able to agree on which one?
Huh. That's right. If we can't decide, we can't start.
The spectators also nodded along. It was only natural. There wasn't anybody who would simply cede to their opponent's suggestion.
I'd prefer if you were all good sports and managed to come to a decision on your own, but if it comes to a stalemate, should we have the store's owner decide for you?
It was an event at a toy store after all. You'd expect the owner to referee. After that, Mion's rundown continued. It ended with the rule that any losing participants would have to buy the game they lost at, a rather nice proposition for the store. First, we used a draw to split into 5 groups. Everybody lined up single file and began to draw tickets to the shop owner had prepared. It was my turn. Alright, time to draw. No matter who I was up against, I'd crunch 'em. At that moment, Mion began to laugh with a hawkish gleam in her eye. Of course, I'm sure you already know, but club members will have a separate penalty game than the casual participants. I thought as much. What's the gist of it? The winner gets to give the losers 1 order each. Contrary to how simple it sounded, it was a terrifying eventuality, the subject of which no one could predict. Damn you, Mion. Was she really planning on parading me around Hinamizawa in cat ears and a banana hammock with a tail attached or something? Keiichi, that's very specific. You trying to tell us something? The look on Mion's face told me she wasn't going to let me off that easy. On top of that, this time, it wasn't just the person who finished last who'd have to submit to the penalty game. The losers get 1 order each. In other words, if you don't finish last, you still have to do a penalty game. That'd be the case. What about if there are no winner? Like, if all the club members drop out midway through? Kei-chan, are you alright in the head? What? The look in Mion's eyes became that of a lion bearing its fangs. Yeah, banana hammock. How exactly are the elite members of our club going to lose to some newly mewling newborns? Kei-chan, don't embarrass me by getting eliminated in the first round. Even so, I didn't feel threatened. The more into it my opponent was, the stronger I would become. You just wait and see. I won't just sit here and be bullied by you, Mion. I'll show you. We shall meet in the finals. The results of the draw were enough to make you cry conspiracy. Although the members were nicely divvied up amongst the 5 tables. How did this happen when the draw was that random? The thought of that I was already caught in Mion's puppet strings made me feel uneasy. That was fine though. I'll crush all your petty tricks. Now, where were my opponents? Everybody was headed to the table corresponding to the number on their ticket. The competition at my table was these 2, huh? They looked younger than me. Huh? Aren't you 2 classmates of mine? Oh, hi. I'm Tomita. This is Okamura. Okamura-kun greeted me by nodding his head. So my opening round was to be against my juniors from school. Just saying, but it seemed like a pretty easy matchup. Lucky. Time to destroy them without mercy. I'll show you, you bully. Alright then, everybody. Please decide on your games and start. With Mion's declaration, the inside of the store suddenly became lively. Everybody was yelling their favorite games at each other, trying to gain an advantage before they started. Even my 2 classmates, who seemed taciturn at first glance, they began to fiercely instill on their own games as soon as the signal was given. Of course I would kick those suggestions aside. There was absolutely no reason to pick a game your opponent is good at. Sorry, they're all games I don't know. Could you pick something a little more well-known? Of course, they didn't agree to the games I suggested either. I could only smirk bitterly. Naturally, after 5 minutes, the tables still couldn't agree on a game. Obeying the rules, we asked the store owner to decide a game. Clearing his throat, the store owner brought over a board game from the back of the store. It was a game called Billionaire. Quite the vintage we have here. Come to think of it, if you lose, you have to buy this game. That damn shop owner, was he using this competition to get rid of all the games he couldn't sell? I know this one. You guys do too, right? Spin the wheel and head to the goal. Whoever has the most money after we liquidate our assets is the winner. The two nodded in agreement, and finally, the game was underway. At that time, I already had a feeling of impending crisis. I wouldn't realize why until the game progressed a bit. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Celebrate the birth of your child. Receive $5,000 from everybody. Sorry. Okay, I built a bit of a lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bonus! Receive $100,000 from the bank. What? The tables were turned in an instant. 1, 2, 3. Proceed to the corporate ladder, of course. Whoa, that's a good route. It seemed like my only piece was landing on the steady spaces. I had doubts as to why Mion didn't bring out board games for club activities, but that reason was laid bare to me before my eyes. That's right. I only realized it now. This game was completely based on luck. What could I possibly do to make sure I ended up on a first place at the end? The ultimate outcome of this game was decided in a place beyond human hands. How were the other club members doing? My eyes naturally wandered off to the other tables. Mion's table was... What? They weren't doing anything? Had they still not decided on the game? This naive idea existed to distract me from the most frightening possibility. Mion was lounging about, leisurely holding some juice she had bought from the vending machine outside in one hand. When our eyes met, she gave me a look of ease. It couldn't be. She'd already finished? What game was it? That easily? It was probably too late to be concerned with it at this point. Only 5 minutes since we started and her two opponents were already beyond recourse. They were sitting there, slumped over in disappointment, muttering to themselves, trying to figure out where they went wrong. For that, they'd find no answer. Was there any reason for their defeat other than they sat at the same table as Mion? Oh no. Then, what about Rena's table? The spectators were causing quite a commotion. It looked like their game was Karuta. The shop owner was apparently the one reading out the cards. Rena tended to dawdle along and space out a lot. Wouldn't she have a hard time with this game? Then I'll read it out. The dog gets tired on a walk. Bam! At the same instant the store owner began sanding out the words, the card in question disappeared off the face of the table. No, the face of the earth! Impossible! Where did it go? It was against Rena's cheek. She was rubbing it there.
So cute!
Looking at the card, Rena was rubbing against her cheek. It was the same anime-themed version of Karuta. It's with rather cute moe illustrations decorating the cards. Basically, it was a picture of a pretty dog girl with slightly large chest panting and half in tears as she was being pulled along on a chain. I think they changed that in the anime. I feel like I would have remembered that. I'm pretty sure it was just a cute dog. With those types of pictures, even I could play with godlike speed. Of all people to play that game, it had to be Rena. It was entirely possible for her fingertips were on the verge of breaking the sound barrier. It's over. Mion smiled coolly. Seeing no further reason to keep watching, she turned back.
So cute! So cute! Even if Rena wins, I'll still buy these cards!
After that, the second the card that started being read out, bam! Bam! Such decisive sounds echoed. Well then, how about Satoko? Oh, she was playing a rather orthodox game. Concentration. Judging from the distressed look on Satoko's face, it seemed that she was struggling somehow. Oh yeah, Rena would totally have cute girl figures. Do you think she would have like a bunch of Satoko, like Sanako figures? Just because the outfits are cute. That is what we call the local bisexual otaku disaster. Me! It seemed like she was struggling somehow. One of the main characteristics of concentration is that of the pace of the game speeds up as it goes on. As the number of cards to memorize decreases, it becomes easier to match several pairs in a row. Got him! You having fun there, Moki? Last thing I remember was her weird sausage fingers. Yeah, well now they're not sausages anymore, they're regular fingers. Let's see, where was I? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the first person to take out the flow of the match can run away as the winner. The cards still in play had decreased. If you memorize the cards that had been turned out before, you should have a good chance to sweep the table at this point. Setsuko probably knew the positions of all the remaining cards. However, her turn came a little too late. If her opponent followed up, the match would be decided. Hojo, sorry but I'm also aiming for the prize money. Don't hate me for this. This guy, did he have the locations of the remaining cards memorized? Now they're anime fingers, yeah. He was completely certain of his victory. The tension of his face relaxed. It's over. I whispered that in a bored manner as I turned my attention back to my own game. I spun the wheel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? No way! The Ace of Hearts should have been right here! There was a commotion at Setsuko's table as the shout sprung out. The other two at my table turned around in surprise. I didn't. After all, there really wasn't anything to be surprised about. The onlookers were confounded, most of them certain that the Ace of Hearts should have been there. There's no way. I must be seeing things. It must have been it must have been because it must have been because I was excited. So assured in his victory, the distress over his defeat run deep. That's how it is. If his opponent wasn't Satoko, then the Ace of Hearts certainly would have been there. What a fool. When you're up against Satoko, you can't let your guard down for a moment until the battle is over.
Keiichi-san, you still haven't finished your match? You have no sense for these things.
With a refined tone of her voice reserved for only winners, Satoko called out to me. For the casual observer, it must have looked like she only eked out a victory. From my point of view, however, she was only playing around. The roles of winner and loser had already been decided. It was nothing more than a child's play. The laughable part of it was that her opponent didn't know his role had already been assigned. Nice work there. Setting up a farce of a trap with the Ace of Hearts.
My opponent only walked into one of my traps. Even then, one was more than enough.
Setsuko was a trapper. Her true talent was never having one misfire. Setting off only one trap was more than enough? Ain't that cool? Do you ever think about how these 5 could have easily made the world's most devastating crime ring, right? Like, if they were just able to, like, grow up just a little bit longer, they would be dangerous. The fact that the other club members were winning one after another with their own brand of play only added to my impatience at my own lack of progress. Take the fat ones. Just get to your late teens. Alright, how is Rika-chan doing? How is our club's sly little fox doing? What the heck is that? Over in that corner, the mood at the table was decidedly different from the others. The game at Rika-chan's table was... You know that battery-powered fishing game? The one where the fish opened and closed their mouths as they rotated on the platform and you used a magnetic fishing rod to pick them up? That old thing. I had one of those. I think I lost all but like 2 of the fish. It seemed they planned on competing by seeing who could catch the most fish, but it had become an atmosphere you could hardly call competitive.
Wow, I caught one.
You're so good. Rika-chan, you're good at this. Oh my, she caught another one! Rika-chan is really good at this. I knew that Rika-chan had already charmed her opponents along with the onlookers before the matches even began, but brilliantly played. That corner had become an informal meeting of the Urika Furude fan club.
It's Rika-chan's total victory! Total victory!
Oh no, small child abusing the fact she's a small child. Very dangerous. Rika-chan's good at fishing, isn't she? What Rika-chan is trolling for probably isn't fish. Hearing that, she glanced over my way briefly.
This is my way of getting serious.
That's what I heard.
This is a masterful technique that only Rika is allowed. Only Rika can do.
Yeah, a masterful technique. Maebara-san, it's your turn. Oh, sorry. Guess it is. 1, 2... Fined for tax evasion. Pay $50,000! In contrast to my game, what an unseemly situation it was. Noticing the uneasiness creeping along my face, my companions came to see how I was doing.
Huh. Keiichi-kun, could it be you're struggling? You're struggling? Okamura, right now, how much money do you have?
Okamura, who had wrung lots of money out of the entire elite corps, began to count through a stack of white $100,000 bills.
Hello, Ellie. How are you doing? We are reading Higurashi, because it's not quite a game.
Oh, hey, he's playing life. The opposite of what is going on, what is going to end. True. But it's called Millionaire, so I don't know if that's like, oh, we can't use the word life. About $980,000, I guess? I sneezed and now it hurts to bend over. Oh no, Ellie! What? How does that happen? Oh no!
How much money do you have, Tomita?
I have $880,000. I'm still close enough to turn this around. Those two, it looked like they would easily surpass $1 million.
Well, Kei-chan, how much do you have?
Mion's tone was was grim from the get-go. It was her disappointment and disgust as club president. It can't be helped. There's no strategy involved other than spinning the wheel in this game. How am I supposed to cheat? Tell these two to close their eyes and count to 100 while I rig the wheel? You know there's no way I could do that. Rika-chan gently pat my head. Still, she wasn't too happy.
How pathetic. At one point I thought you'd be a worthy adversary. I've been utterly disillusioned. Don't give up, Keiichi-kun. There has to be some way you can make a comeback. Do your best. Right till the end.
Like I said, how am I supposed to make a comeback with this game relying entirely on luck? Right? Mion? Mion's face, however, was almost unbelievably indifferent, like she was watching something completely unexciting. She then turned her back without saying a word. Hey, Mion! It was a pathetic voice that irked even myself. I'm disappointed. Everybody was serious about this, but Kei-chan was the only one who wasn't. What do you mean by serious? Are you telling me to control the spinner through sheer force of will? How can I do that? If you were serious about it, you would have settled this game 10 seconds from when you started.
Mi-chan, you don't have to get so angry. Wait!
Mion, in a bad mood, cast me aside and disappeared into the depths of the shop. Maybe it was because it had become an awkward situation, but the spectators dispersed from around my table. Damn it. Are you saying I'm not serious about this? Are you saying if I were serious, I would have settled this game of chance in 10 seconds? If I were serious? Everybody was praying for my victory. They believed in me. Did I betray their expectations? Was it because I wasn't serious? Should we continue the game? The two of them were timidly trying to resume play. I didn't respond to that. The table sunk into silence. Maebara-kun, should I take that to mean you're giving up? The owner, thinking I was forfeiting, started to announce the cancellation of the game. At that moment, the demon inside me let loose a howl and awakened. I get it now, Mion. What it means for me to be serious. I'll show you! Secret victory move, flip the table and attack the other players. I mean, maybe in another timeline. Bam! I closed my hands around their shoulders, speaking in a low voice after pulling them closer. Tomita-kun. Okamura-kun. Let's make a deal. Let me win. The two of them, not immediately understanding what I had just said or meaning behind it, were momentarily confused. Hey, Maebara-san, no violence. Let's settle this game properly. Just listen to what I have to say. What is it you guys want? The 50,000 yen prize? Well, of course. Winning that kind of money is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even supposing you win, what are you going to do with that money? How are you going to enjoy it? The two of them considered it briefly. Buy a new game or something? Snacks? Maybe some juice? That's petty. So petty. Are you guys stupid? Then how will you enjoy it if you win, Maebara-san? Me? That's the point. Just shut up and listen to what I have to say. We club members have a penalty game separate from the casual participants. If we lose, we have to obey a single command from the winner. From another point of view, the winner earns the prize of being able to order the other club members around. First of all, Tometa-kun, you like Satoko, right? Don't deny it. Next, Okamura-kun, you like Rika, right? Don't turn red. I drew the two of them, red-faced and conscious of whether anybody else heard what I said, even closer. Lollies, moe, pretty girls, what men covet, what men dream about. It's like an unreachable Garden of Eden. Even then, you'd still aim for it, wouldn't you? That's because our passionate souls scream for moe. That sensitive age where you couldn't say you liked the girl you liked. Understanding what that gave me all the more power. Tometa-kun, if I win, I'll make Satoko wear a collar and be your little sister for a day. Psh! A red fountain spewed from both of Tometaka-kun's nostrils. Also, Okamura-kun, I'll put cat ears on Rika-chan and let you take her out for a walk on a... Yeah! That is so fitting for the situation. I'll put cat ears on Rika-chan and let you take her out for a walk on a leash. Psh, blood erupted from the vein of Okamura-kun's forehead. Don't be shy. Just pretend I forced you to go along with me. You two were simply sacrifices to Maebara-senpai's whims. You can pretend to be against it. I understand. I know everything that your hearts desire. Then I suddenly lowered the tone of my voice. My school life was very bleak. I know with my very body how foolish it is to waste such an important time in your lives. So, to you, my juniors, I don't want you to live your lives like that. Be honest with yourselves. Chase your dreams. Fulfill them. I'll fulfill them for you. I will! So, it was this moment that the values of men bridged generations. Maebara-san! Did I ever have a mentor who ever spoke my mind for me so strongly? Never! There was no way there was. That's because in a man's life, he'll only have 3 fateful encounters. That valuable first time was being experienced right this moment with these two. Yeah, this is oh my god moment. It's fine then. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Game over! It was such an assertive declaration of the game's ending that everybody in the store turned and looked. It had been less than 3 minutes since I was on the verge of forfeit and all the spectators certain of my loss.
Keiichi-san, what happened? Who won?
It was my complete victory.
What did you say? Exactly how did you overcome that situation?
There's no need to explain what happened. It was a gentleman's agreement. Right, guys? Yes, sir! The two of them, stifling tears of gratitude, answered strongly from the bottom of their hearts. Exactly what kind of miracle occurred here during these 3 minutes the spectators all looked away from my utter disadvantage?
You did it! You did it, Keiichi-kun! Yay!
The spectators were puzzled at how I was able to quickly overcome that hopeless situation. That guy, is he able to control the spinner wheel with his eyes or something? It's a miracle! What devilry is this? He's in cahoots with that Mion, you know. There's no doubt he had some strange trick up his sleeve. I looked at the crowd, who couldn't help but be excited. Out of the corner of my eye, now fully awakened in battle mode, I let out a derisive laugh. So this is what it means for me to be serious. Mion. You took your sweet time. Baring our fangs at each other, we laughed together in an almost unsightly fashion.
With this, all the club members have cleared the first round then. Which means this time it's match against everybody. A match! I've already decided what I'm going to buy with the prize money. That's only natural, right?
Satoko and Rena sneered at each other. Huh, these guys. Do they really think they can win against Keiichi Maebara when he gets serious? Yes. They've done it multiple times.
I've decided what I'm gonna...
A Glock! I want to make a comment so bad, but I don't want to spoil the newest 2 seasons. Mion, that was a mistake. You shouldn't have offered me advice just now. What a mewling newborn you are. You're a million light years too early to think you can win against me. Mion, light years are a measure of distance. Oh, she's embarrassed. She's embarrassed.
What are you doing, Michan? How are the 5 of us going to face off? How?
Well now, we have such a splendid lineup. It would be a waste to rush things.
Mi is saying something complicated again. It couldn't be.
Oh, it couldn't be. Why you? Mion's hair flowed elegantly, almost like a cape, as she turned her back to the table. She obviously didn't play the first Pokemon games. As for today's contest, I, Club President Mion Sonozaki, will reserve judgment for now. The method and time are yet undecided. The more spectators, the better. It should be in front of everybody from Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. By then, we'll know the best way to finally settle things.
Are you running away from this? This is too unfair, even for you, Mion-san.
Heh, you newborn. Do you still not realize what has happened? Sorry. Just light years are distance, not time. Competitive aura. The competitive aura billowing out of Mion's body formed a barrier stopping Setsuko's advance. We'll meet again. Prepare yourselves for your inevitable defeat. With a shrill laugh, Mion left the store. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. When will they resume the contest? Mion's serious. The other members did great too. That new guy, Maibara, he got some strange power. He turned the tables in an instant. Maibara-san! You've got to win! Yeah! I'll dunk someone like Mion head first into the river Styx for ya. Kichi, that is a threat. The part of the crowd that had apparently overheard the covenant between Tomitake-kun and Okamoto-kun and myself erupted into a cheer again. Mion's going to win anyways. She's the undefeated empress. I'm betting on Mion. No, it's going to be Urena with that ungodly speed, Setsuko the trap artist, Rika the siren. It may be a long shot, but it'll be Maibara. However, right now, I had no ear for those cheerful voices. Setting the stage for this huge match and then running away like that, I wasn't going to forgive Mion. Outside of the store, Mion was getting on her bike as the shop owner was seeing her off. Don't run away, Mion! If you're the club president, don't run! Fight me! Hey, if I win, I get to control over those cute girls. Oh, yeah, I want to try to fight. Right? I mean, it is a punishment game, so like, you know, he doesn't want to be running around with cat ears and a banana hammock. I love Higurashi, goddamn right. Sorry, Kei-chan. Right now I'm gonna get to my part-time job. But wait, wasn't that here? No spoilers, but wasn't that here? Oh wait, no. My mistake. Huh? Like you would see in a sketch comedy show, my legs slipped in opposite directions until I was doing the splits. But why?
Yeah, while you were playing your game, Michan received a phone call. It's too bad.
It was just getting good too. Not our lucky day. They're getting crushed at the sale over at Uncle's store. They don't have enough people to work the registers, so he called me for help. Oh, Moki, I don't know if you've seen, but I have a thonk. If you want to use thonk. It's with the franker face thing. There we go. Yeah. Everybody's thonking. When you say your uncle, does he manage a supermarket or something? It's just a small store, but when you put stuff on special, all the housewives swarm in like locusts. Don't they have any common sense? Even though they don't have enough staff, they're selling a carton of eggs for 10 yen. Limit 1. A carton for 10? That's a good deal! Limit 1 per customer. I was a little surprised. You would never think that this was a club president exuding such a dark aura inside the store just a short time ago. It's just like a whole, like 12 eggs for like a dime. No wonder they're selling out. Right, they have to be like, you need to cook them like right now. It was the usual neon right now, almost exasperatingly so. My shoulders slumped. That's right. Club mode was over now. But it was really heated today. It was really fun. Damn, Mion. She really knows how to fire people up. Like, you have to cook them all the way through yesterday, right? Me too. I got so fired up my head started to tingle, especially Kei-chan. That was scary. I thought he was going to eat me alive there.
It's work, so I guess there's nothing you can do. But it really is too bad. I really want to continue this some other time. Any time is good. How about we do it in the Watanagashi Festival?
The cotton drifting 5-demon firefight. That's right. I'll think about it. Right now, what were Rika-chan and Mion talking about? Watanagashi Festival? Cotton drifting 5-demon... what? I love it when things turn out all over the top and manga-like. It'd be nice if we could have another thrilling club activity like this soon. I like how they make comments like, oh my god, it was gonna rip me apart, and Nika just has to stare at her with dead eyes like, ha 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 ha. She laughed with a smile that made you feel refreshed just by looking at it. At that moment, the shop owner came out carrying a paper bag. I wonder what it is. Is he giving it to us? Thank you everybody for today. Thanks to you, the event went really well. It's not much, but here's a little something for you guys. Hey, Uncle Yoshiro, isn't there a little something for me too?
My. Quite an adorable one, is it not?
When Satoko and Rika-chan opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
Wow, they're so cute! Oh, can I take them home? Are really cute?
Which means there's something for me too? Oh, I got a pretty adorable one. It was a stuffed toy wearing a beautiful dress. One you'd used to play house. Rena's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satoko was the same, but Rika-chan too? Kei-chan got the one that fits in the least. How do I say this? I could say it's pretty or cute. Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. I can admit it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is... I was gonna say, Kei never killed anyone right, but then I forgot the first 15 seconds of the first episode right. Well, even like the first game, he just... well, no, he did... he did get both of them, so... Oh, is this a choice? I don't think so. It's a kinetic thing, so I think it's just... it happens. If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow, definitely. Mion didn't have to go that far. This wasn't something a guy like me should be carrying around. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. However, after briefly considering, I gave it to Rena instead. Are there any choices in this? Nah, so we're just kind of reading. Because, you know, Keiichi made the mistake.
Huh? You're giving it to me? To Rena? Thank you.
Just protecting myself. If I didn't give it to Rena, then walking the streets at night would be scary. Yep, he did the bad. Everybody else is just like, huh? What? But Moki and I are like, now you hacked up. No doubt, no doubt. I thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. You know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. Ha 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 ha. It's better that you're a girl. If you were a boy, I would have killed you already. Rika's just on the side like, huh. You should kill me while you still stand. If you don't, Kei-chan, you might not live to regret it. Right? Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, I can imagine Rika just being like, guys, what? This is why everything happens. Mion laughed after saying such an ominous line. Everybody laughed heartily along with her. Ha ha ha, murder! After ask God to make you a boy in your next life, I'll also have him make me a boy. Then together, the two of us will start with taking over the country as a warm-up. Mion-chan, if you don't get going soon, the shop owner told her meekly. The lot of us looked like we were having a lot of fun, so it must have been hard to put a wet blanket on things. Later then. Today was really fun. I'll see you later, guys. Tomorrow, at school. Don't be late for work. Everybody waved their hands and watched as Mion left. Before I knew it, the sun was already setting, and the breeze carried a hint of chill.
Should we play for a bit more in town? Or should we go home? The road gets scary when it's dark. Then I guess it's time to leave. We certainly caused a ruckus today.
We sure did. Okay, let's get home. Also, why does Satoko look so menacing here?
She's like, yeah, the streets get dark. It gets scary here.
Like, she looked so menacing. Tea. Satoko's like, I'm the boogeyman on the streets. The wind blew gently, as if to cool down those of us flushed with enthusiasm. The road back to Hinamizawa was long, but I didn't really mind.
Oh, that's right. Reno-san, you achieved an overwhelming victory, didn't ya?
When Nana gets like that, I'm sorry to say it, but there's no winning against her.
It was because the cards were so cute. See? I bought them.
Okay, I gotta get going. Oh no.
Okay, have a good day, Moki.
Riko was the same as usual. When it comes to boys, it's like taking candy from a baby.
It was an easy win.
How much was calculated and how much was natural? I get scared when I think about how Riko will turn out in the future. I'm lurking, don't worry.
Okay, thank you for lurking. Satoko-chan was amazing too. The way it ended was really exciting.
It wasn't the sort of game where I should be...
It really wasn't the sort of game where I should be complimented. Keiichi, you also showed your fangs at the end there.
Well, I guess. I'm the type of guy who's strongest when he's cornered.
Tometa-san and the others seemed to be cheering you on really hard. What was that about?
He made some
sort of promise with Tometa and Okamura. It's probably a secret. A secret? A secret? I wonder what it is. I wonder.
Sometimes, for a man, there are times we can only understand one another by fighting. Desperately laughing, I frantically tried to avoid the subject. After that, everybody continued to praise each other on how they defeated their opponents and reflected on how fun today was.
Everybody look! The sunset is beautiful!
Satoko, getting even more excited, pointed. Waiting where her finger indicated was an immense sunset, casting even longer shadows on us from our bikes. Clearly she hasn't met me at 3 a.m. looking for cheddar cheese!
What?
Neither has she seen the boys looking for beans at 2 a.m. I think I read this late. The cries of the Higurashi were gentle and very comforting. No, they are not comforting.
Ooh, a scene transition. I can take a big sippy of tea.
My tea is definitely cooled down. Who's Mion's uncle? We'll figure out afterwards. Because I kind of like saving it for the end. Okay.
Now on to the next part.
I wonder why afternoons always make you feel sleepy like this. Mion spoke in a voice that went so far as to make whoever heard it lethargic. You want a medical explanation for sleepiness? I could say it, but it'll just make you more sleepy. Gah, spare me. It was almost 3 o'clock. 6th period was almost over. By the way, Setsuko and everyone else in the lower grades ended their school day after 5th period, so they were probably running around in the play yard right now. I could hear their joy-filled voices coming from there right now. Oh, what I would give to be able to join them.
Miyu-chan, you're the class representative, so you have to try harder. No going to sleep.
You see, rather than the class representative, I'd rather be the president of the boxing club. They get to sleep a lot. Huh? What makes you think that? At the boxing gym, they're always hitting the sack. Get it? But Bam. The teacher cackled as she hit the back of Mion's head with the corner of a textbook. That's all from me. I'll leave it at that for today. Representative, please direct the class. Everybody stand up. At attention. Mion, who had been half asleep, became lively again the moment she heard the class was over. It must be delightful to be that shrewd. She was just sitting at home being like, Kei-chan didn't give me the doll. Homeroom was done after the lower grades had finished their lessons, so we were free to go. It was one of the odd rules we had as a mixed grade school. When they knew class was over, Satoko and Rika-chan returned to the classroom.
Good work today. All right, time for Happy Fun Club activities.
Yeah, that's right. What should we do today?
Hey, Miyu-chan, why don't we continue what we started yesterday? Yes, we should do that. To have it end like that when things were getting good, I won't accept it.
Now, I know how you feel, but let's save that for another time. Something like that shouldn't be done somewhere dinky like a classroom after school, but a grander stage. I'm down whenever, but some of the younger guys said they'd watch me in the finals. So let me know ahead of time.
Wow, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing. There's people cheering you on. Cheering you on. I wonder if there's anybody cheering on Erna.
I couldn't help but watch as Rena entered her pining maiden mode. I'm not gonna pull any punches, but I'll pray for your victory, Rena. With a saccharine... Yeah, I guess saccharine. Keiichi brand smile, I ruffled Rena's hair roughly.
What? Huh? Keiichi-kun, what are you...
Rena turned bright red and short-circuited, smoke billowing from both her ears. Gazing into her eyes, a strange scene of me holding hands with Rena and skipping through a flower bed was reflected there. Even if it was in somebody else's imagination, it was terribly troubling.
Meet Keiichi, the Rena killer.
Nika. When Nika-chan said that, everyone burst out laughing at once. That Rena is a Satoko and Nika-chan's killer, though.
It may be true that we can't win against Rena, but we won't lose to Keiichi.
Oh, this is becoming a pretty interesting relationship map. Our strengths kind of interact like rock, paper, scissors. But that doesn't include Mion, does it? Of course not. It doesn't matter who it is, I won't lose. Mion leered with a gaze benefiting of a club president. No, benefiting of an empress. The mood in the room became more lively. It was as good a moment as any to get started. Time for club activities. I'm gonna take a sip of water. I had too much tea. I need like a little flavorless reset. Well now, let's get started nice and easy.
Yeah! So then, Miyu-chan, what shall we do today?
Mion let out a small interjection as she rummaged through the so-called club locker. Every time I look, there's always a ton of things crammed in there. Everything that's jammed in that locker is a game of some kind, you know? On top of that, things used for penalty games like cat ears and collars were kept in there. The capacity of that thing is unfathomable. That locker, maybe it actually extended through the wall into the 4th dimension. That's my theory anyways. If not that, then how else could you explain how someone could pull out item after item? After Mion touched her hand to her chin briefly in thought, she turned around without pulling out any games. Why don't we try and keep it simple today? Playing games that require lots of pieces all the time can be a little bland, right?
It doesn't matter what game it is. If everybody plays together, we can have fun. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Rena and I both expressed our agreement. I feel the same way. With this group, there's no doubt even if we were pulling weeds from the school grounds, it would be fun.
That wouldn't be fun for me, pulling weeds or whatever.
Ah, that's right, isn't it? By the way, Satoko, could you stop reading people's minds by looking at their expressions?
Whatever you're thinking is always written all over your face. So I always know right away.
I've always been told that, but ever since I transferred, it seems like it's been especially bad. I need to develop a poker face or I could be in for a rough time. Alright, everybody pay attention. I'm going to explain the rules. We all immediately cut the idle chatter and put on stern expressions. In no time at all, everybody's gaze focused like a tiger or a shark, listening intently. That's right. From the point where the rules were explained, the match was already begun. Today's game is probably better known as a party game. It's called Sympathy. Has anybody heard of it before? Sympathy. It means to share someone's feelings, right? Huh? Maybe I might know this.
Mita, maybe it's the game where we choose a topic and everybody writes down the first word that comes to mind? And the more people who share the same answers, the more points are rewarded? In that case, Rena knows about it.
Ah, I remember. I recall playing a game like that in grade school where we were on the bus during a field trip.
I'm not familiar with this game. I would like an explanation.
But Rena just explained it, kinda. First of all, we have the leader choose a topic. For example, if they chose dessert...
Satoko-chan, when somebody says dessert, what's the first thing you think of? Let's see here. Pudding or something.
Okay, in that case, Satoko, you would write down pudding on your memo pad. Then everybody reveals their answer at the same time. If there's 2 or more people who wrote down pudding, they get points. The more people who write down the same answer, the more points are rewarded. So if everybody writes down the same answer, that's a max of 5 points.
In other words, the trick is to think so that everyone... Sorry, let me start that over. In other words, the trick is to think so that what you write down is the same answer as everybody else.
It was exactly as Rika-chan said. The point of this game was to think in a way so that you have the same answer as everybody else. For example, even if you heard the word dessert and immediately thought of strawberry sundae, if your answer doesn't match up with everybody else, you don't get any points. That's why you have to hold off on that answer and change to one that seems like one everybody else will choose. The key becomes not what you think yourself, but being able to predict what everybody else will answer. It's a very high-level intellectual game.
For Satoko's sake, let's try practicing for one round.
Okay, for this round, seeing as I'm club president, the leader will be me, alright? The topic can be something random. Taking out her literature textbook, she began flipping to a random page. Alright then, this is only the practice round. The first topic is shaved ice. When you say shaved ice, there's only one answer, isn't there? Among the standard flavors of shaved ice, there's strawberry, melon, and blue Hawaii. The most popular amongst those is obviously melon. No? I mean, melon really tastes good, but I don't think that's what people go for. Everyone write down an answer? Then everyone show theirs at the same time, okay? Ready, go! Strawberry, melon, strawberry. What? I'm the only one with melon? You guys, don't go doing something so mundane as picking strawberry as the standard. Hey, Rena, would you actually order strawberry shaved ice? The first thing that always sells out at summer festival is always melon, isn't it?
Rena also likes melon flavor, but really, it's all about strawberry, right? Right?
I too would choose blue Hawaii, but it definitely wouldn't be like the answer that everybody would pick. I almost always go for blue though. Blue tastes good, you know? Kei-chan, if I was to pick, I would actually choose melon. But you see, this is a word association game. If somebody says shaved ice, first thing you think of is strawberry. I'm still not entirely convinced. But in any case, it's this type of game.
Rika, what exactly did you write? Is that a type of shaved ice? It's Ugigintoki. It's incredibly delicious, you know?
Well, it might be delicious, sure, but it's not exactly run-of-the-mill. I mean, I'm curious on what it tastes like. I don't know what it is. Still, it's a pretty refined choice. It's apparently a refined flavor. Setsuko, did this help you get a good idea? There were 3 people who wrote down strawberry, so those people get 3 points. We compete to see who can get the most.
Yeah, I've got it. More importantly, Mion-san, what shall we do about today's penalty game? There's going to be one after all? What will it be? What will it be?
What should it be? Kei-chan, you have a suggestion? What? For the penalty game? When I was in elementary school, there was a penalty game. Yeah. It can only be that. Schlepping? Schlepping? Guys, what is schlepping? Is he saying slapping, but in a weird way? In other words, that thing where the loser has to carry around everyone else's baggage? Ah, okay, that's what it is. It happened often with the boys. Or to the boys. Elementary school kids walking around completely covered in backpacks. You see it a lot.
But how will we do that? Setsuko-chan and Rika-chan's house are the complete opposite direction from us.
Then how about the loser carries just the winner's stuff to their house? Getting everybody's stuff to their house would involve covering a pretty sizable distance.
Oh, yeah. Just that much. Might be alright. Somehow today's penalty game piece is pretty simple. With a penalty game of this level, it wouldn't even be fun to make Keiichi-san do it.
Then shall we raise the stakes a bit? Not just playing Hoarder. Ta-da! How about we have someone schlep stuff around dressed like this? Is it the cat ears and the banana hammock? Why a maid outfit of all things? Yes! Keiichi, wear the maid outfit! Oh yeah, that is the ginger ale brand, isn't it? I didn't even think about that.
How... It's cute and all, but no way! But you see, what do we do if Keiichi-san loses? If we don't have a size that fits him?
Oh, I didn't let that detail get by. I have a nice XL size one prepared just for Keiichi-san. So Kei-chan, are you ready? I'm going to have you walk around outside dressed up as a maid. From the headboard to the garter belt, or headband to the garter belt, even the underwear. I've got it all prepared for you. Is it Shima-pan? Do you have Shima-pan for me? This is insane. Why do you have every possible size of that type of thing in that locker? This is bad, Keiichi-ma, but somehow it's become a situation where only my failure results in an overly cruel price to pay. What if I make a mistake and lose? I wouldn't be able to walk around in broad daylight anymore. Lose. Keiichi, lose. Keiichi, lose. Oh, ma'am, about that Maebara boy. Did you hear about him? It seems like he has a penchant for cross-dressing. Oh my, really? That'd be so embarrassing, you know. Oh. Yeah. That's way too harsh. That's just incredibly brutal! If we were to return this penalty to some semblance of normalcy, now is the only time. Everybody, I think we should refrain from this unwholesome penalty game. Why on the way back home from school do we have to be accompanied by a girl wearing a maid uniform and carrying our baggage? Having them say master while dragging them around the village in such an embarrassing outfit. Wait, why am I panting? What is this? This feeling welling up inside me.
Hey, let's just make it a normal penalty game. Wait, Keiichi-kun is frozen stiff.
Ayo, the pizza! Burning with passion, I firmly placed my hand on Rena's shoulders. Rena, there's no problem with the penalty game. I just have to win. That's right, everybody. I turned to everybody with an idiotic grin, my pearly whites flashing them with a brilliant gleam. Kei-chan, you've come around to the idea, eh? No matter what the penalty game is, there's no reason to be afraid. You just have to win. Right, everybody? Yeah! From Mion to Rika, everyone energetically thrust their fists up high. Yeah! Only Nena seemed somewhat undecided, standing there looking flustered. She's a little bit slow, isn't she? If she wins, even for Rena, it's quite a delectable opportunity. Hey, Rena, don't you see this as a pretty big opportunity? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan in a maid outfit coming right to your doorstep? This is a historically great chance, isn't it? Sploosh! Rena began spouting a fountain of blood from her nose. The look in her eyes completely changed. She shifted into cute mode. I was waiting for this, Rena. That look in her eyes.
To my doorstep! It's not like Keiichi-kun and Mi-chan wouldn't be good too!
Alright, it looks like everybody's prepared themselves. Get your memo pads ready. First question, ready? Mion opened up her textbook to a random page and read out a word that caught her eye. The first topic is summer break. Bikini. This is yet another quite abstract word. Well then, let's not worry about it too much and start with something like this. Everybody good? Time to show them. Ready? Go! On Mion's signal, everybody simultaneously held up what they wrote. Let's see, what did everybody write? Summer festival, fireworks, mosquito coils. Oops. Well, I don't get any points personally. Oh, Rena and I have the same answer. Alright, 2 points.
But Satoko's fireworks was pretty good too. Rika's mosquito coil is a very nice seasonal choice as well. All of the choices are quite invigorating.
It's almost summer break, isn't it? I wonder how we'll spend it this year. Invigorating words that invoke the image of summer break. Certainly things that enrich the soul. As everybody approaches the soon-to-come summer break, a plethora of dreams should be etched upon their thoughts.
By the way, Keiichi-san, what did you answer? Hurry up and show us.
I didn't really write down anything that great.
No. Showing us is part of the rules. Now come on.
Stop it. Don't look. What did he write? Keiichi. Keiichi, you're better than this. Homework. The room went silent. Nobody could really follow up that response. It's as if my own impertinent answer had somehow sullied the wonderful dreams of the coming summer break.
Keiichi-kun summer breaks were never fun, were they? It's alright. Let's spend the summer this year with everybody. We won't leave you by your lonesome.
Rika-chan gently petted my head. Oh, what exactly did summer break mean to me? Summer courses, observing sunflowers, practice exams, special summer-focused seminars. I know nothing of hot summers, because I've always been in an air-conditioned cram school. The tears, they... Kei-chan's summer breaks were always devoid of hopes and dreams, weren't they? Don't look at me with such pity in your eyes! Don't look at me! This game called Sympathy may be more terrifying than I could ever imagine. Rip Kecha. Oof, had to roast him. Yeah. Well, anywho, Rena and I get 2 points each. Let's keep going. Next is fish. Water. So it's fish. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten sushi in a while. By the way, rather than lean tuna, I'm quite the connoisseur on things like flounder. I wonder who I'll match with this answer, because for a Japanese person, anyone would think of this. Alright, everybody, this time we'll start from mine. Ready? Go! Sushi. Get off the baseball bat, Keishi. It's not... No, don't reset the timeline. He doesn't even remember it's there. How about that for an answer? When you see a lively fish, do you want to steam it or grill it? No, to have fresh sashimi is the epitome of cuisine. Rather than white sashimi, however, I'll choose the more amenable term in sushi. That's my cunning ploy. But contrary to the intrepid resolve of my reply, everyone's expression was listless.
Oh, that's right. When you say fish, I see. Sushi is tasty, isn't it?
What? Stop talking to me in a consoling tone! Stop it! Well then, should the rest of us show our answers? Ready, go! Dolphin, whale, aquarium. I too have no points.
Rika and I have the same answer. That's 2 points.
Reno picked whale, eh? I thought about that too, but I ended up picking dolphin.
Oh, really? Rena wanted to write dolphin at first, but Rena didn't think anyone else would write it. Either one of them is very cute.
Everybody, excluding me, stopped and stared blankly at as their thoughts drifted over the horizon. It seems as if they can hear the roar of the open sea from over there.
This means everybody has 2 points. Well, everybody but Keiichi-san. Keiichi-kun's answers were worth 0 points, but Rena thinks they were very unique and interesting.
To immediately think of food when you hear the word fish. Kei-chan, you really should be ashamed of how destitute your soul is, huh? Don't say something like, my soul is destitute! Besides, what's with Mio and Rena's answers anyways? Those aren't even fish! Those are mammals! Objection overruled. Next. What a horrid game this is today. As the games pile on and on, it seems as if I'll be further exposed as a petty human being. I'm the only one who still hasn't earned any points. I want to at least get a point in the next round. Come on, Keiichi, you can do this. Alright, next topic is Sakura. A pink petal? I don't know. Damn it. This time I'll do it. Keep your cool, Maibara Keiichi. Well, yeah. Don't think what you normally think. Everyone else here is a girl. Stop thinking like a man! If you write down Sakura Mochi here, you'll only be repeating the tragedies of the past. Throw away the gastrocentric male sensibility. Just for now, think of yourself as a girl. You are a girl. You are a girl. I am a girl! Everybody finished writing? Let's do it!
Keiichi-san, if you don't start getting points right now, you'll want to be a bit dangerous.
This time it's perfect. I've completely suppressed my own instincts. This time, I'll have the match. No, I will make a match.
Keiichi-kun, you seem pretty confident about this one. You see, this time, Rena thought like a boy so I can match up with your answer. Oh no, Rena! Sakura Mochi! I like them too. I wrote it down.
Rena and Rika giggled together. What? Now this is not the time to think with your stomach.
Well then, did Keiichi-san write the same answer as me? I put Hanami.
That's right. When you say Sakura, it just has to be Hanami, yeah? I wrote that down too. Mion and Satoko's response was Hanami. Hanami? Seriously? That's the kind of event where old geezers get drunk and doing all sorts of depraved things as a standard, isn't it? And why of all times did you decide to abandon answering from a girl's point of view? Well then, Kei-chan, what sort of girly response did you write down? It's nothing. Let's move on to the next topic. Moving on. Before I knew it, Kei-chan had circled behind me and was intently reading the memo I had written behind my back.
Cardmaster Sakura is written down here.
Keiichi, what? It became dead quiet. The abrupt silence enveloped the room. It would be fine if somebody at least laughed at me or played it off as something dumb. But nobody even flinched. The feeling in the pit of my stomach reached critical mass, causing my once blood-drained face to flush with a sudden wave of heat. Sakura could only mean Cardmaster Sakura, can it? It's a super popular anime that broadcasts every week on government-run networks. Oh, he wrote down like a magical girl. It's broken through to every demographic from little girls to grown men. You've seen it, haven't you? No, you've definitely seen it, even if I've seen it. Yeah, even without the forced explanation, I know about it. It's that thingy where she fights in a different costume every week, right? Yeah, I know.
Yep. It's cute, isn't it? Anana sometimes browses through it in the magazine stand to keep up with the story. I saw it for the first time recently. Sakura is pretty cool and so cheerful all the time. I like that girl who's always filming with the camcorder.
Oh, it is a Cardcaptor Sakura reference. You know, they just can't say the brand name. It's not just popular with little girls, it's also surprisingly well received by older boys, isn't it? To think that Kei-chan is one of those. I felt like I had inadvertently blurted out something unnecessary and had completely self-destructed, but that wasn't the main problem. So you all know it, don't you? Then why didn't you write it down? Sakura means Sakura Kinimoto. Sakura-tan. Cardmaster Sakura is the right answer! Woof. Mion quietly put her hand on my shoulder. Kei-chan, now I am certain. Kei-chan, you are to your very core a geezer. Irrevocably so. Yeah! Why is everybody looking at me with those eyes filled with pity?
That's not true, Keiichi-kun. Okay, let's do our best. Here's where the comeback begins. There's no coming back for Kate-san, the geezer. Now give up quietly and accept your penalty.
What was today's penalty game again?
Dressing up as an old maid, complete with the hairband and garter belt while carrying around the winner's stuff.
No! Alright. If you're real members of this club, show me you won't let anybody come back from this disadvantage. Alright. Let's keep it rolling. Poor Keiichi. Man, now my tea is really cold. I do wish that we could like actually see the penalty games. But you know, we know Keiichi got penaltied.
Oh, Keiichi-kun seems happy. Why? How could this be?
He's probably awoken to the joys of cross-dressing.
Ah, Keiichi-kun, your headband is going to fall off. Let me fix that for you.
Then cheerfully adjusted the hairband that had been enshrined upon my head. How does it feel, Kei-chan? Have you awoken to the pleasures of wearing girls' clothes in front of actual girls? Be honest now. It's alright. We won't laugh. You jerk! I'm going to murder you! Swinging Mion's bag about wildly, I chased her in circles for a bit. Today's loser was quickly decided to be me. When I had been assured of finishing last, Mion showed her true power. She began racking up points with an iron fist. In the end, I didn't even have to add up the score to know who was on top. Poor Kei-chan. After that, in the changing room, With much wailing and gnashing of teeth, pushing the boundaries of shame and brutality, I was instructed by Mion on how to put on everything from ribbons to underwear. Damn you, Mion. What do you mean, knowing this will come in handy one day? How the bloody hell will a man knowing how to put on a garter belt be used? Ah! Shh. Kei-chan, you're too loud. If you stay quiet, you might be able to pass off as a rehearsal for a play.
That's right. If I cause a scene here, they'll...
Oh. Sorry. But I know, why did you pop up when I was dogging? That's right. If I cause a scene here, they'll find out that I'm wearing woman's clothes right down to the unmentionables. I shuddered from head to toe, resisting the urge to scream. You're making really weird noises, though, Kei-chan. Actually, Kei-chan, you have really smooth skin. Are you often told that it's easy to apply makeup on you? Saying that, Mion rubbed gently on my cheek. What kind of a man gets praised for being easy to apply makeup on them? Own it, I would strut it around town, right? Just like, yeah, I'm pretty. How does it feel wearing a maid's headband? It really finishes off the look. The hairband is the best part of the maid outfit after all. What do you mean finishes off the look? Dumbass, stop teasing me.
Kei-chan is embarrassed. Cute!
That's right. Men like things like garter belts, right? So, how does it feel wearing one yourself? I don't really feel anything. Hey, stop it. Don't flip it up. It's tight, isn't it? Can you feel it rub against your skin as you walk? You're being really sus, Mion. Stop. Don't whisper such strange things in my ear. How my miserable manhood suddenly shifted. You're turning red, you're turning red. Have you finally realized it? That's right. Right now, Kei-chan is exactly the type of man that every healthy man wants. Stop it, Mion. Really, why do you have to whisper that right in my ear? Have you ever just wanted to hold a maid close to you? Kei-chan, you're currently becoming one with that maid. Don't you see? That's a distance far closer than mere touch ever could achieve. There, can't you hear that pulse? That breath?
That's...
On the verge of overheating, a long red line flowed out of Rena's nose. Putting on makeup properly and making you wear a wig with a straight long hair you like so much. Kei-chan, I made you into your ideal woman. And now, you're going to walk around town with me. You'll surely monopolize the eyes of all the men. That would definitely make you feel really good, wouldn't it? If only you didn't have this big thing dangling between your legs, you'd be a real girl. Mion, that is that is not a good statement to make. Bad. Saying that, she tried to flip up my skirt. Why? This is definitely not the time. I can't let them see me with this male-centric problem. Crash! Thud! Before I realized it, Nana was caressing my head and rubbing me with her cheek.
Kei-chan, when you're fidgeting like that, you were super cute!
Peering through Nana's vice-like embrace, I saw Mion lying spread eagle on her back. I see. This must be what Satoko and Rika-chan feel when they become Rena's prey. After that, it took quite some time to calm Rena down from her frenzy. Later, Kei-chan. Today was super enjoyable. You'll rue this day, Mion! This disgrace shall be returned tenfold. I'll achieve an overwhelming victory, then condemn you to a public shaming. Only if you can beat me. I look forward to seeing you try. Mion tossed me my clothes and looked in as good a mood as I've ever seen her left. Okay, now that I've been released by Mion, I can't waste even a second running home.
By the way, Rena isn't as good as me, Chan. So if we happen to bump into anybody, I won't be able to follow up for you, okay?
Soon after that, I went into a full-out dash. I'm pretty sure I was running at 100 miles in about 6 seconds there. Or maybe meters. It was probably meters.
Well then, Kate-kun. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. The fact that I didn't bump into anybody I knew was probably divine favor for my constant good behavior. It's been going my way today. You know, other than the maid outfit. At that moment, the front door opened, as if somebody was waiting for me.
Oh, Keiichi, you're home. I was just about to go for a walk.
I was dumbstruck by how slow my father was to react. A normal person would have realized the panicular scene before them around. Oh, Keiichi. Dad, this is... You see, you know that club I'm always talking about? This is one of the penalty games we do there. It just so happened I lost today. My dad placed his hand on my shoulder. It was an oddly moist and uncomfortably warm hand. Keiichi, let's have a little talk in my studio. We'll keep it a secret from Mom, of course. No, Dad, let go! There's a show I want to watch right now. Mion, you should rule this day. His artistic flame raged like wildfire. My dad dragged me along. I disappeared into the depths of the studio. He just sees his son dressed up as a maid and is like, I need to draw you, son. I need to... This is the inspiration I'm looking for. I've been... my artistic vision has been awakened with femboys.
Keiichi, are you home? Oh, you were in the bath. Is that makeup remover?
Oh, more importantly, what's the matter? You did come at a weird time. They played a word association game. Keiichi lost, of course, and had to dress up as a maid and walk with me on home. He came home and his dad was like, we're going in our studio. What's the matter?
Sorry, I have a headache and don't think I can make dinner tonight. I'm terribly sorry, but can you go out to eat with your dad? My mom is a go-get-em superwoman at work, but it occasionally takes a toll on her health, so this kind of situation is hardly a rarity. It's fine, but what will you eat? If it's just for myself, I can probably find a way to scrounge something together. Take care.
Keiichi! Well, then take the car, so hurry up. Dad quickly got the car ready. He must be hungry. He really only moves so energetically when it's time to eat. Sorry to keep you waiting. So, where are we going to eat? I recently found a nice store. Let's go there. My dad usually only complains about things. For him to actually praise something is unexpected. He's in a good mood after drawing me in a maid outfit. I wonder what kind of place it is that he'd rank it 3 stars. As one who seeks the way to the gourmand, I, Keiichi Maebara, am genuinely intrigued. The headlights of the car cut through the early darkness of the Hinamizawa night, carving a straight path towards town. I was pondering where such a gem of a restaurant could be hidden away. It was, shockingly, the family restaurant right by the station. Dad, that's a great restaurant you were talking about. What was this? The words Angel Mort were written on a family restaurant-esque cartoonish logo. It had the air of a girl-oriented all-you-can-eat cake buffet rather than a proper restaurant. You've never been inside, Keiichi? Come to think of it, I hadn't. There has been some times where I've traveled to faraway towns to eat, but returning only as far as Okinomiya Station, there were really no reason to dine out. Home was just a stone's throw away after all. I see. That was the reason I never noticed it before. We stopped in the car's restaurant parking. We stopped the car in the restaurant's parking lot. It seemed like business is booming. There's quite a few cars parked here, but what really amazed me are the license plates. There's a lot of them that can't be from this area. Fukuyama, Nagoya, well, that's fine. Chiba? Saitama? Opening up my mental geography book, I calculated how much it would have taken to get here via major highways. Keiichi, seems like you finally realized how amazing this restaurant is. What's the meaning of this? How can so many people travel from so far away just to come to this restaurant? Following my dad, I climbed the steps and entered the building. Are we gonna... The bell attached to the door clattered as we entered, and a waitress soon greeted us. After confirming our party size and whether we wanted a smoking or non-smoking seat, she guided us inside. Dad ordered 2 of the daily specials. It seemed that they were ready-made, so there wasn't much of a wait until until our meals were brought to us. The taste was, no offense to Dad, not so different from your run-of-the-mill family restaurant. If you're just talking about the taste, it seems like normal family restaurant fare. Who gives a damn about the taste, Keiichi? See? Isn't it great? I see. It just may be that the food here might be nothing more than average. The demographic of the customers was pretty much all young men. I mean, these 2 right here look like ladies. It may be itself a family restaurant, but there wasn't a single table with a family. Yet, it was packed. I mean, there might be a family back there, like off screen. The parking lot was filled with cars from all corners of the country. If they didn't come from far and wide to eat this completely mediocre food, then there's only one other reason. Dad flagged down a nearby waitress. Excuse me, the dessert that comes with the meal still hasn't come yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a dessert that comes with the daily combo A. I've been waiting for quite a while.
Oh, it's my apologies. I'll bring it right away.
It was not a family restaurant. The apparently rookie waitress rushed off flustered. Dad? Could it be this restaurant is... Aren't they great? The waitress's uniforms here, I mean. Bam! What are you doing, Keiichi? My own father never hit me. I'm your son! Listen, Keiichi, I've never come here with impure intentions. That belle and entrante and eccentric clothing... Quel effet. This is my artistic muse. I wanted you to feel that. Even you must have yearned for this stimulation, haven't you? Coming here alone, although, is a bit embarrassing. You understand. That's why I dragged you here. Just blame me. Even if you must condemn me, I wanted you to know the feeling, Keiichi! I need to take a leak. Dad. Man, what is with these games that I've been playing recently that have, like dads being weird? My father has always had a bad habit for trying to hide his embarrassment using incomprehensible nonsense as a smokescreen. I want to believe that this weirdness won't be genetic. Keiichi, you have acted like this on more than one occasion. What are you talking about? Continuing his one-sided rambling, my father stood up and headed to the washroom. With him gone, I was left alone in the booth. Finally, at this time, the feeling of embarrassment welled up inside me. I had nothing to do but go beet red with shame. The waitress from before returned, her eyes alternating between the order slip and the table. Arriving at my seat, she hesitantly tried to say something. A more veteran waitress offered some advice from over her shoulder. Just calm down and say sorry for the wait.
Terribly sorry for the wait.
Right, just like that. Do your best. Whispering that into her ear, the veteran waitress left. This waitress must have been just hired. With an absolute lack of confidence, she moved hesitantly but maybe even somewhat perilously. Just watching her may have put me on edge. I silently watched as he placed the dessert on my table with an inexperienced hand, not looking anywhere above her neck, because obviously I'm not recognizing her. I'm just looking at her outfit. But it's just as Dad said, what incredible uniforms these are. They were like a bunny girl plus a maid plus some sort of frilly outfit, all in a perfect ratio. Most certainly a rather dubiously charming kind of fashion. In any case, she's in no way appeared to be a proper waitress. What should I do? I was catching glimpses of too many things. That is, I didn't know where I should look. Obviously not her face. Wearing something like that, walking around the restaurant, is just as bad as it can be for digestion. Even though she was wearing the outfit, this particular waitress had no idea what to do either. This flustered state, without a doubt, should be attributed to the amount of bare skin showing rather than being new to the job. Both the waitress and I mutually avoided eye contact. What a platonically embarrassing feeling that is. I'm a customer, you know? It's alright to be more straightforward. My nose is starting to bleed. At that moment, our eyes just happened to meet. Both of us blinked, doubting who we were looking at. What? This is... Mion. Is that you?
Eh?
On top of her hair being let down, she was so far removed from her usual confidence-filled attitude. I didn't realize it was her at all. It was Mion. Why is she here? Why are you working at a place like this?
I'm helping out at my uncle's store.
Come to think of it, I did hear her talk about how her relatives have stores in town, and that she sometimes works part-time to help them. Oh, that must be a lot of work. The nervous feeling I had dissipated in an instant. Knowing that this was Mion, there was no reason to feel that way. Well, actually, my animal instinct tells me that the power balance between Mion and myself have been turned upside down. That's right. I'm a customer. My position is superior to hers. The humiliation from today's penalty game was cutting through the recesses of my mind. There really is a god. For him to grant me this opportunity for revenge. Noticing the flames of vengeance burning in my eyes, Mion took a step back. But seeing it like this type of clothing suits you very nicely, doesn't it?
It's embarrassing, so don't look so much.
I confirmed my preemptive strike was a clean hit. There's no mistaking that Mion is currently defenseless. While confirming my attack was successful, I simultaneously lined up the combo. Mion, you have pretty big breasts. It seems like they're ready to spill out even right now. All the customers are definitely looking at you. Disgusting. Don't say that. Don't play coy with me. I know you enjoy drawing all the male attention with that embarrassing getup. I mean, if I didn't, there's no way you'd dress up like that. It's not like I'm doing this because I like to. Is this alright, Keiichi Maebara? No, you were being sexist AF. You were being so womanizing right now. Aren't you taking this a little bit too far? Yes. Even if it's payback for that humiliation during the day. Isn't this too much? Hey, shut up, logic. No, listen to your logic, Keiichi. To pay back Mion tenfold is a chance you'll hardly ever get. Wearing this kind of getup, your mother must be disappointed. How dare you! That part where you can almost just see something is the best. Come closer.
Please stop.
Keiichi, this is sexual harassment. You will be kicked out of the building. You still lack the spirit of service towards your customers.
But please forgive me.
Oh, I want to take you home.
No, not that.
Entering a version of Rena's cute mode, blood spewing from my nose like a waterfall, I was going until I had no regrets. I was going to complete this verbal humiliation revenge for today's events. Yep, I'll spare you the rest for today.
How?
It seems that Mion's neural circuits had completely shortened from the embarrassment. I might have teased her a little too much, or so I thought. But such a meek Mion is something you hardly ever see, so this was good for now. Leaving aside what actually was good. I never knew. To think that the high and mighty Mion would have a hard time being a waitress.
That's rough.
This is such a surprising side of you. I want to show this to the Mion from this afternoon. Actually, I want to show Rena and the others. And Rena will definitely flip out with joy. Do you think she'll say she wants to work here?
That's wrong.
I could never imagine in my wildest dreams that such a cute outfit would suit you, Mion.
I'm saying that's wrong.
While turning bright red, Mion finally spit out the words that were lodged in her throat. What do you mean? That's wrong?
I'm not Mion.
What? I was taken aback at Mion's confusing words. If you're not Mion, then who are you? You're Mion Sonozaki, right?
I'm sorry. I should have said this earlier, but my name is Shion Sonozaki.
This is a new track. It sounds very copyright free. Yeah. Oh. I like your theme, Xion. Mion is my older sister. My eyes unconsciously widened with surprise from this bizarrely crazy talk. Mion, probably thinking there was no way such a far-fetched excuse would work, turned bright red while fidgeting nervously. Xion? Xion Sonozaki?
Yes, I'm often mistaken for my sister.
But when we met, you had the kind of response that you wouldn't make if you were just meeting for the first time.
That's because my sister is always talking about you, so I knew who you were.
A little bit of cringe-worthy excuse, that is. But when I looked at Mion's eyes, which begged for me to believe her, the urge to tease completely subsided. Yeah, Keiichi, do you feel regrets? Do you regret what you've just done? You just embarrassed a girl that you just met. How dare you? To us, Mion had to be a leader who was normally overflowing with confidence, a guiding force. If I were to lash out at Mion, I would have ruined something I shouldn't have. That was something I would never wish for. So I understand. This foolishness here is something very different from the everyday Mion. That's why she's Xion. I see. In that case, I'm sorry.
Oh no, as long as you understand. My sister has a lot of enemies, you see?
Well now, she's self-aware of that fact now, is she? As I unintentionally laughed aloud, Xion, laughed with me. Xion, is this your first time being a waitress? It doesn't seem like you were used to it.
Actually, today is, Kei-chan is my first customer.
A little flustered after saying that, she quickly asked if it was okay for her to refer to me the same way as her sister did. Seeing that blatant quirk was so cute, I couldn't stop laughing. So you said you worked part-time at your uncle's store before? I thought you would have been more used to it.
Oh, I have other relatives that run shops. That's why this is the first time I'm helping the uncle that owns this place.
I see. Makes sense. Anybody would be tentative doing a job they weren't used to. Does Mion ever help out at the store?
Oh, my sister is. You see, she's not good with these cutesy things.
I know what she's trying to say. And that's right. Mion is more suited for cool things. So I think having you help out here is the right choice.
Huh?
Xion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion. But for Xion, I think it works.
Huh. You mean that...
Xion, like Nana often does, spaced out and turned bright red.
What does that mean, exactly?
At least for this moment, it felt like Xion character actually existed, because there was no way that Mion I knew had this side to her. At that moment, we realized that the more veteran waitress was waving at us from across the room.
Sonozaki-san, you can take your break now.
Man, okay, so... Really? I wonder if, like, work days kind of work differently, because if I am her first customer, and she's already taking a break, maybe she just has... Even then, I don't know. I don't know how work works in Japan.
Oh, okay.
Mion finally returned to her senses. It seemed as if it was time for her to take her break.
Well then, I'll take my leave. It was fun talking to the infamous Kei-chan.
Sorry for mistaking you for Mion and teasing you. Please tell Mion I will have my revenge one day. Ha! The thing where you were forced to dress as a maid and walk around outside, right? That devilish laugh and smile, it was exactly the same as the one I knew. That's right. Tell her that I will return the favor for the total humiliation I suffered.
Bleh. More importantly, I'm going to complain to my sister about the teasing I had to endure today. My sister will have my revenge during your club activities.
Bring it on. I'll get her before she gets me. Mion laughed with a warm smile devoid of any remaining nervousness and disappeared into the back. I felt like I had a very valuable experience today. That's right. For now, I know the high and mighty Mion had a weak point to panic and get embarrassed about. But of all things, for her to say that she has a twin sister? I thought that maybe I could ask Rena tomorrow if she really has a sister. But maybe it's better that I didn't ask. It's a bit mean-spirited. I've decided that the person I met here today was Xion, the younger twin sister. So I'll refrain from doing anything that would deny that. It's not that we actually made a promise or anything, but that little exchange gave birth to a new rule between me and Mion. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. It was my dad. That was a long trip to the washroom. He probably came up with a new idea for an art piece when he was sitting on the can. Keiichi, are you about ready? Let's go home. Settling the bill, my father had his customer card stamped. It was pretty much filled. Damn, Dad, you are quite the regular customer. Was that new waitress just now somebody you know, Kei-chan? Or Keiichi? Oh, so you were watching from the shadows. Dad has the oddest sense of tact sometimes. Somebody from school? From Hinamizawa? Yeah, she's the little sister of my friend Mion. Her school isn't in Hinamizawa, so she must go to the one in town. I've never seen her at my school. So not all the kids of Hinamizawa go to the same school? Only about half. The other half go all the way into town on their bikes. In this way, the feeling that I was really talking to Shion came to me. What should I say to Mion tomorrow? I met your little sister, something like that? Even with Mion being like that. Us having a secret between the two of us made me both a little happy and a little embarrassed.
Ah, scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? I need to break my bottle for a second to grab a little spoon. I put it somewhere. There it is. There we go. I need to stir it up a little bit before I take my next sip. Oh wait, I can put water in there. I'll think about it later. Listen up, everybody. If you don't take cooking seriously, somebody's going to get hurt. This is part of your education as well, so don't fool around and do it seriously. A lazy yeah wafted through the class in response. Half of the school day today was going to be home economics class. The plan was for everybody to make curry rice and give it to the forest rangers who let this building be rented out at school. If everybody were making curry in the same pot, it would have been more of a party-like atmosphere, but this was school after all. Excluding the youngest students, each one of us would be making our own curry with the results being judged. Alright everybody. It may... Whoops, that popped up fast. It may be that nowadays curry is an easy meal that anybody can make, but it has its roots in traditional Indian cuisine. Even though we've altered it a bit in the Japanese style, it's still instilled with the knowledge of and culture of ancient India. Absolutely do not neglect this fact. I'll have words with anybody who doesn't take this seriously, so be prepared for that. That seemed like a needlessly passionate sermon on curry. Well, whatever.
It's rumored that Chie-sensei has devoted her life to curry. She'll probably be a pretty strict judge. As long as you're not failing, your grade in home ec doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter at all. I wouldn't say that if I were you. The teacher is a tyrant when it comes to curry.
What the heck does that even mean? A curry tyrant? Never heard of that before. You see, our normally mild-mannered teacher, for some unfathomable reason, is a stickler for curry. Undeniably so.
Yeah, it's said that every year she goes on a journey to India to research mythical curry. This is just a rumor, but it seems she eats curry rice 3 meals a day, and if she occasionally has something else, it always has to be curry flavored.
That's not unyielding, that's unnatural. Is she part of an evil cult or something? Besides, doesn't curry top the list when it comes to junk food? Curry 3 times a day is just weird nutritionally speaking, and... Thunk, thunk, thunk.
Oh, thank you for hosting, Moki. I didn't even hear that.
Embedded into the table right by my fingertips, a chef's knife, ladle, and spatula hummed gently as they still quivered. The teacher, while still mixing her own pot, was looking this way, smiling. Kei-chan, shh! If you say any more, you'll be sleeping with the fishes. Saying even a little bit more would make my situation a lot more dire. Yeah. Just be serious and make your curry properly and everything's good, alright? Oh no, Crimson, you clipped my pain.
I don't think it's going to be that easy today. Look, Mi-chan is...
It's written all over her face. It's the playing field. If the playing field is even and we're being judged, there's no way this won't turn into a competition. It looks like we're all on the same page. It's a cooking contest! I knew it. There's no way Mion would leave such an enticing event alone.
How shall we determine the victor? By how the teacher judges it.
As if saying, but wait, there's more, the teacher reappeared with the principal in tow. The purpose of today's event is to show appreciation for the people of the Forestry Service, so they'll be judging the results with me. Yep, your teacher and I, as well as 5 people from the Forestry Service, will be judging your cooking. Good luck to everyone. Even the principal? Looking around, it seemed like the interests of everybody in the class had been piqued. So, that's what's happening. This isn't going to be just some casual curry cook-off.
Runa is good at making curry. I'm not going to lose today. My grade in cooking in a group, is cooking in a group, so I'm together with Rika.
That's unfair. I'm pretty sure that Rika is good at cooking.
My curry is so tasty it'll send shivers down your spine.
But what about Mion? She doesn't seem like she's too good at cooking. Her type has always been bad at this kind of thing. But Mion continued to look unconcerned. I'll tell you what Kei-chan is thinking right now. Mion is definitely bad at cooking. Am I right? I don't like the way she said that. It couldn't be. Mion couldn't possibly. At that moment, the teacher's whistle sounded. All right, everybody, are you ready? Be very careful with the knives. Start! The call to arms had sounded. They are gonna mess up their curry. We had to use an outdoor kit to cook the rice, but it wasn't that difficult for a camping veteran like me. Put the rice in the canister, push your palm to the bottom, and fill... Oh, thank you for hosting, Peach. How you doing?
How you doing today?
Push your palm to the bottom and fill with water to just above the wrist.
Are you alright with only that much water? If you don't put in more, it could be bad.
You filthy liar. If I put in any more, it'll be left with some half-cooked porridge. Satsuko, if that's meant to be a trick, it won't work. I'm used to cooking rice with these utensils. First it starts to bubble, and then the steam starts to puff. And don't take off the lid, no matter what.
Keiichi-kun, you're amazing. This is a little unexpected. Did you learn this at summer camp?
My dad really likes to go camping, see?
Thank you for the host, Crimson.
Whenever summer comes around, our family goes a lot. So this means everybody's good at cooking the rice. In other words, the critical part of this challenge will be the curry. I'm having some tic attacks, but I'll be good. So far, so good.
Okay. Hopefully they pass before too long. Curry is Rika's specialty. We'll cream you all.
You lost me at Rika's. Why don't you help with the cooking too?
Maybe Satsuko-chan is helping the most by doing nothing at all. If the end justifies the means, I just have to win.
That was a pretty malicious comment from Nena. And Satsuko took it hook, line, and sinker. Nena could only apologize between fits of laughter while Satsuko chases her around. Well now, should we move on to the curry? For now, the battle truly begins. After rinsing off the carrots, potatoes, and other standard vegetables, I grasped the knife.
What will today's curry taste like?
As Rena hummed along, her very well-practiced hands wielded her knife. The rhythmical sounds of the knife hitting the cutting board harkened the kind images of days long past. Simply put, it was perfect. It was so calm and practiced. I seriously don't stand a chance. I looked over at Setsuko and Rika-chan. He says he's going to fix it, but so far it's looking so good. Oh no! Oh, I'm so excited to see. I'll have to look at it when I take my break, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited that you're getting a model. Setsuko was in charge of washing the vegetables, while Rika-chan was in charge of peeling them. This is what I heard being discussed, but Rika-chan's knife skills were something else as well. She was happily rotating the potato and peeling it quite quickly. On top of that, the peels spanned the entire potato. What was that called again? Katsurama muki? I've heard that peeling a vegetable in one loop around is highly regarded technique. She picked it up from the peel of the sink and carved a pair of eyes into it with her knife.
It's a snake. Right.
Saying that, she placed the longly peeled potato skin on top of the head of the boy from her group. She wasn't even breaking a sweat. When it comes to Rika-chan and cooking, I couldn't even hold a candle to her. But roar? Do snakes make that sound? Alright then, how's Mion doing? She's definitely fumbling along. There's no way she could peel a potato so effortlessly like that. Absolutely no way! This can't be. You've got to be kidding me! This is a trick! She's using special effects! Where's the wire? She's definitely using a wire!
Here, take a look-see.
As if she had already won, Mion proudly showed me the elongated potato skin.
You didn't know, Keiichi? Mi was taught to cook by her grandma. Not just cooking. From sewing to flower arrangement to playing the koto, from marksmanship to radio operation, even helicopter piloting, but is one of the myriad of things she can do.
Strangely enough, the latter items were more realistic. It was the first few on the list that seemed like a lie.
She's actually really good at cooking. It's just such a hassle that she never does it though.
Damn it. I'm also really good at cooking, especially Chinese food.
Keiichi, boiling something and pouring it into a bowl doesn't count as cooking.
They really came out like, Keiichi, just because you can make pasta doesn't mean you can cook. Also, I take offense. Shot down before I can even say it.
Oh, ho, ho. Too bad for you. Today, Keiichi-san should be assuredly languishing in defeat all alone.
Clink. Tough words from someone who can't even cook by herself.
Pika! There. I'll destroy Keiichi for you.
Just because you know how to put ramen in boiling water doesn't count either, Keiichi. Yeah. God, this does not look good. Everybody is smirking at me. Don't raise the white flag yet, Keiichi Maebara. Don't throw away this match. Calm down and think. Not about how to peel those potatoes well, but about how to win this challenge. There's too many people watching. I'm going to work with another sink. Saying only that, I gathered up all the vegetables and left the spot behind.
Will Keiichi-kun be alright? I'm worried he might cut himself with his knife.
Let's see what Kei-chan is doing. No matter how hard I tried peeling these, if I slip up with the speed, I'll lop my fingers right off. Then, there's only one thing left to do. Tometa-kun, Okamura-kun. Oh, you guys were in the group before, huh? It was the two underclassmen that had become my sworn brothers ever since the event at that toy store last Sunday. They had been paired with two girls of their group. Yep, both the girls were pretty good at cooking. So both of us can just mess around and we'll be okay. Haha, lol, sketchpad broke. What? No, what? Your art program broke? Oh no. I hope it's easy to fix. Both of them pointed at the girls. They're not as good as Rena, but they were both good enough at handling a knife. I'll get straight to the point. At this rate, I'm going to lose this contest. Give me the vegetables your group has peeled already. Maebara-san, that's pretty much theft. But depending on what's in it for us. In other words, it depends on the terms of negotiation. Oh, the actual drawing pad. Oh no, the tablet? Oh no, Cave. Cave, no. In other words, it depends on the terms of negotiation. I'm so sorry to hear that, Cave. Man, you've been having really bad luck lately. I'm so sorry. I wish I could... I was gonna say I wish I could give you some of mine, but I don't really have much right now to give away. I'm sorry, Cave. Quite bold of you guys. Well, that's to be expected. Then let's do this. If I win, I'll let you eat the curry that Satoko and Rika-chan's group makes. How about that? I don't know about that. Both of them were hesitant after such a weighty proposal. Just one more little puss seems in order. Very well then. Let's make them an offer they can't refuse. I pulled both of them close by the shoulders and made my offer in a hushed tone. But Cave, if you need to go about buying a new one, I highly suggest Huion. They are very inexpensive. You should be able to get like a basic one for, I think the cheapest one's like $20. If not cheaper. But definitely look into them. They are really good drawing pads. So yeah. Of course. That includes the part that Satoko and Rika-chan have already eaten some of. I'll even throw in the spoons. Gross! Splooge. A red mist spouted vigorously from the noses of the two underclassmen.
Keiichi-san is also pretty good at this. Those are some very nice potatoes.
Having brilliantly cleared the vegetable peeling challenge, I returned to my comrades in triumph.
Wow, amazing, amazing! Keiichi-kun's peeling is really good.
That's not quite right. What Kei-chan has bared isn't a potato, but his fangs. Yeah, I'm super serious about this. I'll crush you all! Having finished with preparing the vegetables, next is to boil a pot of water, then add the vegetables in order which takes longest to cook. I learned this part from my mother when we went camping, but just cooking in order, it probably won't garner a lot of points. Look over at Rena. She had a variety of vegetables cooking together in a delicate balance. She wasn't being ambitious or calculating in a way to win the game. She was making delicious food with the mother's touch. I have a feeling that I could somehow compete with Neon in terms of technique, but it would be no match for Rena. She was way out of my league.
When my mother makes curry, you see, she always uses a lot of ingredients. That's why Nana's curry uses a lot of ingredients as well. I really wanted to take all night and stew it nice and slow.
I beg of you, will you please help just a little with my curry?
No! This is one of our club activities. Rena won't lose.
When she enters club mode, even the normally kind Rena becomes an enemy. Looks like Rika-chan is cooking apples as well. She's like a pro at this. How about Mion? What? Mion, you... What the heck is that? Where did you get the meat from? I predicted that what we would be doing today by looking at the schedule, so I prepared accordingly. My curry is going to be marvelous. Upon closer inspection, it looks like Mion brought her own vegetables and spices and other ingredients. They were spread all over the place. Mion, just for today, you brought all this stuff from your house. Objection! Chia-sensei, there's no way this is allowed, is it? Objection overruled. As long as it makes for a delicious curry, anything goes. For that normally serious teacher to go so far as to append a star at the end of her sentence. How do you do that verbally? Just as the rumor said, she's a through and through curry freak. Rena and Rika-chan are naturally gifted chefs. I've come with thorough preparations. And? Kei-chan, what about you? It's hopeless. In the grand scheme of cooking, peeling the vegetables is only a small part of it. The hurdles I must overcome are just too numerous and too high. Maibata-san, over here. Turning around, I saw the voices calling belonged to the two underclassmen from earlier, Tomitake-kun and Okamura-kun. What's up, you guys? What's up with that pot? Is that from your group? Switch this with your pot before somebody notices. I think that the curry from the girls our group made, at the very least, is better than what you could make. You guys, for me? Just don't get the wrong idea. Keiichi should make it super spicy, and that is a revenge, but then he'd lose points. Don't get the wrong idea. If you don't win, then that is... Oh, that's right. If I don't win, then the talk of eating Satoko and Rika-chan's curry goes straight out the window. It seems like you guys are getting riled up about this too. Sorry, I'm in your debt, but I'm surprised the girls in your group agreed to do this. Maibata-san, we're also serious about this. filling in on day duty 3 times. These guys, to assure me victory, have paid the price. That gaze filled with burning conviction from my underclassmen. Yeah, I'm not fighting this alone. I'm fighting this with everyone. Leave it to me. Save some room, boys. I'll definitely let you eat your fill. We shall be eagerly awaiting your victory. It's a gas stove, so controlling the heat is easy. All that's left is to let it stew a bit. The delicious smell of curry began wafting upwards. The pot gifted to me by the 2 underclassmen certainly drew some double takes. Nana even looked surprised when she came to take a look, so it must be pretty good. Kei-chan, you're pretty good. It looks like this will be a good match right to the bitter end. How did nobody notice him switching out the pots, though? That's what I'm curious about. Rena wants to eat
Kei-chan's curry. Curry!
Rena's curry and Mion's curry, too. Everybody's a worthy opponent. I've done my very best, but I'm not sure of the outcome.
Keiichi-san, Rika's calling you. Go see what she wants.
What? Rika-chan's calling me? What could it be? Well, whatever. While I'm at it, I can gather some intelligence on the enemy. Rika-chan was doodling on the ground in front of the pot, because all that's left is to let it stew. Even then, it's good to know that she doesn't have to leave the stove, leave the stove unattended. Hey, Rika-chan, how's yours doing?
It's Mr. Curry.
Huh? Rika-chan was doodling something strange and introduced it as Mr. Curry.
Mr. Curry is amazing. He shoots beams from his eyes. Pew, pew.
Apparently, Mr. Curry shoots beams from his eyes. Drawing a beam with a stick, she etched a line towards my feet. Does this mean I've been shot with a laser? Whoa! Barrier! Beam reflect! I took another stick in my hand and reflected the beam, striking Mr. Curry. Mr. Curry can shoot missiles from his stomach.
Mr. Curry can shoot missiles from his stomach. Pshoo.
Hooah! My but a super electromagnetic barrier and retaliatory beam!
Mr. Curry absorbs the beam energy and fires his impulse wave cannon.
Rika-chan and I scratched to the ground, thoroughly engrossed in our doodle war. Wait a moment. Hey, Rika-chan. You called me here for a reason, right?
Yes, I called you. But I've already fulfilled my purpose.
At that moment, a chill ran up my spine. Already fulfilled her purpose? They got me! I headed back to my pot. Standing there, just as I feared, was Satoko. With no questions asked, I drop-kicked the back of her head. She is so small, Keiichi, you could hurt her.
Well, what do you think you're doing? You know better than to do that to a lady's head.
Who cares about that? Satoko, did you mix something in my curtain?
How impertinent. I haven't fallen that far. Despite what you may think, I'm a fair person, you know.
Then what's this incomprehensible line of ladles and plates? Oh yeah, gender equality, that makes sense, yeah. But still, like, height difference. That's like if you were to drop kick me, Cave. Leaving them all in these unstable positions. If they fall over, what will you do? At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, knocking over a ladle that stood up on its end. The ladle, like a domino, fell over and knocked over the next cooking utensil in a row. Whap, 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 whap. Clink, clink. Thud, thud. This is art. Come to think of it, Domino World record challenges were quite the rage on television a while back. Why are you talking about this? Kei-chan, the frying pan! I didn't even have time to react. The chain reaction knocked over a cutting board, then a frying pan. The next after that was my pot. Crash! The fry pan struck my pot full force, tipping it over. The contents cruelly spilled out, and now my masterpiece was being sampled by the schoolyard. I stared, dumbfounded. It was just a beautiful and elaborate mousetrap for that moment. I lost touch with reality.
Oh my, this is a catastrophe. I didn't do anything, you hear me? Ah, ha, 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 ha.
At the very last moment, I had let my guard down. I ignored the culinary incompetent Satoko for far too long. Even if she couldn't cook, Satoko still had this method of fighting back. Just then, Lena, who had been sampling her own pot, let out a scream.
Oh, what? Rena's curry is salty? Salty? Was Rena also sabotaged?
Was Lena also sabotaged? Then what about Mion? My rice is salty. I've been had.
With this, all the obstacles in my way have been taken care of before the fight even begins. All that effort wasted. So sad, so sad. So very, very sad.
Rika-chan and Satoko rubbed my dumbfounded head to their heart's content. Well, pushing the desks together, it was about time for the meals to be judged. The delicious odor of curry spread throughout the courtyard. The members of the forestry service, to whom we owed gratitude for their daily work, were guided to their seats. The principal gave a bit of ceremonial introduction. Next, the teacher expressed her desire for them to judge the curry contest. The men from the forestry service seemed to like that kind of thing and gave their enthusiastic approval. Well then, has everybody finished? We'll now have all the judges sample your cooking. Everybody in the class brought up their painstakingly made curry and arranged them on the desk. The only club members who managed a decent result were Rika-chan's group. Knowing full well it was a failure, Rena plated her curry for the judges. She already knew she was going to get a low score. Aw, man. Man, too bad that they were doing the club activities, because, they could just be like, okay, so Mion, your curry, done. Keiichi, it fell over, done. Combine Mion's curry, that wasn't salty, with Rena's rice, you get a good curry. But at that point, she was able to stave hers. Both Mion's and my curry were completely obliterated, so we couldn't even line up on the table. Oh, I thought it was just your rice that was salty. The judges started from the curry made by the lower grades. They had a lively discussion, praising the food. Finally, it was our curry's turn. Next up is Ryugu-kun's curry. Yes, this looks quite appetizing. The principal cheerfully shoveled a spoonful of Rena's salty curry into his mouth. Okay, that's why I was confused. Why did you use like a kun? Because that's usually like a male honorific, isn't it? Very weird. Of course, his expression immediately changed. Oh my, what happened, Ryugu-san? It seemed so delicious when you were cooking it. Chie-sensei must have had some expectations, judging from her disappointment.
I'm sorry. I might have added a bag of salt by accident.
The rest of the judges grimaced after they had a bite. I feel sorry for them. Failure is but the seasoning for success. I'm looking forward to next time. Do your best. Saying that, the principal devoured the rest of the oversalted curry in one go. Truly a man amongst men. Rena was down and out. Her offensive compatibilities were something else, but she was defeated due to her weak defense.
Well then, please savor our curry next.
I see that Furude-san's group put a lot of effort into their curry. Let's see here. It's simple, but very nicely done. There was also the incident with Rena's salted curry right before this, so the judge's assessment was extraordinarily high. Maybe not just extraordinarily, but perhaps today's forerunner? The judges began a heated debate. One of the judges let out a sigh as he removed a chunk of carrot with a spoon. Yes, this kid's curry really isn't half bad, but I don't like carrots, you see. Personally, I think that carrots are a staple of curry, but I guess to each their own. However, seeing that, Rika-chan read the nameplate out of the chest of his coveralls and began to speak.
That's no good, Kyoji. You have to eat your carrots.
What is she saying all of a sudden? Everybody turned to Rika-chan with a stunned look, but what Rika-chan just did was super effective. The carrot-hating judge began stuffing his face with curry while tears streamed down his face.
Kyoji, there's seconds if you want them.
Mommy! While crying like that, he continued to shovel curry in his mouth. That's right, Rika-chan's curry was by no means simple. No, that curry had the taste of a mother's cooking. With the carrot-hating judge out of the picture, Rika-chan's assessment was unanimous.
Nobody can stand up to Rika's curry.
Setsuko left off a shrill laugh as she declared victory. But at that moment... Don't be fooled, my esteemed judges. Don't be deceived into thinking that this meager slop is the taste of a mother can provide. What you people actually wanted to eat was this kind of curry, wasn't it? Oh! All of a sudden, in its perfect glory. Mion's curry. Not only the judges, but the teacher and the underclassmen, of course myself, could only gasp in admiration. Hamburg steak with a demi-glace sauce and a fresh salad. When did you get a time to make a salad? It's a set. It wouldn't be stretching it to say that this was a full course meal. It's perfect. Perfectly made.
Amazing! Amazing! Mi-chan, you're amazing! Mi-chan, you're amazing!
Setoko was also shocked. Even Nika-chan couldn't hide her surprise. It seems the victor was decided without even needing a taste. Of course, the hamburger was hand-kneaded. The salad also had a homemade dressing, but of professional quality, and the curry not even a micron of grit. This is sublime, truly a taste to savor, Sonozaki-san. This curry is no doubt a living testimony to 6,000 years of Indian knowledge and beautiful harmony with Japanese cuisine. I'm elated. This deserves full marks. I'm giving it 100 points.
Aw, you're welcome.
I'm just trying to set an example as class representative. Mion bowed politely, and then winked at us with a smirk on her face.
I'll admit defeat. There's no way this is happening. I'm certain I sabotaged that pot of rice.
That's right. Setoko had dumped salt into Mion's rice cooker, which should have ruined it. At that moment, it hit me. I spun backwards towards my own canister. That's why! So I get partial credit, right? I don't get the Batsu game. It's just Rena. At some point, my cooking canister had been opened, its contents completely emptied. Damn you, Mion! You used my rice! That's not fair! Hand over half of your curry! Mion clucked her tongue and waved her finger at me with a smirk washed over her face. Whoa there, Kei-chan, you're not taking this seriously enough. You gave up at the last moment. I didn't. That's the difference between us. As soon as you gave up, it's all over. I couldn't even properly voice my shame.
Mi-chan, I feel sorry for Keiichi-kun. Just give him at least a little.
It's fine, it's fine. This is a lesson. Kei-chan just learned that you shouldn't give up on the contest until it's all over, right? It loathes me to say it, but Mion is right. I gave up so quickly on the match. It was my own folly. For Mion to have brought that to my attention, I should actually be thankful to her. Well then, did that mean that even in this situation, I shouldn't give up? So when you say take this seriously, they want you to cheat in order to win. Yeah, that's how he won the board game. So that's what they want. My curry was overturned while it was still in the pot, and I didn't even have any rice left. How in the blazes am I not supposed to lose hope in this situation? Maebara-san, Tometake-kun and Okamura-kun suddenly appeared. Damn it. Even though my proteges had tried so hard, I wasn't able to meet their expectations. It was an accident. There was nothing you could do. Both of them were dejected. God, I couldn't accept defeat so easily. I was their senior. What would I be if I didn't pick up the broken pieces of the dream I had shown them? I just learned it from Mion just now, didn't I? Don't throw away the contest. Not until the last moment. Think, Keiichi Maebara. Think. Not about how to make more curry, about how to win the match. Ah! I had an idea. I didn't think it could turn the tables, but it was better than nothing. Tometo-kun, come and wash your hands. Help me out. Okamura-kun, there's something I want you to find. Okay, gotcha. Both of them dispersed after receiving these instructions. How is Kei-chan going to flounder about the end? Why don't you show me? Do a Keiichi fighting for others, for the promise is true power.
Yeah! Nobody likes a stubborn fool, you know.
Shut up. Just sit there and watch the last card I have to play. First off, Mion, I'll be taking some of your rice. Won't let you say no. I don't really care. It's salty after all. It's okay if Rena helps too, right?
It's okay if Rena helps too, right? Keiichi-kun is in trouble right now.
Hearing you say that is very reassuring. Well then, Rena, go make some tea.
doesn't trust me.
Next, Satoko. Also, Rika-chan. I challenge you to a side bet.
Oh, what did you say? We'll listen to your request.
This was my duty to the two proteges who shed blood, sweat, and tears for my sake. Satoko, Rika-chan, if I receive a perfect score, I'll be taking your curry. Nothing for you to eat!
You need to know when to stop joking around. I'll be giving a big no to that.
No, it's alright, Satoko. Take him on it. Firmly patting the top of Satoko's head, Mion said these words with all the gravitas of a club president. You handicapped him this much, didn't you? There's no way he can make up for that. So meet him head on. No matter how hard he struggles, he's not going to make a comeback, right?
That may be true, but I don't mind. Keiichi, go for it. Nipa.
I'm really sad that they translated out her nipas. So I have to just kind of put it where I feel is right. The judges, seemingly growing tired of sampling the various curries, were debating each entry. From what little I overheard, it seemed that Mion's impending victory was not in question. By the way, what happened to Maebara-kun's curry? I still haven't tried it yet. Yeah, the pot with my curry in it fell over. Is that so? That's a real shame. I may have lost my curry. But that doesn't mean I've lost this contest. I'll have everyone singing my praises. My combative posturing had drawn the attention of all the judges. First of all, just be quiet and eat these, please. I'll listen to your complaints after that. This is my cooking! Maebara-kun, that's... onigiri, huh? The judges smiled wearily at the sample fare that was quite in contrast of the preceding bravado. Rena poured tea into the cup she had brought over from the break room.
He's making a mockery of this. There, look! There's not even any filling. There's nothing more than salted onigiri. That's not even worthy of being called a contest anymore. It's true, the amount of salt might be a little much, but...
Rena's expression told me she thought this was a great idea, but it might not be enough to win the match. Maebara-san, is this really enough to make a comeback? Gentlemen, you did well. It's alright. Just watch. The judges were chewing with their mouth full and sipping on the tea. Nobody was singing praises or awestruck. They were just quietly chowing down. It seems that Kei-chan has learned how to use some rather underhanded tricks. This might be difficult.
Yeah, that's right. Rena understands that now, too. Well, what do you mean? Why is everybody just quietly eating that much?
You see, Satoko-san, that's because the judges are actually tired of eating curry. Because they were judges, they had to sample each and every offering, and because they were from small children, because they were made to show their appreciation, they couldn't eat just a little bit of each. So what happened last time, I remember they were trying to kill Kei-chan, so what happened? So with each chapter, it's a different time loop. It's hard to explain it into too much detail because it hasn't shown it in the game itself, so I don't want to go into too much spoilers. But yeah, they're just having a fun time making curry. Everybody's still fun, happy time friends. Sometimes a man values the amount more than the taste. At these times, rather than rich, mind-blowing flavor, they crave simplicity. They couldn't say it out loud, but this was the tastiest thing they've had today. I confirmed that by looking at their eyes as the judges smiled wearily. I'll praise your efforts, but today's contest was about curry. I'm not sure we can give a score to this. The teacher and the principal had folded their arms while they pondered the situation. My underlings, seeing that, saw the small glimmer of hope fade away, and grew dejected. Was this little surprise just not enough? Don't give up, Kei-chan, Mion whispered quietly. That's right. If I didn't push here... No. I'll have you give it a score. If you think that curry and onigiri are really that different, you're sorely mistaken. Huh? Maebara-kun, what are you saying? How are they the same? The principal stopped the teacher. They looked like he was giving me a final score. The judges, having eaten their fill, quietly waited for my statement. In this homeland of India, curry is usually eaten with a type of bread called naan, isn't it? Therefore, you could say this cuisine we call curry rice is something that we have adopted and modified. Just as the teacher said at the beginning, it's a fusion of Indian and Japanese cuisine. I know what you're trying to say, Maibara-kun, but what does this have to do with onigiri? That's actually very simple. Both curry and onigiri are things to let you enjoy eating rice. Rice was introduced to Japan from ancient China. Our agricultural forebears watered the fields, fighting the elements, disease, and pests to grow and rise our rice-centric culture. Everything goes to heck after the Watan Nagashi festival each time. Yeah, sometimes a little bit before. The Japanese people have formulated a plethora of dishes, but those were nothing more than the attempts to find ways to enjoy eating rice. In other words, curry and onigiri are both the results of rice culture. It was scattered at first, but slowly grew into a steady roar. It was a thunderous applause that praised me.
Enough with this nonsense already. I won't accept this. The teachers were only judging curry, you know. This is out of the question. It obviously deserves 0 points. Miss Keiichi-kun did his best. Could you please acknowledge that?
Today's class was supposed to be about curry. What should we do? Mion, stifling her laughter, stepped forward. There's a story about how when a Michelin 3-star chef from France came to Japan, the people from the hotel he was staying at had a whole bunch of ingredients from France imported, but the chef didn't even give them a second glance.
I wonder why that was. They were ingredients from his homeland.
The chef went to the local fish market and made a dish from the fresh fish caught in Japan. The culture of food wasn't bound by predetermined rules. It's culture. If you come to Japan, you meld with Japanese culture and make something new. That's how curry and onigiri are the same. Mion. She was providing fire support. I had to be grateful. The judges were somehow moved by this complicated yet baseless trivia. A stern look washed over the teacher's face as she refolded her arms. Maibara-kun, your pot of curry was flipped over, wasn't it? Even though I said at the beginning to be careful. I'm sorry, but as Maibara-kun and Sonozaki said, there are no boundaries in cuisine. If it's something that can amaze people, then it's not something that should be discriminated against just because of the form. Then... For spilling your pot, minus 20 points. But, just for today, for not giving up and doing your best, plus 20 points. I'll give you 100 points. Maibara-san, we did it! My underclassmates leapt at me. A perfect score! We did it! We did it! The curry was spilt and our rice was taken, but we made a comeback. In the end, Rika-chan's curry also received full marks, so everybody but Rena had a perfect score. Since this contest was outside the scope of regular club activities, there wasn't any particular penalty game. Rena breathed a sigh of relief.
Now then, as
promised, Satoko, Rika-chan, I'll be taking your curry.
But that means we won't have any lunch. Ah!
Satoko stopped angrily at the ground in frustration, but the price of defeat was absolute. Yeah, poor Rena. But at least she doesn't get a Batsu game. Is what I wanted to say. But I'll show you some mercy. You can eat half.
Thank you, Keiichi.
My two protégés peered over from the sidelines, tears of joy streaming from their faces. We exchanged glances that would only be understood amongst men. We did it, Maibara-san. This is all thanks to you. We flashed each other a thumbs up. Now, I just have to give these to my pupils. I've gotten pretty hungry myself. I guess I'll have one of my onigiri. But, huh? There was no trace of my onigiri. The ones I had set aside for myself included. As I peered around searching for them, the principal clapped a hand on my shoulder. Gah! When I was listening to that speech you gave, the rice I was chewing grew even more delicious. Gah! Could it be that you also ate my share? Gah! The principal simply laughed without answering. Seriously? My eyes half brimming with tears and my stomach grumbling. I was called over by the teacher. Maibara-kun, because of the circumstances, I had to give you a perfect score, but You understand, right? Huh? Understand what? There was an odd glint in the teacher's eyes. If I had to describe it, it was curry-colored. Like a pot of stewing curry. Her eyes whirled around in a spiral. A chill washed over me. The teacher clutched me by my shoulders and drew me in closer until our noses were almost touching. Curry is the world's most respected and sacred of dishes. I will absolutely not allow it to be put in the same category as onigiri. You hear me? Curry was created in ancient India, one of the 4 great river valley civilizations, and was raved about during the reign of King Ashoka in Katabaza for the birth of the Shakya and the International Food Expo. Macklin, twirly twirly, even the Eiffel Tower was pickled in shimmering curry, turmeric, whether you were asleep or awake. Curry, 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 curry. Well then. I must stir my tea and... Was that art glitched for a second there? I could have sworn it was broken. Oh. Okay. Not too cinnamony.
Keiichi-san, what are you stumbling around for? Cleaning up is a part of cooking too. Keiichi-kun, your eyes are curried. Why is that? Why?
Curry, curry, curry. Yikes.
She got him, huh?
Okay, I guess my eyes are just doing weird things. It's okay. I'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Probably. It wasn't that long before hunger brought me back to my senses. I took a little sip a little early. Yeah, curry. Curry, curry, curry. In the end, all of the onigiri was eaten by the principal, so I had to make do without lunch. Skipping lunch, I never knew the afternoon could be so long and painful. A feeling other than drowsiness made me space out.
Are you alright, Keiichi-kun? That's why I said you shouldn't eat Rena's curry.
As if I could eat this curry with enough salt in it to make my blood pressure rise just by looking at it, is what I said as I initially refused. I could only regret it. The hunger. The stomach ache. Well. You did a great job making it through. Your absolutely hopeless situation, that is. Kei-chan, you're pretty strong when you're cornered, eh? I don't need any compliments right now. I need food. There's something for you to eat at home, right? We don't keep snacks laying around at home, and I'm out of cup noodles right now. Since you're enduring that hunger so much right now, I'm sure tonight's dinner will be pretty tasty. I had absolutely no intention of laughing along. Well then, I'll take my leave. I have my part-time job again today. It's really rough when you're not used to the work. Ah, that job at the Angelmore family restaurant, huh? That uniform was somewhat stimulating. Being a waitress really is hard work.
Eh? Mi-chan is working as a waitress? Really? Really? What kind of place is it?
No, I'm working at that toy store from the other day. Shion is the waitress. Ah, my bad. I completely forgot that was how it ended up being. Okay, so there is this weird thing. So she got on the bike to go to her part-time job to work for her uncle. Her uncle was working at the toy shop that they were already at. So where was she going? Where was she going? Do, 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 do. I completely forgot that that's how it ended up being. I'm sorry. You guys look so similar, I mixed you up.
Keiichi-kun? Who's Shion?
Nana asked the obvious question. Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion. That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality. I think that's when you guys were born. Shion got all the feminine aspects. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl.
Kei-chan?
Banana interjected as her eyes darted back and forth from our exchange.
Is that true? Nana's never met her. Mi-chan, did you ever tell me you had a younger sister?
Shion's existence was apparently being exposed as a cover-up. I couldn't help Mion out here. I could only have her end the charade. Oh yeah, I still haven't introduced you to her, Rena. My younger sister's name is Shion. I don't know, I didn't ask.
I never met her when I went to Mi-chan's place. It was me talking, not Kei-chan.
Yeah, that. You know, I'm the only one that lives with Granny. Shion lives at the family home in Okinawa. We're not that close, so yeah, she doesn't come here too often. Rena's face indicated she wasn't sure if she was convinced. She was usually a bit of an airhead, but she was unusually sharp when it came to these kinds of things. Well, it's not a lie. Please believe me. As she said, yeah, I believe you. A smile suddenly blossomed on Rena's face.
Rena wants to meet her. I'll go around and see her sometime. What store is she working at? What store?
That is... she's getting more tangled in her little web. I could tell that Mion was getting increasingly frantic. I wanted to help her out, but it was hard for an outsider to butt in on family issues. Sorry. I have to get to work. Later. Kei-chan, see you tomorrow. Unilaterally ending the conversation, Mion headed home. No matter how I looked at it, she was running away. We'll just label this as an emergency escape.
Mi-chan was kind of cute. I wonder why.
Rena's giggling in amusement. Hopefully the scene changes here soon. I need to take a break. My eyes are doing weird things right to me right now. I wonder when dinner is. Would lying down be the best way to conserve energy? I sprawled in the entryway without even taking off my shoes. As I was losing the last vestiges of my consciousness, the doorbell rang. It seemed I had a guest. Come on in. It's open. I directed my listless voice at the door. Good afternoon. Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing? It seemed my guest was Mion, or rather Shion. She seemed shocked when she saw me sprawled on the entryway. Is that Shion? Wait, why? I thought that Shion's existence was an illusion that was limited to when Mion was at the restaurant. That's why I never even considered that Shion would appear here. I heard from my sister. Because of club activities today, you weren't able to eat lunch, right? Yeah, it was a lot of trouble. Satsuko spilled my pot and you stole my rice. But I'm Shion. She grew red and began to mope. That's right, she was the younger twin right now. Sorry. What's up? Did you bring something for me to eat?
Oh my, it's something disappointing that you hit the nail. It's somehow disappointing that you hit the nail on the head. But here.
With a disappointed smile, Shion held out a small bento box she had hidden behind her back. Huh? You really brought something to eat? Thanks. There was still some on the ground beef left over from when my sister brought to school. I knew it was going to be right before dinner, but I wondered if you'd want it? Am I bothering you? Not even a bit. I'm really happy. Can I really eat this? Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is this really okay? There's not a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right? Jeez, I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. I'll just go home and eat it myself. Saying that, she pouted cutely and made a motion as if to snatch the box back. There was some times that made me doubt that she was the same person as Mion, and this was undoubtedly one of those moments. I don't mind at all. I want to chow down on it with thanks from the bottom of my heart. It's not something to be thankful about that your nose has to run. Shion, who had thought I might not take the bento, looked down happily. There's not much, but you want to come in? I could probably make some tea or something. Sorry, maybe some other time? I'm on my way to work. Oh, that's right. She did say that before. Just rinse the box out with water and give it back to my sister tomorrow, please. Of course. It would only be the proper thing to do after being allowed to eat something that looks just delicious. Well then, I'll take my leave.
Ah, well, one last thing.
Shion grew red before it as she looked down once more.
During that contest with the curry, my sister took your rice without permission, right? My sister fools around too much, so sometimes she gets carried away. She wasn't doing it just to be mean.
Hey, it's not like I mind it that much. There are no grudges when it comes to club activities, after all. In fact, I should be the one that's thankful for all the thrills and excitement. Could you tell that to Mion for me?
Yes, I think. My sister will be very happy to hear that. Well then, I have to go.
Shion smiled brightly. I really need to, give her Mion's voice as well, but then there's, a whole bunch of characters that sound like me. After bowing deeply, she left as she looked at her watch. I'm happy, but is this really okay? I looked at the bento as she left behind. A faint warmth spread through the palm of my hand. If it were Mion, I could see hot sauce, mustard, or even a needle being mixed inside, but really I don't think she would go as far as putting a needle in there. Who would put a needle anywhere? Really? Who would put a needle in food? That would never happen, ever. I opened the box once again and hesitantly tasted a bit. I took a bite, and another. There was no funny business. There was no danger at all. For it was delicious. That's right. That was Shion, not Mion. So there shouldn't be anything to worry about.
They were meat buns, not macarons.
But yeah, it is very weird to have PSD over that very specific instance that never happened, I rushed back to my room, eating as I gave them my thanks. It was so delicious that my stomach could cry. Shion. No, Mion. When she heard I was so hungry I could die, she brought this over to me. It was delicious to the last bite. By the way, nothing strange had been mixed in. I was a bit embarrassed at myself for being so skeptical.
What a nice day. Home. Taking a little sippy sip of water.
Or maybe they weren't meat buns. They were some kind of buns, though. It was delicious. Okay, we're gonna save. Hydration around the nation, yes. And so, I am going to switch over to my chatting screen real quick because I need to take a break. My eyes are doing something. I need to take something. I think there's maybe a migraine that's wanting to start and I really don't want it to. So let me get words on screen starting on here. Now we'll take a little 10-minute break. I'm gonna get it all ready. Plus it's always good to get up and stretch a little bit. Let me see, words. Let's make sure it's all stretched to the right dimensions. Something's kind of off with it. There we go. Okay. Take a break, get a warm washcloth and place it over your eyes. Okay, I will do that because I don't get migraines too often, so I don't know how to deal with them most of the time. So we will switch over to this. And so I will be back here in a bit. We can have the Higurashi going in the background, that's not too bad. Okay. So, let me make sure it's all gonna be ready for me to do this. And oh, that was a very weird sounding pop.
Hello, I am back. I put on the warm thing on my eyes, so now my eyes look better. However, I decided to put on some blue light filter glasses, and my tracking does not like that. I can no longer blink. At least most of the time. So, I also can't open my eyes really wide. So, you know, it is what it is. The things I gotta do to have my eyes IRL be okay. You know, it is a small sacrifice. So, I will go ahead and have this go. Cause, you know, it wasn't gonna go past level 1 there. Hey, later, maybe help me set up. Yes, I will definitely help you. It's so exciting. I took a look at it during my break. It turned out really good. Did he fix the tail thing? But yeah, either way, it is very nice. I will definitely help. This is so exciting. Okay, but for now, we will continue. But yes, probably I'll take a break after stream and then I'll help you get that all set up. Because I'll more than likely I'm gonna have to make dinner after this, but you know. I might have explained this before, but physical education, like phys ed, that doesn't have a good mouthfeel. At our school is really just an exercise in disorder. After some random warm-ups and the rest of the time is spent doing whatever. You're free to cause a ruckus or just fall asleep. I'm not really sure, but doesn't the Board of Education have some sort of curriculum for this? Something like this. When you're this old, you should have this amount of physical activity?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Keiichi-san. It's rather difficult to understand. Well, you see, it's something like a rule for teachers to follow during class.
Maybe weakling city folk need something like that. But do you really think us country-raised kids would lag behind in physical activity? Or ability, rather.
We're better athletes than you would think, Keiichi.
Come to think of it, you might be right. We all lined up for a race, or if we all lined up for a race, there was a good chance I'd finish dead last if I didn't start off well. Let's just pray that a brutal penalty game is at stake. The 100-meter dash isn't a club activity. On that note, I watched too much television, so I'm fantastically tired.
I'll be using this time to catch up on my sleep. It's fourth period and I'm completely starved. If I don't sleep now, when will I ever? As I began to sprawl out on top of a pipe, Mion grabbed me by the collar. Do you really think I'll let you sleep in peace and quiet? With that look on your face, I'd require more than courage to try and take a nap than not. Good grief. Which means, is this going to start again? Now, just killing time with idle chit-chat until the bell rings is impossible for us hot-blooded youth, isn't it? Shall we start a club activity? Just as I thought it's come to this. What's today's game? Now that this is happening, taking a nap is impossible. Not just that, but with this sleep-deprived head of mine, I'm as good as mincemeat. I have to get my brain into gear.
Anana thinks we should decide what today's penalty game should be before we start.
Nana knows what's up. I've prepared something super special today. She began to announce a cruel penalty game with a grand spinning flourish, but before she could do that...
I'm sorry. I have something I wanted to do.
Of all people, it was Rika-chan announcing her non-participation. Even rare events do eventually occur. Losing her timing, Mion spun like a top as she tumbled to the ground. What? What's the matter? Are you not feeling well?
Oh, that's right. Mi-chan, she has to practice for Watanagashi.
I am curious. Let me turn off my ring light. Maybe that'll let me... Okay, that kind of... It doesn't help with my eye widening thing, but it helps me blink at least. Maybe that'll also help my migraine.
That's right. It's this Sunday. Rika is in the middle of super serious training right now.
I've been working
too hard lately, so my arms hurt.
I see. Well, there's nothing that can be done. There's no point in doing anything if we can't get everybody together. Today, let's just take it easy.
I'm very sorry, but I'll try my best. Yeah, good luck. We'll be cheering you on.
When Mion announced that today's club activity was cancelled, Rika-chan and Setsuko headed off behind the school building. Only I was left alone, completely clueless as to what everybody was talking about. What was that about? Is Rika-chan training for a competition or something?
Rika-chan is a shrine maiden for the Watanagashi, so she has to perform a ritual dance. It's practice for that.
Why don't you explain things in order? First of all, what is Watanagashi? Next, what do you mean by my shrine maiden? Next, or last, what do you mean by ritual dance? Huh? Didn't you get the notice at your house, Kei-chan? Wasn't it written there? The Watanagashi festival is this Sunday. Huh? Come to think of it, I have a feeling Mom did say something about it during the dinner the other day. The Watanagashi is a festival that happens at the shrine on Sunday every June. It's very lively. I took a break and now I can't talk again. I see. But Watanagashi sounds like a pretty strange name for it. Is it something like the Lantern Festival, where they have a memorial for the dead by floating things down the river? Oh, I figured you might guess right, Kei-chan. Watanagashi, or Cotton Drift Festival, is, as the name implies, where we set cotton adrift down the river. The cotton, as you see,
is from futons and jackets, so it's something like a futon memorial. They also pile futons up on the altar.
I've heard of people leaving offerings of things like needles or kitchen knives to their ancestors or to casualties of war, but an offering of futons is a first for me. What's the history behind that? Mion tilted her head pensively. I don't think there's a complicated backstory to it. The winters around here are pretty harsh, so things like warm futons and coats to ward off the cold are pretty important, I guess. I see. In other words, is something like giving thanks to the futons that took care of you during the winter then? Then the Shrine Maiden holds a memorial service for them and sets them adrift. That's what the Watanagashi is? Mion and Nana indicated that I had the correct answer with a round of applause. Pachi, pachi, pachi.
As you see, and you see, the Shrine Maiden performing the memorial is Rika-chan.
Oh? So Rika-chan is a Shrine Maiden? Now that you mention it, Rika-chan does have a mystical air about her.
Right? Rika-chan is a Shrine Maiden in a Shrine Maiden outfit. Oh, so cute!
It certainly does seem like it would suit her. Yeah, it might be cute. I finally get what you're saying. Rika-chan's training for her performance as a Shrine Maiden, then.
That would be it.
The Shrine Maiden has to purify a number of futons as part of the ceremony. It's practice for that. It's a lot of hard work.
The Shrine Maiden has to carry a large ceremonial hoe as part of the rite, and it's really heavy for Rika-chan.
Well, Rika-chan is pretty small. Exactly how heavy is that hoe?
It's pretty heavy.
Enough that Rika-chan has been practicing with a mochi mallet. Wait a minute. That's way too heavy! Forget about Rika-chan, it'd be rough even for me! It's a sacred ceremonial hoe. If she dropped it by accident, it'd be big trouble. Well, it's a once-a-year kind of deal. All we can do is cheer from the sidelines. It'll be okay. She pulled it off last year. Really? Then the least I can do is cheer her on. Even something that little would help, right? I was rather curious about how exactly she practiced. Oh, Shiza, I didn't know we were back. Oh no! Mion laughed as she shook her head. Not too much happened. It's just kind of going like, oh, what's the one on the Nagashi festival? They were going to do a game and Rika was just like,
Oh, I need to practice. Sorry, bye.
leave her alone. If you go, Rika-chan will get all cute and you won't be able to practice. I don't quite understand what Mion was saying. You see, Rika-chan doesn't like showing people how hard she works, okay?
So leave her be.
Even the always cool and aloof Rika-chan has times where she sweats while giving it her all. Because she always is so well put together, she didn't want people to see an ungainly side of her. It's not like she didn't understand that feeling. All I can do is pray for her success, huh? Do your best! Rika Furude! I'm cheering for you! Well then, I climbed up onto the pipe and plopped down on my side. Time to sleep.
Hooray, hooray, Rika-chan!
In order to transmit more of my psychic waves of encouragement, I'll be entering a meditative state now. So you're just gonna sleep after all? And also, Kate, I did come back with some blue light filter glasses, so I will probably not blink most of the time I actually do it. My eyes might be weird. The lackadaisical noontime ended up giving away to 9 numbing afternoon classes. Rebounding from yesterday's hunger, I ate too much for lunch today, leaving me in a horrible condition. Might have gorged myself a bit too much. I'll have to endure afternoon classes.
Keiichi-kun, you had an amazing appetite today.
Basically, you always eat like a pig, but today was on a whole different level. Yesterday I skipped lunch, right? That hunger just soaked right in. This time, no matter how much I ate, my hunger never knew bounds. I get ya. But really, Kei-chan, you always finish your lunch down to the last bite. Heck, even down to the last grain of rice. With food, you show your appreciation for the person who made it by eating it, you know? If you leave any behind, it's rude to the person who put in all that effort. Hearing that, Mion's eyes momentarily widened to surprise, followed by a cool laugh. Kei-chan, really. At first glance, you seem unruly and irresponsible, but you're actually pretty conscientious, well-disciplined or something like that.
Oh yeah, I think so too. Keiichi-kun is a lot kinder than he looks.
Both of them were probably trying to compliment me, but I had a strange feeling I wasn't being complimented at all. That's not true. I just wanted to say that there's a big gap between your appearance and your personality.
And I'm saying it's not a compliment.
Hey, Sonozaki-san, Mabara-kun, we're in the middle of class. How far did you get, Sonozaki-san? Bring your notes up here. Startled, Mion vocalized a rather easy to understand utterance. I'm gonna actually move my headphones down, give my head a break. She was enthralled in the conversation. She had stopped working completely. Doing all right. You haven't progressed at all. You're in the highest grade, so you have to shape up. That Mion looks like she's getting lectured. Poor bastard.
Appearances can be deceiving, in other words.
Actually, appearances might be the opposite of reality. You say something interesting things. Responding to Rena's seemingly profound statement, I turned my gaze to where Satoko was happily studying together with Rika-chan. Are you saying that Brat Satoko is actually really meek? if I went by what Anna literally said, then that would be the case. I could hardly imagine Satoko being meek and gentle like a girl in some fairy tale.
Satoko-chan's been rude lately, but just a while ago she was pretty different. She acted really spoiled and always... Yep! Keep this a secret from Satoko-chan, okay?
That's Satoko acting so cute. For Satoko to play coy, I think that would have to be some part of calculated plot. Even if she was to hide somewhere behind someone, I wouldn't think it would be because she was attached to them. But since it came up, I tried to imagine a gentle and coquettish Satoko. It's probably the word. Hey, Satoko.
What is it, Oni-sama?
Directly to Oni-sama, okay. Satoko smiled cutely and walked towards me. By the way, for every 3 steps towards Satoko took, for some reason I took 3 steps away.
Oni-sama, why are you running away?
Sorry, Satoko. For you to approach me with an affectionate smile on your face, I just have to think it's some sort of trap.
That's so mean! Oni-sama, you meanie! Wah!
Sorry. I didn't intend to be so mean. The weeping Satoko came closer to me. I'm such a sucker for tears. Click. Clank. Huh? A bear trap? My leg was being clamped down on by jagged metal teeth. Oh no.
Oh, you fell for it. Now for the best part.
Satoko raised her right arm triumphantly, and traps began to trigger one after the other. Suddenly, the wall sprang forward, throwing me 3 blocks away. And there I saw a giant metal ball covered in spikes hurtling towards me. On top of that, in the direction the ball would knock me, is a giant guillotine. I'm not really sure, but
Kitsukun, you're not thinking of something completely ludicrous right now, are you?
not really. Not at all.
That's a lie. You've got the kind of look on your face that says, I'm gonna be crushed by a giant spiked metal ball.
How could my expression convey what I was thinking like that? Sorry. Imagining a meek and gentle Satoko is impossible right now. I'll try again when I'm in better shape. Next, I looked over to Rika-chan, who was working diligently on some kanji drills. In contrast to Satoko, her delicate state was meek and gentle. If Rika-chan came to me saying Oni-sama, I'd hug her. Tightly. I could get used to that.
Kitsukun, you're chilling.
Sorry. Then, how about Rika-chan? Are you saying that her appearance is deceiving as well? Yes. Saying that out loud, I felt a tinge of doubt. Was Rika-chan really all sweet? Despite her appearance, she really was quite sly. Sweetly, how do you put it? Evading things deftly? I get the feeling that Rika-chan isn't only just sweet. Her appearance is definitely deceiving. I couldn't exactly put what I was imagining into words, but then I managed to say what I wanted to. Oh, I guess she said that. She turned to me with an impish look in her eyes, like she was saying,
Oh, you shouldn't say something like that.
When Rika-chan grows up, I'm sure she'll become an incredibly devilish beauty with men wrapped all around her little finger. Don't you think that would be cool? Rena said that lightheartedly. Rena, you keep saying things that I'm thinking Keiichi's saying. But I, as a man, couldn't laugh at that. The scary part about that was that it felt like it could be true. Noticing my gaze, Rika-chan turned towards me and let loose an angelic smile. Both Rena and I, feeling as if it was directed towards us personally, had our hearts skip a beat.
So cute! So cute!
Rena, your nose is bleeding. Appearances can be deceiving, huh? Well then, what about our dear leader Mion? I stared at her as if she tried to weasel her way out of her scolding by the teacher. By Rena's theory, that unrefined, calculating, conniving Mion also had a side of her that belied appearances. Then what you're saying is that Mion, despite her appearance, is actually a good person?
Mi-chan is a good person.
Oh, well, that is true. But what I'm trying to say is...
Yep. I know what you're trying to say, Keiichi-kun.
Catching on that I was struggling to express my feelings as words, Rena smiled even more brightly. Know what?
Mi-chan is mysterious, right? She is a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's right. Mion was more than aware that she was a girl, but it was exactly as Rena said. When Mion livened up the mood, it wasn't as though she felt like a guy or a girl specifically, but a friend of the same gender. If she were a guy, we'd probably be like two peas in a pod. Although that's the same way that it is right now.
But you see, even that Mion-chan is actually really feminine.
Rena, how much did Mion pay you exactly?
That's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Rena began to pout, knowing now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
Mi-chan is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
Mion's gaze focused off into the distance, beyond where Mion was. The Mion that I met at Angel Mart was unimaginably different compared to the Mion that I normally knew. Flustered and hesitant from the unfamiliar job, it was a far cry from the brash and confident Mion. Even though she had to hurry to work, she went through all the trouble to bring me food when I was on the brink of starvation. And she did so not as Mion, but as Shion. What exactly was Shion to Mion? What kind of person was Mion exactly?
Keiichi-kun probably couldn't even begin to imagine.
As if to say it was our little secret, Rena held her finger up to her lips as she giggled. Mion, finally free from the teacher's preaching, returned to her seat, cradling her head to the side of her embarrassment. To hide her embarrassment. This old man, you see, thinks that grade school is enough for everything you need to study her for in life. Saying that, she plopped down into her seat violently. Mion was actually really feminine. Right. I wonder if I can meet Shion again. I wanted to talk to her again. Keiichi just being like, man, I love Shion. Mion sucks. Everybody loves Shion. Clang clang. The principal waved around a bell that served as the school chime. The teacher rushed back to the blackboard and began to list everybody's homework assignments.
Whoa! It looks like there's gonna be a lot of homework today. Gotta buckle down.
Well then, that means even Rena? Oh jeez, I moved the glasses to the tip of my nose and my eyes are just like, nah.
Huh? What do you mean?
Appearances can be deceiving. Would that apply to you too?
Huh? Keiichi-kun, how do you see me?
The Rena Ryugu I knew sometimes took things too far, but it was generally a kind and gentle, ideal girl.
Really? Really? Then that makes me happy, I guess.
If she was the opposite of what she seemed, that would make her...
And if I really were the opposite? Just try saying it. I won't be mad.
That's what I felt she meant. Rena is...
Rena is...
Even if you were the opposite, you'd still be Rena, right? This question shouldn't have even been so nerve-wracking to answer. Maybe it was because the person in question was staring at me, but even saying that took a strange amount of effort.
That's no fair, Keiichi-kun. It bothers me when you say it that way.
Perhaps unable to endure my silence, Rena's face began to turn red with embarrassment. Rena! Kei-chan! Let's go home. Mion walked over and started getting ready to go home. Whenever school is over, she really does get noticeably more energetic. Probably because she's really bored at school. It was the same relaxing walk home as always. Digging around my pocket on a whim, I noticed something that should have been there was missing. Oh no, your little fluffy seal keychain, is that missing? What's the matter, Kei-chan? The key to my house I always carry around is gone. Man, where did I lose it? It's fine today since my parents are home, but still, this is bad.
That sure is troublesome. Did you forget it somewhere? Or did you drop it?
Which one is it? Did I take it with me this morning in the first place? Huh? Kei-chan, did that key have anything that would make it stand out? Yeah, it's on a keychain. It has a blue fur seal, something I made for summer homework a long time ago. Huh? Does it have its eyes shut like it's taking a nap? Oh, how did you know? Yeah, that's it. Mion looked away and began to whistle. See? You went for dinner at Angel Mort a couple days ago, right? That night, the staff found a key. And there was a fur sealed keychain attached to it. As she said that, she suddenly grew flustered and added that Shion had told her about it. Huh? So I dropped it then?
But aren't you glad they found it? I'm sure they're looking after it for you.
That's right. Why didn't you go? Shion looks the same as me, so you'll know her by sight. That was a rather unexpected development. Once again, I had no choice but to go and meet with Shion. But I also had to thank her for the bento yesterday. Besides, taking some time and chatting with this other side of Mion might be interesting. Half jokingly, I began to think about things like this. Right, Angel Mort, was it? I'll head over to Shion's restaurant and give my key back. While I'm at it, having a nice spot of tea might not be a bad idea. You sound like an English gentleman. That totally doesn't suit you, Kei-chan.
Is this the restaurant? The one that Mi-chan's little sister is working at?
Yeah, why don't we go together, Rena?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I have plans with my father today. Some other time.
Rena seemed pretty disappointed about having to miss such a great opportunity. You said they're twins.
But do they really look alike?
Down with the British.
Enough to mistake which is which?
Yeah, they're totally the same, at least on the outside. Unlike Mion, she's well-mannered and rather cute, really. They're really cute, though. In response to my teasing, Mion pouted and began to argue with me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Mion's little farce. After all, they weren't just identical, they were the same person. Totally the same person. Who could have a twin? You know? Who would have a twin? After going home, I changed my clothes and dug my bike out of the garage. Just thinking that I would be able to meet Shion again gave me a mysterious feeling. Shion, a name for a different kind of Mion. She was a mysterious and ridiculous person, believing she had fooled everyone like that. I noticed that I was pedaling along quite happily. Could it be that I was looking forward to meeting Shion? I felt a sense of giddy anticipation, like I was headed towards a new friend's house for the first time. What Rena said about Mion actually being really feminine sprang to mind once again. The guilt from spying on another side of Mion and the side consciousness from being the only one that knew about that side. These feelings mixed together. That was Shion for you. Mion's little twin sister. Until she felt like coming out and admitting it was Mion, it was fine to just call her Shion, right? Mion might be trying to have some fun by acting out a different persona. As I reached the top of the steep hill, the horizon expanded before me. It was almost at the station. The last time I wasn't embarrassed since I was here with Dad, but this time I was alone. I was strangely self-conscious about that. I met Shion, got my key back. That was all this task was supposed to be. If I dawdled around her like this, maybe Shion would find me before she headed in for work. Hey, what are you doing, Keiichi Maebara? You're just here to get your key back, you know? It's not like you have some love-struck schoolboy here to hand over a love letter. The thoughts inside my head were slowly turning into a jumbled mess. I came to the realization that I was downright giddy. That's why, for just a bit, just for a tiny little bit, I got a little carried away and did something really stupid. I kicked over a parked motorcycle that was blocking the sidewalk. It was in the way, sure, but there was absolutely no need for me to kick it. I definitely think I got too carried away. Thunk, clack, crash. As the three bikes toppled one over another like dominoes, the loud noises they caused snapped me back to my senses. Oh, shit, the hell do you think you're doing? The owners of the three bikes were right there. They looked exactly like you'd call thugs up to no good. They lifted their heads in an opposing manner, yelled angrily in the way I'd never heard before. The three of them beelined towards me, the worn-down heels of their thin-soled shoes slapping noisily against the pavement. I could only stare listlessly, as if they were watching some far-off event that didn't concern me at all. By the time I realized it, I'd been grabbed by the collar and lifted up on my tiptoes. Don't be playing dumb! You knocked him over, didn't you? Huh? The three thugs were completely ignoring the rules of grammar. but the way they spoke was enough to make me tremble. Just like that, my composure drained away. My legs buckled and my throat grew dry enough to crack. I'm sorry, I accidentally asked them my ass. You kicked a dumbass. I was completely at fault, so there was nothing I could say in my defense. As a result, I was pulled even higher. The hell, man! The paint's all scuffed. Yo, brat, who put you up to this, eh? This is your goddamn fault. The three of them continued to yell at me. I had no idea what each of them were saying. Getting further enraged as I was only listening while dumbstruck, they grabbed an empty plastic crate from a nearby store and began to smash it repeatedly against a telephone pole. But why? Just to flex? Cracks formed in the crate, plastic shards flying everywhere. They then slammed at full force into the shuttered storefront. Smash! The shutter let out a frighteningly loud noise. Still not satisfied, they flipped over a case of empty cans, scattering its contents all over the place. Man, I'm so mad I could litter! This was not normal. This was something you saw often on television or in manga, but I never thought seeing it in person would be this terrifying. I became painfully aware that the safety of civilized society was only held up by such a frail concept of morals. My knees clattered together noisily. Static began to pepper my vision. This is what you would call absolute terror. There was nothing I could do to stop this frightening spectacle of violence. I could only pray for help. The fear I felt was just too much. Would somebody help me? My gaze floundered around, surrounding the area. Littering to my time to commit a hate crime. I was surrounded by these three hoodlums. No way there would be a passerby brave enough to intervene. Maybe this is what you call reaping what you sow. If I were a passerby, there would be no doubt that I could ignore what's going on. So this was somewhat of a cosmic retribution. Fucking say something! I'll fucking stab you! Angry yelling loud enough to rattle my eardrums spewed forth right in front of my face. My waning consciousness was forcibly dragged back to the forefront. The thug had cocked back his free hand and twisted his body. Then suddenly a metallic taste filtered through the back of my throat. A chill ran down my spine like a jolt of electricity. Seeing what was going to happen next, I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as possible and gripped my teeth. You're making quite the racket, you stupid pieces of trash. Get out of my sight. That voice was a short distance away. Still holding me by the collar, the three thugs spun around to look behind them. The fuck you say? Standing there was Mion. She stood there, displaying an imposing stature that I'd never seen before. She didn't have the same look on her face as she did when she was playing around during club. Those were the eyes that would instill fear in anyone who looked upon them. The eyes of a raptor. They were the epitome of terror. At the same time, they were the most reassuring things in the world. I'll only say this one more time. Let go of K-Town and get lost. Mion, without an ounce of fear, laid down her ultimatum. Of course, there was no way these three wouldn't be absolutely berserk. The situation instantly turned explosively dangerous. You fucking bitch! I'll fucking bash your head in! I don't know why. Am I really British? There's no other way to read this voice other than British. Stop it, Mion. These guys are like rabid dogs. No amount of bluffing will work. Mion, it's dangerous. I knew what I was saying was pathetic, but I couldn't let Mion get involved in this. No matter how you looked at it, Mion was only bluffing. But did Mion even know the meaning of the word bluff? However, the reason behind everything soon became apparent. They were slowly increasing in number, little by little. Down with them! At first, it was only businessmen on their way home stopping to take a look. Then it was housewives in the middle of shopping taking a gander. Next, what seemed like the owner of some store showed up. And it was pretty clear he wasn't just looking. Around Mion, there were already about 7 people gathered. It felt different than people coming out to support a friend. If I had to say it, it was because the group that gathered was diverse in age and gender. The three thugs seemed to slowly realize that there was something strange about the situation. Who the hell are these guys? Behind them, at some point, 4 more people of the differing clothes and ages had gathered. A girl who looked to be in middle school, a man wearing a bakery apron, an old lady in a house-cleaning smock. More and more, people of various ages. Their gazes, comparable to Mion's, were of hostility, of intimidation. Before I realized it, over 10 people had formed a ring around us. At that moment, 5 elementary schoolers ran in and joined the circle. There were some familiar faces, some of our classmates. Then these people were residents of Hinamizawa? More and more people from Hinamizawa gathered around. In obvious contrast, the residents of Okonomiya were passing by as quickly as possible. The fuck are you guys? Go the fuck away! The group surrounding us had suddenly swelled to about 20 people. Completely encircled, the faces of the thugs began to show the first signs of panic. Nobody spoke a word, Mion included. That made everything completely unnatural, and depending on which side you were on, completely terrifying. Only the thugs' voices echoed out like they were screaming. Somebody took a step forward, closing the gap between them. As they did, everybody else took a step forward, in shrinking the circle. The hoodlums went pale as they were pushed together, back to back, while still yelling angrily. They were trying to string together vulgarities, but for some reason it sounded like they were crying out for help. All right, what's going on here? What's going on? It was sudden. A solidly built officer cut his way through the crowd. At some point, 2 police cars had arrived. Some passerby had undoubtedly called for them. Several burly officers appeared from inside the second vehicle. Oh, officer, good timing. There you go. The extortionists caught red-handed. Please, arrest them. The fuck? This brat's the one that's wrong here? Mion, returning to her usual self, was nonchalantly pointing out the hoodlums to the police. Of course the thugs were furious. But now it had to come to this. There was nothing they could do. It was their loss. Okay. Come over here for a sec. Come on already. The officers handcuffed the thugs and dragged them towards the patrol cars. The fuck? Let me go! We're the victims here, are you listening, damn it? No matter how much of a ruckus they caused, the officers paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, they were crammed inside the 2 vehicles. They could still be heard yelling while inside the police cars. But what they were saying was no longer intelligible. Are you all right? Are you injured? He was probably a detective. The man leading the police peered at my face. No, not really. Well, that's a bit of a silver lining then. Well then, have a good year. The portly man, after taking a quick look around, addressed the crowd. Glowed up. He looks kinder, yeah, he doesn't look as sus. Thank you, citizens, for your timely report. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to keep the peace today. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you for your hard work, Detective Oishi. As a citizen, I thank you for your daily efforts. It's an honor for a detective from the 1st Division to come out all this way. The way Shion talked didn't have a very pleasant tone. It was a coincidence. I happened to hear the call over the radio on my way back from the preferential office. I just made a little detour. Please, keep up the good work. I pray for success in your future endeavors. Aw, shucks. It's a good thing there are no injuries, though. Oishi-san, we're done here. Let's go. Well then, have a good year. I'm sorry. Could you make way? The detective named Oishi, after joyfully making pleasantries, lumbered over to the waiting police car. It was quickly set off, disappearing down the city street. It was over so quickly. So quickly, I was dumbstruck. I didn't even get to ask the officer what was going on. It was like they came here quickly to disperse the mob before any trouble could start. After making sure the police cars had left, Mion snapped her fingers sharply. Alright, that's a wrap. And don't come back! That was the signal. The tension melted away in an instant as everybody began smiling. A middle-aged man helped me up. Are you okay, young Maebara? Next time pick your fights a little better. It's not like I wanted to fight. Are you hurt anywhere? If you hit your head, it would be a good idea to get an x-ray taken. An older lady I didn't know the name of was concerned of my injury. You were lucky this happened right in front of the station when it got busy, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to gather as many people. Next time, be more careful. City kids these days are pretty unruly. I was even warned by the old lady in the smock. As Shion finished applauding the dispersing group for their efforts, she strode over to me.
Well, well, you're pretty good, Kei-chan.
But I also think you should be more careful about who you pick a fight with. Thanks, Mion. You saved my bacon there. Like I said, I'm Shion. She made a troubled expression as she turned her gaze downward, blushing in embarrassment. I remember from the anime that those hoodlums didn't get arrested, they actually made a getaway when the mob rally gave them the death glare. Yeah, I feel like I remember that too. Because I think this is like right in the split between two episodes, I think? I can't quite remember. I heard from my sister that fur seal keychain was yours, Kei-chan? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was just heading to the restaurant. And you ended up feeling so excited that you got mixed up in something weird? Now it was my turn for my face to go red. I didn't want to admit it, but she was spot on. Well, I was just unlucky. But you really saved me, Shion. You don't have to thank me. So, if you see anybody else getting bullied, help them out, okay? Value that kind of thing very highly here. I was well versed in that sense of camaraderie. But the way I was rescued just now, something seemed a little off about it. While I was helped out, it was honestly to an almost disturbing degree. You're coming into the restaurant, right? You must be tired, so why don't you relax for a bit? My treat. Seems that she caught the glimmer of suspicion in my eyes. Without waiting for my answer, Shion began walking.
Whoa! Time to take a little sippy as I bonk my things. There we go.
Took off my glasses for a little bit so I can open my eyes really wide, although that does hurt my eyes. Ah. After cooling off a bit inside the restaurant, little by little I realized I was still on edge. There were spots here and there on my body that hurt, probably because I had been so stiff and with nervousness. Shion, who had changed into her uniform, brought over 2 glasses of iced coffee. Here you go, iced coffee on the house. Just bring this coupon with you to the register and it'll be no charge. Let me put these glasses on. Like, having the glasses on hurts, but also like having the blue light kind of hurts. Ah. My patheticness really knew no bounds, but since she went through the trouble, I might as well take her on the offer. Though it had started out as such a lovely day, I had to get carried away and do that stupid thing. I had completely ruined it. But really, you really saved my hide there. I have really come to see you as reliable. Even I was scared, but Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best. While a little embarrassed by what she said, Shion made a show of folding her arms boldly. Shion, really, thank you. I was thanking Shion, but I really wanted to thank Mion. Mion, really, thank you. Now, cheer up a little. If you feel indebted, then when you have the chance, you should help somebody in need. Like, for example, if I am ever in trouble, please come and save me. Yeah, of course. It's a promise.
You absolutely have to.
Taking advantage of my words, she seemed happy about my promise.
If I'm ever in trouble, Kei-chan will come and save me. I hope trouble comes soon. You finally smiled,
she said as she smiled herself, poking me in the cheek.
A downtrodden Kei-chan is as good as an imposter. Come on, smile, smile.
That tickles. Stop. I'm moving some windows around real quick, don't mind me. Thanks to Shion's meddling, I finally cheered up a little. All the muscles in my body that had stiffened because of the incident finally began to relax a little.
When you're in a better mood, don't you get a little hungry? I'm kind of hungry, so I want to eat some pancakes or something. Do you want some too, Kei-chan?
I wanted to show a little restraint, but restraint really wasn't my thing. That's why I replied without any. They're good, right? I'm pretty picky when it comes to pancakes.
Don't worry. Our pancakes have a pretty good reputation. Shion ordered some pancakes from a nearby waitress. An employee ordering from another employee seems kind of weird. Hey, speaking of that, wasn't Shion in the middle of a shift? She's just been slacking off while talking to me. I told my uncle that you saved me when I was surrounded by hoodlums, so he's rewarding you. So I have the manager's permission. That's exactly the opposite of what happened. Is that alright?
It's perfectly fine.
By the time the pancakes arrived, we had entered into a relaxed conversation. As the two of us ate pancakes, we livened the mood with some chit-chat. About what was on TV, celebrities, that kind of thing. Hobbies, food. Really, nothing more than idle chit-chat. Talking together like this, I once again became conscious of Shion being a girl. Hey now, that's funny talk, Keiichi Mahabara. Shion and Mion are the same person. If there was anything different between them, it was only whether or not Mion admitted she was Mion. But given that, how come our conversation was this different?
Kei-chan, you don't think my sister is a girl, do you?
That's not true. If she were a guy, I'd punch the living daylights out of her. I think the reason you guys get along so well is because you have that kind of platonic relationship. That's a pretty rare and enviable thing to have, don't you think? I don't get what you're saying, but it really would be a waste to treat her like a girl.
Hey, Kei-chan, that's sexist.
Hearing the word sexist was cause for an introspection. What was I prejudiced against Mion and Shion for? Mion was Mion. She was the best friend a guy could have, no reservations, and head and shoulders above me when it came to club activities. If I had met her 5 years earlier, my life would have probably been a lot more fun. Of this I had no doubt. And then what about Shion? She was Mion's little sister, and it hadn't even been 3 days since we met. Her relationship was much more distinct than as the only thread we had in the conversation was that I knew her sister. And for Shion, it was the same. I was somebody she met 3 days ago only because I was a friend of her sister's. The difference between Mion and Shion? Friendliness? Familiarity? Playing around with those unclear thoughts for a while, I had stopped listening to Shion. Hypothetically only. Are you listening? Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening. Now I am, at least. This is just a hypothetical question, okay? Both me and my sister are in trouble, okay? We're dangling off the side of a cliff. Which one of us do you save?
You can only save one.
She wasn't saying this to tease me, but had a playful tone behind her voice. That's not a nice question. I want to save you both, but I can't do that, right?
Right. You can only save either Shion or Mion. Who do you save?
If it were Mion, I don't think she'd be in that situation in the first place, as it's something she could easily get herself out of. But what about the normal, frail Shion? I guess I'd have no choice.
It's not my sister, right?
If Mion and Shion were different people, I suppose it would come to that. I couldn't confirm nor deny it. She should have been smiling, but her gaze was locked firmly to mine.
In other words, that's it, isn't it? My sister is... Huh? Sorry, I messed up what I was trying to say.
Shion was trying to talk in a light-hearted manner, but I felt like there was something more behind her words. Was Mion trying to tell me something through Shion? Not being able to put a finger on exactly what it was that was vexing. Shion, to hide her embarrassment, turned the conversation around.
More importantly, just now, were you surprised? When everybody kept on showing up?
Of course I was. If it were Rena or Satoko, that would have been one thing. But for all those people, young and old, to gather. They were all from Hinamizawa, right?
Yeah, right. Everybody in Hinamizawa is pretty close-knit. An enemy of one is an enemy of all. Nobody is going to look on from the sidelines. They're a pretty reliable group of residents.
If somebody is being picked on, then everybody unites to get rid of the bully. It kind of sounds like a mafia or Yakuza's brand of unity. You shouldn't say something like that. It's something you should be thankful for. You were saved by that unity, weren't you? Never forget to show your appreciation. I half-heartedly agreed. I knew full well I should be appreciative. Little stretch. Everybody is really close-knit, aren't they?
Maybe it's because of tradition. Hinamizawa has been in danger of becoming a ghost town on several occasions.
There's been a history of the villagers uniting together each time to fight for the village's continued existence. For example, Kei-chan, did you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Hinamizawa Dam project? Let's see, I feel like I've heard somebody talk about it before. About 10 years ago, there was a sudden proposal to build a dam here, which would have submerged Hinamizawa underwater. Oh, that story. I think I heard my dad talk about that. But I'm pretty sure that plan was cancelled, right?
We made them cancel it. Everybody banded together. So that was a well-earned victory.
That sounded pretty much like the stories I heard. The protest intensified to the point where it was featured in newspapers and magazines. As a result, the plan was suspended. The whole story with the dam apparently started before I was born. At first, the proposal was only for exploratory purposes, or a small dam to control erosion. But then the cat was let out of the bag. If it were completed, it would have been the biggest dam in Japan. Not just Hinamizawa, but several villages upstream would have been submerged as well. The protests immediately began. Petitions to cancel or relocate the project were drafted and submitted to the Diet. They even went as far as to go to the Ministry of Construction in Tokyo to hand over a direct appeal to the minister. The previous landowner sued the government, stating that there were inconsistencies in the purchase agreement and the transaction should be nullified. Owners of yet unacquired land split their properties, increasing the number of landowners in order to stifle the project. It was all very precious when the land acquisition was still about money. Eventually, they started relying on eminent domain in order to seize land. It started at that point. The riot police began to get violent. Riot police? You mean the police? Why would they act violent? They punched. They kicked. There was a time I was hit. Right around here, I think. My skin split open and a whole lot of blood spilled out. Saying that, Shion indicated her temple by poking at it. What happened to the police? Filing a complaint against the riot police for police brutality would seem kind of strange for some reason. Naturally, they wouldn't pay heed to something like that. You wouldn't be able to establish proof on who exactly hit you, and they could justify their actions by saying you were interfering with police duties. My Nana went off like a firework. After that, it was amazing. Like a full-scale war. We weren't just going to sit by and idly file complaints. We went on the offense. First, in order to call attention to the government, they filed a temporary injunction in court. Then, in order to gain public support, they called in prominent scientists to state that Hinamizawa was a value nature preserve. They pressured the prefectural and municipal assemblies, saying that the prefectural governor ignored their constituents when he approved the project and demanded his resignation. They completely and thoroughly denounced him. Sorry, I messed up on that sentence. Jeez. Naturally, in Hinamizawa, a ferocious conflict worthy of being called the Dam War began. In order to suppress the police's brutality, they coordinated with the network channels and exposed the violence of the riot squad members to the public. On top of that, they put together a special expose themed around the government, repressing the citizens, and aired it nationally. It worked wonders. Following that, the SWAT teams had their hands cuffed. Day after day, the petitions and demonstrations continued. Propaganda was used to help garner support. The circle of support gradually expanded outwards from Hinamizawa. Either that bore fruit, or the government finally decided against it. It was announced that the dam project was indefinitely suspended for just a few years ago. We did everything we could. The entire village banded together and fought. At that time, we were desperate. But now that it's over, it's actually become a pretty good memory. The villagers' feeling of solidarity and unity still haven't faded. Shion said that as she focused on to the distance. I felt that those eyes weren't filled with anguish, but rather a sense of pride. That kind of solidarity is pretty nice. You don't see it too often. Bridging the generational gap and unifying the region? I think so too. The dam project was a trial. I think that just the fact that we were able to overcome it is huge. The fear I was feeling until just now gradually began to fade.
When people began to show up one after another while I was engaged with those thugs, I thought it was frightening, but now I felt from the bottom of my heart that it had been rude. The villagers prepared to defend their homeland to the death. The sense of solidarity that fostered. It might seem impudent to say this, but I was a little jealous. If I had been in Hinamizawa when the protest against the dam was going on, I might have been able to share in that sense of solidarity.
Kei-chan, you weren't here at the time, so I don't think you can fully feel the solidarity in the village. But everyone shares it, thoroughly. Even with somebody who just moved here like you, Kei-chan.
She couldn't have been more right. So many people got together to help me out when I just moved here. Even though they were strangers whose names I didn't even know, a hot feeling began welling up inside me. When I lived in the city, I didn't even know my own neighbors. I just thought it was natural, but here that was an absurd and pathetic thing. Even though I thought of them as strangers, all the other villagers viewed me as a comrade. Happiness and warmth. I was acutely aware of those feelings as they gradually welled up inside of me.
Sonozaki-san, the manager wants you to work the floor.
The more senior waitresses waved her hand and called out to Shion. It seemed like it was time for work. True solidarity through Oyashiro-sama. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm coming.
Sorry, looks like I have to get to work now. It's fine. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun.
Oh, are you going home?
Yeah. My mom gets fussy if I'm not home by dinner time. It seems that Shion wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words, like she hadn't talked enough. That kind of feeling. Looking at that expression, I regretted saying something that had disappointed Mion like that. I was about to say I could stay for a little bit longer when Shion got up from her seat. Here, if you use the coupon, it should cover the pancakes as well. Saying that, she showed me a coupon booklet as she tore out a few sheets and handed them to me. Convenient, isn't it? It's a perk I get on top of my salary. It's okay. I can pay for the pancakes myself.
Hey! Being so reserved doesn't fit you, Kei-chan.
If I were your sister, you would have gladly let me pay for it, she said as she laughed, gently stopping me from opening my wallet. Being told with such an encouraging smile really resounded with me.
Sonozaki-san,
sorry, could you take care of the register?
Ah, yes, right away.
Later, today was fun.
Saying that, Shion smiled one more time.
Oh, Mion, thanks a lot for today. I owe you one.
If you really think that, then return the favor. I'm looking forward to it.
After I said that, I realized I mistakenly called her Mion. I didn't know if she realized it or not. Yeah, Keiichi, you have to help her the next time she's in trouble. Home. Ooh, this is a new lighting effect. That was pretty. Lazing around and watching television after dinner was part of my daily routine. It might seem like a waste at first glance, but you could say it was an important time when I was able to acquire knowledge of everything from politics to economics to various trivia. After dinner was valuable time spent while the brain was at its most supplied with nutrients. You idiot, it's obvious that Tokyo Tower is taller. Ah! Today I tested my knowledge of trivia by watching my weekly quiz show. Sitting in front of the television, I was able to get a lot of answers right. But if I were actually up on stage, I'd probably fail miserably. That's how it works. You know, you just look at those competitions and you're just like, yeah, I can do this. And then you probably like do a quiz thing and you're like, I forget everything. What is my name?
Keiichi, phone call from Sonozaki-san.
Okay. Sonozaki? That's Mio. It was a little late for her to be calling. I had a bad feeling about this. I had a hunch it was something to do with club activities. She was probably going to inform me that what we were doing tomorrow. This was Mion we were talking about. She might even go as far as to say we're doing club activities right now, so hurry up and come over. By the way, it was 8 p.m. Hello? No way we're having club battle right now. Huh? That's not it. I mean, it was Mion, but it was a very un-Mion-like way of talking. Huh? Could it be? Sorry. Could it be you're not Mion, but Shion?
That's right. Good evening. I'm sorry for calling so late.
For Mion, it would have been an ill-fittingly polite way of talking. But since it was Shion, it was natural, even though they were both the same person. With a dry smile, I enjoyed that mysterious feeling. No, it's fine. What's up? Kei-chan, do you like sweets? Like cakes or desserts? There is no way I hated them. I'm an unabashed glutton. That's right. Actually, there's a new dessert contest this summer. Looks like they have a new dessert menu every season. Like they were hiring taste testers for potential desserts. The desserts at Angelmore have a good reputation. It's pretty difficult to get accepted as a taste tester. I'll get right to the point. Ta-da! You say ta-da, but I can't see you over the phone. Still, could it be? That's right! I have a taste testing ticket right here. If you don't mind sweets, how about it? When you say how about it, you basically mean, with that ticket I could eat all the new desserts I want? They say to beware of honeypots, but this is sweeter than any pot of honey. All you can eat free dessert? No way! If you're okay with that, I'll register you as a taste tester. When you come to the restaurant tomorrow, just give the person in charge your name. Then everything will work out. When you say everything will work out, you mean all you can eat? For free? Yeah, it's free. There's quite a bit, so I recommend you come hungry. This was such a delectable opportunity, it was almost scary. This was really Shion, right? It wasn't Mion posing as Shion in order to bait me into a trap, was it? What am I saying? They're the same person. Yeah, I know exactly what you're thinking, Kei-chan. You're thinking this is too good to be true, right? I would never. I heard from my sister, but you're really somebody who can't tell a lie. I'm not adverse to somebody like that. Shion laughed with a voice that sounded a lot like how Mion would laugh. It's not like I was intending on it, but it just so happens that my shift ends early tomorrow. If it's not a bother, I thought maybe we can spend a little time together after I'm done. Your shift ends early tomorrow? Yeah. So, while you take your time eating dessert, I'll finish up. Well, I didn't have any plans anyway. I don't mind hanging out with you for a bit. It's not like we have to go anywhere. I was thinking we could cool off in the evening while we take a walk. There is no reason for me to refuse. Out of curiosity, I might as well take her up on her offer. By the way, Kei-chan, you and I have been meeting up every day, haven't we? Now that you say it, I guess we have. Since you said it was okay, we have an excuse to meet up again tomorrow. Huh? What was Mion saying? Kei-chan, your voice just cracked. What's the matter? This wasn't a video phone, but she could tell I was beet red. Well then, you should definitely come tomorrow. I'll take my leave here. Good night. Good night. Shion, filled with what she had called to say. Finished with what she had to say, ended the conversation without any chit-chat. When I returned to the living room after hanging up the phone, the TV was already off and my mom was sleeping on the rocking chair. Not feeling like turning the TV on, I went back upstairs and returned to my room. Wait, why are you not sleeping in your bed, Mom? Is everything okay? I had been receiving favors from Shion, haven't I? She brought me a bento, and she saved me when I got involved with those thugs. She was supposed to be a different person, so I could thank Mion at school. Come to think of it, she'd probably just say she'll pass it on to her sister. I have to thank Shion directly. Tomorrow, I'll have to repay her somehow. Blink, blink.
I think this'll be fun. A nice little fun date with Shion.
Haven't even known her for a week.
Oh, details of the Delinquents 3. Probably goes into, like, how they look. Okay. Now for the next part. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I'd been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made a point of leaving half of my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger.
Keiichi-kun, you seem kinda happy today. Did something good happen? Did it?
I guess it was obvious. Renna had questioned me with a happy look. That's right. Why didn't I invite Renna for desserts as well? No, if I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rena be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever. Yeah, I got a little lucky. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Rena, you'll definitely be jealous.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is it? What is it? I'm jealous. I'm jealous. This lucky thing, is it cute? Is it?
Cute? I wonder what Rena would think of the uniforms at Angel Mart. They'd definitely be a critical hit. Probably. It's probably pretty cute.
Wow, I'm jelly. What is it? What is it?
What kind of fortune were you blessed with, huh? Could it be you participated in the draw at Angel Mart about 2 months ago? And won? Hey now, I hadn't even transferred here 2 months ago. Oh, that's right. Then it's not the Angel's Dessert Festa then.
Mi-chan, what is the Angel's Dessert Festa exactly?
You know, there's that family restaurant called Angel Mart right by Okonomiya Station. Every season they hold an event to promote their new dessert menu. That's today. Oh, it's no use going. The restaurant is reserved for people who won the draw. Mion explained once again what Mion explained to me last night.
Rena will have to stop by the restaurant sometime. I'll do my best to draw a winning ticket and aim to enter the next all-you-can-eat event.
Knock yourself out. By the way, this is just something I heard, but there's a rumor that the tickets are being sold on the black market for a pretty penny. Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion had procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that the ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased. Thanks. I didn't know it was worth so much, I whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly. Huh? What? Did you say something? It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be appreciating my gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today, I'll thank Mion while she's Shion. Well then, this old man will take his leave here. The work today is gonna be a little rough. Later! Mion waved her hand energetically as she left.
Hey, Keiichi-kun. Mi-chan has been kind of weird lately. Like she's elated or something.
What? You think so? Rena was pretty sharp when it came to these types of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Rena apparently felt something different.
You don't know, Keiichi-kun? I totally thought you knew.
Rena's skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile. Know what exactly? I was obviously weaseling my way out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I didn't really know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rena paid no heed. Oh, really? I wonder what it is then.
When Mi-chan is in a good mood, so is Rena. Halloo!
Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Rena was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful. Is that the gwa 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 or the kwa kwa kwa? or is it a different noise? Like blah blah blah. But you see, Rena abruptly stopped spinning. Her expression had returned to a more somber one.
You see, Mi-chan, lately, she's been in a lot of pain.
What do you mean? Pain. The pain that Rena was talking about probably wasn't physical. At first she pretended
it wasn't a big deal. But like a wound, it began to fester. Fester and grow. Eventually, she has no problem being able to bear the pain and woke up in the middle of the night, or she was no longer able. And then she phoned Rena. Mi-chan was crying.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? Huh? What is Rena talking about? What?
Hey, don't play dumb like that. Just now, you said...
I don't know. Rena doesn't know anything.
Kadena spun around as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her hand against the wall.
Oh, the room is spinning.
That was dumb. That was what you get for getting carried away and spinning like that.
Sorry. I think I feel sick.
I'll lend the Ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Kadena, in a good mood, only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic Kadena had brought up before never arrived. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show, as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. All right, let's go! To Angel Mort! It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally-ho! Man, sometimes this translation. Angel Mort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert Festa today, admitted by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps to enter the restaurant. Are you a participant? Do you have a ticket? Yeah. Well, I was lucky. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed, as it was like being in the middle of a football scrum on the crowded train. Whoa, what is going on? Their reason was this: it wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. So it's like that, huh? Seems like I should have invited any of the others. Thanks for the tip, but I'll pretend I didn't hear that. It was an uplifting smile. I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once like the souls of the damned seeking succor. That ticket can admit up to 4 people! Please bring us with you! What selfish people. That was the only reason they were crowded in the front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out to me like the teeth of a giant rake and grasped at the air. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. What a heartless dick. Grab him! That isn't something to joke about. I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me on the other side of the glass door. But inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew that I couldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mort. Due to today's dessert festa,
not fiesta. The restaurant is reserved for customers who won the draw.
Could I ask for your name and ticket?
I don't have the ticket, but I should be on the guest list. Maibara.
There it is.
I'm sorry, but may I please have your full name? Keiichi Mabara. My apologies for the inconvenience. You're here by a special invitation, right? I'll show you to your seat.
Please, this way.
The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown my seat, Shion arrived.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Angel Mort.
Hey, Shion. Thanks so much for today. I really appreciate it.
You were a bit late, so I was getting worried. I'm really happy you came, though.
It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual bright smile.
As you can see, there's lots of customers here today, so I'm sure I'll be able to take a break. Please take your time and relax until I'm finished. Please, or when I'm done, let's go play somewhere, okay?
Whispering just that last part into my ear, Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter. Sorry if I'm moving around a bit. I took off my headphones because it was giving me a headache. But I'm pushing through. Sorry to keep you waiting. While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after the other. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. We can eat all of these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. On top of that, all of it was plenty delicious. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at the specific audience, there was absolutely no gaps in the repertoire. No matter how you look at it, I don't think one person can eat this much. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. It didn't feel relaxing in here at all, probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than just a little upsetting, or unsettling. It piqued my interest, so I started listening in on the conversation. And what things I heard! Angel Mort, show more! Me? I bought tickets for 50,000 on redacted auctions. Probably Yahoo. I told Zwerx that I was attending a relative's funeral. The uniforms here are the greatest. I wonder if the waitress would wipe it for me if I spilled some water on my pants, right? Meow. Meow meow. I heard they're planning on selling Angel Mort figures. We'll have to pay heed at the next Wonder Festival. These sells use Angel Mort uniforms on the 4th floor of Redacted and Akiba. But these costs 280,000. This is an absurd price. Animal cost 80,000. When Brobar closed down, the going rate for theirs was 12,000. That's the price for used ones. Knockoffs are less than half of that. A knockoff from Redacted is fine with me. I wonder if they'll start selling them when I put it on my life-size figure I did buy off of Redacted for several 100,000. If I can wake up every day to an angel from Angel, that'll really get my gears going. The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. They still keenly conveyed that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality. Sorry to keep you waiting. The next dessert is Tropical Cinnamon Love Affair. Is something the matter? No. It's kind of different inside the restaurant today. Our restaurant is pretty famous in their circles. Well, we were aiming for that, so it is all well and good. But during festas, there's something of more of hardcore crowd, so it can be a handful. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile. The customers seem rather riled up, almost like a pack of hyenas. How did I say hyenas? Seems a lot of customers today came from unreasonably far away. Those types of people are fairly prone to losing their self-control, so it's a little scary. If you don't keep your guard up, something bad can happen. What did she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. I turned around, startled to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Wait, isn't that Shion? I'm so sorry. Your food is, oh, what have you done? The jeans that I bought at a certain specialty shop for a whole 1,800 yen are all sticky with frosting. What the hell is that? For somebody who just met with a disaster, he seems awfully happy. How tragic. It seems that little Miss Waitress here will have to wipey it up from the bottom of her heart. That is disgusting. I feel like puking because of this man. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey. Did he want wipe on the Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that obviously apparent tent he had pitched over his crotch? But that is... Wipey, wipey. Wipey, wipey. Wipey, wipey. Wipey, wipey. The wipey, wipey chant quickly spread throughout the room. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. Man, poor Shion. Sonozaki-san was tripped. Customers who do that to purposely get their clothes dirty have been on the rise lately. So you're saying she was tripped? Then what happened just now? Wasn't an accident? It was on purpose? Right, Cave? The regular girls are careful about it, so they definitely won't end up like that, but Sonozaki-san was only a seasonal hire, so she had her guard down. The customers today could easily pick up on that, so she's being targeted since morning. What's the manager doing? He should just kick those thugs out. We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch on full display. Disgusting. Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hands inched forward, goaded on by onlookers. Come, come, come. It is the time for wipey wipey. From the male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle. I could just smile weirdly at, but from a woman's point of view, it was obviously pure humiliation. Go save her, Keiichi. Do what you promised, Kei-chan. When I was trapped by those thugs I had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to them and saved me. Still, as humiliating as it was, Shion was also partially to blame for this. And it wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? Kei-chan, don't ask these questions. Perhaps I could be of assistance, slides and Mojin's nuts. Even these guys, they were just going to jeer at her in a bit of lewd situation. It's not like they were going to eat Shion alive or anything. It'd be alright if I just considered her afterwards. Keiichi. This is not the situation. This is not the time. Even I was scared, but Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best. When I, a man, was being assaulted by 3 thugs while paralyzed with fear, Shion saved me without a second thought. What about now? These sleazy, filthy degenerates were trying to pin the blame on Shion. This time, our roles were reversed. Hey, Keiichi Maebara, if you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi Maebara? At that time, Shion, no, Mion didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her? Now, resign yourself to your fate. Bwahahaha! Shut up, you greasy fat ass. Get out of here before I get angry. I grasped Shion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me. Kei-chan! It seems you don't understand. Yonder waitress was the one who wet mine pants. This is her punishment. The one who needs punishing is you! Enough with the empty words. If you're a man, talk with your fists. Thud, smash! My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back onto my own seat. This guy is strong? No matter how you look at it, the athletic, this Larbdo aren't even in the same area code. Many otaku are unexpectedly well reserved in some obscure martial arts. Don't be underestimating us. The man smirked, showing off his gum line. Kei-chan, are you okay? Damn it. How lame must I look right now? If you were tripped, weren't you, Shion? They're the ones who are in the wrong here, so don't let them take advantage of you. That may be, but it was my own fault. Whoa! One more time! Let's do it! Snap, thud, crash. Don't you go thinking about this that this is enough to make me give up. One more time! Whack, snap, thunk. Ho ho ho! You're all talk. I'm not done yet! Rise, my will to fight. No! Not just running, I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Every time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that vicious flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that with a smirk on his face, the fatso easily slipped inside my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arms slowly swung around in a large windmill motion, wrapped around my whiffed punch and descended in an arc. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time, he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation. Combining defense and offense, it was a brilliant counter. That's right, 3 times I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this viscous region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment the sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Man, you tried your best, though. You're keeping them distracted. Crash! You lack training, young man. I was loath to admit it, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win against force of will alone. Rip. Rip, Kei-chan. After my consciousness faded into a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat. Thankfully, you weren't injured. The more experienced waitress from before wiped the sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over.
Aw. Are you okay? Doing that all for my sake. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I wasn't much help. I've never won a fight before.
No, you were trying to... You were just trying to help make me happy. I'm not joking. It's just that I was thinking that it was lucky Kei-chan came here today.
As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the dishcloth she was holding in her hands. Sonozaki-san, you can take your break now. You still have 1 or 2 hours left, don't you?
No, it's fine. Even though it's just part-time, it's still a paying job. I want to work properly while I'm on the clock. So really, you don't have to worry about me.
She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality.
Kei-chan, don't mind me. Please eat as much as dessert as you can. When you're done, we'll have you fill out a survey. Well then, I've got to get back to the floor.
After some consoling words and sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitress started to head back to work. That's where I stopped her. Excuse me, could I borrow your phone? The phone? It's by the register. I'll show you where. I pulled a 10-yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now was not the time for tears. I had to fight. If I recall, 1 ticket is good enough for 4 people, right? Is it alright if I call 3 more people? Yes, that's fine. For the time being, I'll write them down on the guest list. Could I have their names? I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to that humiliation. Yeah, we're gonna get the whole team together. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is that I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away my pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history. Please add Danaryugu, Setsuko Hojo, and Rika Furude to the guest list. Understood. I'll do that. I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes. You fat asses, prepare to meet your maker! Man, there's a lot of elongated words in this one. I feel like there wasn't as many in the first chapter.
This is a nice restaurant. Oh, the uniforms are cute. Rena wants to wear them too. Oh. On top of that, we're being treated to dessert. I'm deeply moved.
Yeah, eat as much as you like. Don't worry about don't worry about my share.
Keiichi-san, enough with the charades. Let's get to the point.
Rena and Rika-chan put down their forks when Setsuko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly into the table. I beg of you. I don't care if you make fun of how pathetic I am. Please lend me your strength. The three of them seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior.
Well, what's the matter? Something happened, didn't it? Didn't it?
Actually, Mion's younger sister Shion is working part-time at this restaurant.
Ah, the little sister you were talking about, right? Could it be her? Could it? She resembles her. Resemble? That's just Mion with her hair down, isn't it?
I didn't know what to say.
If Keiichi says it's Shion, then it's Shion.
They might be twins, but
can they really look that much alike? They're called monozygotic twins. They really can look identical.
Rena gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced. Well then, do you believe me? I'll get to the point then. I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted and how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. Also how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it.
That's awful. Poor Shi-chan. However, for you to be unable to help her, there should be a limit to how unsightly you can be.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Satoko-chan, to admit that you lost and to seek help is a very difficult thing to do. Keiichi-kun chose to help Shi-chan rather than save his pride. So pathetic.
Rena's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Setsuko was calling me all sorts of names, but there was no malign intentions behind her words.
Then, what should we do?
Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika-chan's suggestive silence in kind with my own quiet resolve.
Well, I thought it would be something like that. It would be a bit much for Keiichi-san to handle alone.
Huh? Then you'll help?
Of course, Keiichi-kun. We'll help anybody who's being bullied.
I remembered when I was cornered by those thugs, what Shion had said about the strong feelings of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maebara, now is not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight. Sorry. I owe you one.
You tried your best, but didn't stand a chance alone. How sad, how sad.
Rika-chan gently pat my head for me. But there was no mindless pity in the palm of the hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feelings of leave the rest to us. Yeah, beat them up. Beat them up, everybody. Mion can't join us due to various circumstances, so I'll temporarily be taking command. Our strategy will revolve around Shion's defense and the extermination of the enemy's combat capability.
Who's the enemy? Are there a lot of them?
From this point forward, anybody who messes with Shion shall be considered an enemy combatant. There are no rules of engagement. Compensation will be the dessert you just ate. Any questions? Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring around inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Rika-chan held up her hand. What is it, Rika-chan?
Do we have to show mercy? Of course we don't have to. We have no need to show mercy to the rabble that would dare lay a finger on Mion's little sister. Then it's okay, Katie?
Rika-chan was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. Ah, I'm counting on you, Rika-chan. I, Keiichi Maibara, shall assume all responsibility. Root them.
Alrighty! Rena's going to do her best too.
Sorry, please do.
Keiichi-san, you don't have to be so tense. Well, just wait and see. By the time you finish that parfait, we'll have finished cleaning up too. Well then, everyone, let's give it our all. Go for it. Nipa!
Yay! Or
Nipa!
thus, the most powerful war band the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader. But when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strength to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring. Sonozaki-san, 5 deluxe parfaits for table 7. Sure thing. Shion carried the order to the tables. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. Comrades, here she comes yet again. This time we'll have her spill everything on my pants and have her wipey right down to my underwear. It is the same wipey scheme that had occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack. Rena, this is Keiichi. Ambush them around the tables 5 and 6. Rena, do you copy?
The restaurant's uniform's so cute! Omochikai!
Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Rena. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Rena was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a hen house, but when it comes to Rena, things are different. Cute mode, 120% synchronization. We've won.
When Rena's in that state, even the laws of physics don't apply.
Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags. Now, my comrades. I don't feel comfortable saying that first part of the sentence, so I'm just gonna skip that part. Shining Lucifer of the Harumi Mecha! A leg snaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egads! 3 of them at once! Give those creeps a taste of their own medicine, yeah! Thap, thap, thap. Yeah? Oomph. What? It appeared in an instant. The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles. What is this madness? Rena teetered into view and gave them a warning?
No mischief, okay? No means no. No!
Rena's going to be
the one to take her home.
This girl, what's with that strange technique? The human scum clutched at their bruised ankles as they passed out. Good.
That's our Rena. No matter how many times I see it, it's always frighteningly quick.
Yeah, it's an unbreakable barrier. Anyone within 2 meters radius who attacks Shion is completely obliterated by Rena. As Shion was making her rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands.
Keiichi-kun, this is Rena. There's nobody left that'll bother Shi-chan, so I'm going to take her home now. Omochikaeri.
Rena, this is Keiichi. Good work. Please continue the mission. Also, permission to take home denied. I repeat, permission to take home denied.
Then I'll just look.
I guess just looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyways, thanks to this, I knew who tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony, was basically branded by their bruises. Currently, we have finished identifying all enemy forces. Proceeding to the next phase. Satoko, this is Keiichi. What's your status?
This is Sadako. That's a rude way to ask. Keiichi-san, exactly who do you think I am?
Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with ordered chits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts. Hey, what are you doing? Now. Sonozaki-san, it's alright, just leave it to her. More importantly, we're taking all these orders out at once. I'm counting on you. The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once.
Oh, lots of cute desserts are coming. Oh.
I think you know this, but don't touch them. At least if you still value your life.
I know, but... Oh.
Certainly, they were all incredibly cute-looking desserts. They were all works of art that you could enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than an unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of the fact were the men now stuffing their faces. This is... Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong. Satoko, what did you mix in there? It couldn't have been salt or Tabasco, right?
My, what are you saying, Keiichi-san? You said no mercy. I might not look like it, but when I get down to business, I like to be very thorough.
As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it away smartly in her pouch. Satoko, what was in that file? What do you have on hand to poison people? Rika, this is Satoko.
Rika, this is Satoko. The customers are moving. Escort duty is all yours. Leave it to me.
Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika-chan anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Clatter, clatter. Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. That restless fidgeting, and that look of relief when they found the single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on that placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad dash in that direction. Oh, she has like, what is the word? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna give up the stuff that makes you laxatives. Thank you. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching their stomachs. She just carries lactate. I'm actually... Yeah, that does make sense for her to just carry that around, because she never knows when she needs it. Okay. I think I was a little too greedy. Where's the washroom? Mewtwo! Not a number 1, but a number 2! I need to cash out, meow! Where's the toilet? I found it! You're in for it now! I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of men to the washroom. The narrow hallway connected to the washroom was crammed with about 10 men. What is this? As I peered over to see what was happening. Whoa! It seemed that the toilet was clogged and backflowing, unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. There was no way to use it in this state. Damn, Satoko. What a frightening display of power. No, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up. I can't do my business like this. What do we do, meow, comrades? It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there were one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have underlooked that. Meow, it is time. Now that has come to this, it's time for the last resort. Faced with a moral dilemma, that man only had one other option. Women's restroom. It's using the girls' room. Isn't using the girls' room going to get us in trouble? I'm pretty sure there's no female customers today. Why didn't I think about that before? Women's toilets are the best. What a brazen bunch they are. The men, sweat now pouring from their brows, made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation.
Me?
Ah! There was a girl there. It was Rika-chan. The men stood there, frozen in various complicated poses indicating their surprise. Rika-chan also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. But the look on her face was strangely perfect. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika-chan. I should never underestimate you. This is, you see, Mademoiselle.
Me?
The men's room is a bit dangerous at the moment, so we just want to borrow the toilet here, right, Meow? Meow.
Me.
But I guess it's not right after all, right, my comrades? Just by having a girl stand there in the restroom, I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There was no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika-chan out of the way to try and do their business. This was the most they could do after all. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they would plow through Rika-chan without a second thought. Now what are you gonna do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid. If you're in trouble, I can help you. That would be much appreciated. How would you do that?
You can use one of the toilets outside. I'll show you to them.
That would be perfect. Please. At that rate, I'll end up becoming group enema prey. Rika-chan, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture. Mademoiselle, is this toilet far from here?
We'll get there soon.
Obeying Rika-chan's actions, they were about to leave the restaurant.
Keiichi-kun, finish it. Give him hell.
Yeah, leave it to me. I spread my arms out and blocked them as they tried to leave the restaurant. You're gonna get beat up, Keiichi. What is the meaning of this? We're at DEFCON 1 here. Listen up, you tubs of lard. You know what happens if you ever even set one foot outside this door, right? What is the meaning of this preposterous statement?
Look, it's written right there on his ticket.
Not valid for re-entry, see?
You are free to use any toilet you want, but the moment you step outside that door, you can't come back.
Boom! You remember this?
I don't want to guide anybody who says scary things like that.
Everybody panicked as Rika-chan began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off.
Thank you very much for coming.
We shall return! Clang, clang. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them.
How pathetic. Too easy. We did it! Yay!
Rena and Satoko clapped their hands together. Whew, I couldn't hold a candle to those guys by myself, but when we get the group together, we send them packing like a herd of cattle.
With opponents this week, any of us could take them on by ourselves. Keiichi-san, you need to up your game.
I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it. One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them. But I'm really glad we were able to protect Mi-chan's little sister. Now there's none of those bad people who were pulling pranks left.
You're blessed to have such wonderful friends, Sonozaki-san.
The veteran's waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats.
You did that? For me?
I mean... Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen.
Whoa, Chi-chan is cute. They really are twins. Huh.
Given Shion's personality, there's no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her. I think you know this already, but Sonozaki-san is very grateful. As a representative of the floor staff here, I also extend my gratitude.
pachi, 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 pachi.
The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant, not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy the desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts.
Yay! We did it!
When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika-chan made her return.
Oh, good work. Did everything go alright? You took a while. I'm sorry. I got lost on the way back. It was a lot of trouble. Rika-chan likes to stray down some pretty strange roads. She gets lost pretty often.
How did she get lost just guiding people to a nearby toilet?
Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Rika has a lot of strong points that more than make up for that.
I can see that. That expression in the girls' room, you're quite the thespian.
Keiichi was being horrible. He was thinking if I were in their shoes, I'd just run her over and rush into the bathroom.
What? Did what I was thinking show up on my face again?
Keiichi-kun was a pervert.
No, I mean... Poor Kei-chan. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, a newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hideyama. The men claimed they had traveled from Shishibone City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken into custody was X amount of kilometers away from Shishibone. When I read that article, I realized how terrifying Rika-chan really was. Wow.
Well, thanks for treating me. I'm happy that you called me here today. Oh, are you going home already? You can stay a little longer. I was in the middle of organizing some drawers. If I leave it like it is, I won't be able to put out the futon.
Ah, I guess that's true.
Oops, looks like I called her at a bad time.
Yeah. When Rena phoned her, she was in the middle of cleaning her room, but she still came. Well, it was an emergency, so it couldn't be helped. Besides that, I got to eat a lot of sweets, so I'm very happy.
Thanks for today. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly.
Tell Shion I said bye. I'll be taking my leave then. Rena-san, please take your time. Yeah, I will. Later.
Rika and Satoko, in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left.
Nice. What a very nice time.
We showed those guys.
Okay.
So I will say this as a heads up, once it goes to the next point where it asks if I want to save, I probably will be ending a little bit early, maybe. I don't know, I'll see if my head starts feeling okay here in a second. Before then. Also, hello Mal, nice time before murder. Yes, you were in the pleasant time. While Rena and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, Shion arrived with some coffee. Oh, did the two little ones leave already? Hearing them called the little ones was so strange, I inadvertently burst out laughing. Apparently they were in the middle of cleaning, so they went home. Shion had brought enough coffee for 4 people. I heard from my senior. It seems that you went through a lot of trouble for my sake.
It was no trouble at all. None other than Shi-chan was in a pinch after all. Oh, if it's alright, can I call you Shi-chan? It matches with Mi-chan, so I thought it would be cute.
Ah, well, whatever you want. Shion seems a bit hesitant when Rena started talking to her. Rena is pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rena would find out she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the two of us.
She was a bit upset with Rena. Maybe she thought I was being too friendly. Aww.
She's just embarrassed.
Still, they really do look the same.
Hello, nothing wrong with pleasant time. Also, the art style seems to have improved. Yeah, I forgot to switch it back to the original art style, so I'm thinking having it be, like switching between the two, between chapters. Yeah, wait, I don't know. I'll read that one again, just in case I forgot to read it.
Still, they really do look the same instead of twins. It's like having another Mii-chan.
They look the same, but the atmosphere around them, or rather their insides, are completely different. I think their types of twins are really pretty interesting, though.
You think that, Keiichi-kun? I think they're identical on the inside, too.
It somehow became silent. Renna was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Renna's off-put mannerisms seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. That unpleasantness carried on for a little while. Renna, you said it today, right? That Mion was hurting?
Did I say something like that?
Don't play dumb with me. You definitely said it on the way home from school. Renna answered by laughing while continuing to play dumb, questioning if she said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Renna wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion. But when? Me? Hypothetically, if something like that did happen, it's not something I did out of malice. I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I hurt Mion.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think Keiichi-kun had any bad intentions.
Renna replied after leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. But that confirmed it. I don't know what had happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion, and Renna was upset with me due to the fact I hadn't realized it.
I don't want you to misunderstand. It's not like Renna is mad at you.
Seeing right through what I was thinking, Renna said that as she smiled even more gently than usual.
It's just that... How do I say this? It's hard.
If I made a mistake, please say so clearly. I'm so thick-headed I disgust even myself. If there's something I should apologize for, then I'd want to know even a little quicker so I can make up for it.
I don't think that Keiichi-kun made a mistake. Depending on how you look at it, Mii-chan might be the one who's being unfair. Taking the stance that the girl was the one being unfair might be unfair in itself.
But Renna said it was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion. I'm begging you, Renna. Mion is one of my best friends. I don't want to leave something between us that could cause problems later on. So tell me, how did I hurt her?
I can't tell you. You need to realize something like this for yourself.
Renna was smiling like she always did, but spoke bluntly. The fact that she had this strength of will surprised me for a moment. I'm asking you because I can't figure it out, you know? My tone had unintentionally became harsh. Renna was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor.
Well then, I guess just a hint is fine. This is special, okay?
Sorry. Please. I'll think about this seriously. Renna looked around the restaurant, searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence as usual.
Chi-chan, if she ties her hair up, it's impossible to tell from Mii-chan, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So if Mii-chan let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from Chi-chan?
Probably. But what does that have to do with anything?
What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just Mii-chan pretending to be her sister? What would you think?
Renna was sharper than her daily demeanor daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer.
It might be unfair to answer a question with another question.
But if, like you say, Mion was just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? After maintaining the silence for a while, Renna glanced at the clock.
That's what I want you to think about. That was maybe too much of a hint. Hello.
After thanking me for the dessert, Renna stood up from her seat.
Sorry, I was asked to buy a few things, so it's about time I left. Is it okay with you if you tell Shion I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll tell her.
Sorry.
Huh?
That Enna is so short-tempered. Sorry for getting angry. Keiichi-kun isn't the only one at fault here.
Enna was harsh with her apology, but I was the one who really shouldn't have apologized.
I think, to me-chan, it's something that doesn't bother her much anymore. So if you want to forget the whole thing happened, that's fine too. But as you see, as a girl, I'd hope that Keiichi-kun realizes by himself and comes to apologize of his own volition.
Switching to cute mode only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. And Keiichi will never realize what she's talking about. While I was staring into space, somebody suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally done. It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was delicious. We were really happy with it. Oh no, don't mention it. But I'm glad everybody had fun. Huh? That girl that was just here left as well? She had some shopping to do. She said she was sorry for leaving without saying anything. I see. Well then, shall we leave as well? Even though I'm off duty, I'm still nervous around the workplace. We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I had been sitting the whole time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. I could also use a bit of fresh air, but I feel like if I open the window, something is gonna happen, and also the neighbors are probably gonna be like, why is this person talking? Can they shut up? When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness. It's gotten dark already, even though I promised I'd finished early. Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left. Oh well, at least you've gotten a little time to chat like this. Saying that, Shion set off for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home. Well then, I guess I should start with an introduction. I was mistaken for my sister when we first met, so we never got to properly introduce ourselves. I could only smile and laugh weirdly. My name is Shion Sonozaki. I'm only similar to my older sister in appearance. My sister is rough around the edges and hot-headed, but I am a composed and methodical person. I remembered what Lena and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Lena said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Lena figured out that Shion was Mion. Also, related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Lena had given only one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion? Shion, what did you hear about me from Mion? My sister seems to have taken a liking to you. She says she talks about you quite a bit. Like about club activities, about getting pranked and pranking you back. Boyish kind of stories. You really do get along. Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened to hurt Mion? Mion herself said she wished she'd been born a boy and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she? Kei-chan, you look like you're having fun. No, that's not true. Even though you're bad at hiding things, you sure like to lie, don't ya? Still, I don't hate you for it. Saying that, she lightly chopped my forehead. Just Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Leon had left me with. Hey, see that? Don't you think it's pretty? You think even a guy would find it pretty? Yeah, it is pretty. Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores I would normally never enter. It wasn't like she was begging me to buy her anything, and I wasn't getting bored either. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation.
Kei-chan, is this your first time doing this kind of thing?
Yeah, it is. If somebody didn't bring me into these accessory shops, I don't think I'd set foot in my entire life.
Not that.
I meant more like this. Blah! I leapt back when Shion suddenly linked her arm with mine. Hey, you don't have to act so surprised. It's not so embarrassing to link arms with a girl, is it? Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time. I'm not embarrassed. If you want some arms, I can spare one or two. Here.
Kei-chan, you really know how to entertain someone. I see why my sister took a liking to you.
If you don't want my arm, I'm taking it back.
Aw, come on. I'm happy to have it.
Laughing in good spirits, she unlocked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat.
This question might be a bit mean, but I want to enjoy seeing your reaction, Kei-chan. Have you ever been arm in arm with a girl before? Around a bonfire or at a field trip doesn't count, by the way.
That little devil. She was asking that question knowing full well what the answer would be. Well, if field trips were out, this is rough.
I thought as much.
That impish laugh, it really is the same as Mion's. You really are Shion, right? You're not just Mion saying that you're Shion, are you? Are you thinking that my sister might pretend to be me? I thought you were twins until just now, but that way you mess around is just like Mion. You're just saying that. You can tell us apart easily. What do you mean by that? If my sister was holding your arm like this, would you get nervous? I would. I'd be completely on edge worrying about when she would go in for an arm lock. Shion laughed so hard she had to hold on to her sides. Hey, is it really that funny? You're tearing up. No, it's just... I was just thinking about how hopeless my sister is. She isn't even able to get a young man hot and bothered while she's arm in arm with him. She really is a failure of a woman. I remembered once again that I'd heard someone say that before. Sometimes I think my sister would have been better off if she'd been born a boy. If she did, I might have fallen for her. That... Sweet home Hinamizawa. Mion did say something about wanting to be born a boy. My sister is on the fence as to whether or not she wants to be a girl or a boy. Well, it's the price she pays for living an awkward lifestyle. Just leave her be. You've been saying some pretty harsh things about your sister right now.
Mion has some soft parts to her that I don't like.
The way that Shion talked somehow sounded cold. Shion, do you know how to get along with Mion?
Well, we get along well enough.
Still, there's a few things for which I can't forgive her as her sister.
Hey, look at that! Don't you think it's cute?
I turned around to look at where Shion was pointing. What was there that was familiar? What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked sort of like the sort of girls would like. I don't know. I wonder why girls like these sorts of things.
It's because they're cute. Don't you think they're cute, Kei-chan?
I'm a man, so I don't really get that vibe.
Now, which one do you think is the cutest out of all these, Kei-chan?
Shion, pulling on my arm, motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar. I've seen these four over there somewhere. Oh, I guess they're really famous. If even you know about them. Shion sounded impressed. These are new dolls that were just brought in from England. They still have some available here, but around the cities they have trouble keeping them on the shelves. Even though they're supposed to be inexpensive, it seems they're starting to come at a premium. I guess girls still like that sort of thing even when they grow up. It depends on the person, but I think that girls who don't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far between. Yes, give me the stuffies. Everybody loves stuffed animals. If you don't, I will take them from you. I will take them off your hands. Give me the stuffies. Even my tomboy of a sister said they were adorable. Oh? Even Mion said they were adorable? That is pretty amazing. That's right, I just remembered. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's events. Even for Mion, who was a relative, everybody had gotten something. I really do think that one's the best. That frilly dress really gives it something. That's it. That's the one the shop owner gave to me. So it seems, Shion replied softly but clearly. Uncle Yoshido gave... That's a really cute nickname, like Unky. Uncle Yoshido gave those out as thanks for helping liven things up at Sunday's event. It seems he gave them to the 4 friends my sister brought along. So you got the doll with the dress then? What did you think? It was really cute, right? As a man, there's no way I'd think it was cute. So what did you do with the doll? I wasn't really going to do anything with it, so I gave it to someone. To who? As Mion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my brain, like a piece of jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. Thank you very much for today, everyone. You made this event turn out great. It's not much, but there's something extra for today. Ah, Uncle Yashiro. Isn't there a little something for me, too?
My. Quite an adorable one, is it not?
When Satsuko and Rika-chan opened up the bag, there were cute little stuffed animals inside.
Wow, they're so cute. Can I take them home? I really can?
Which means there's something for me too? Whoa, I got a pretty adorable one. It's times like this that I wish I had like a little echo effect. It was a stuffed doll wearing a beautiful dress, one used to play house. Nana's eyes were glued to my stuffed doll. Satsuko was the same, and Rika-chan too. I see. It wasn't just Rena, Satsuko, and Rika-chan. There was one other person who seemed jealous. Kei-chan got the one that fits in the least. Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment. Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. I can admit, it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is... If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow. Definitely. Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, so I thought about giving it to her. But I didn't.
Huh? You're giving it to me? Chirana? Thank you.
Turning away Mion's covetous gaze, I gave the doll to Rena. Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it. Just protecting myself. If I didn't give it to Rena, then walking the streets at night would be scary. No doubt. I thought about giving it to Mion, but it just didn't feel right. Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice it. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I? You know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. Mion herself had said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize I had hurt her. That's right. Mion is more suited for cool things, so I think having you help out here was the right choice. Huh? Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion, but if it was Shion, I think it works. Huh. You mean that? Shion, like Rena often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seems really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Right? Why did you have to do that to Mion? that it suited me, Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy. Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion. That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality. I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Mion had a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seemed she was happy that I said Shion was cute. Right? Kei-chan sucks. Me and the homies hate Kei-chan. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. There was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is this really okay? There's not a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right? Jeez, I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. Nah, Kei-chan's just super dense, yeah. I'll just go home and eat it myself. I'm not my sister. That was how she said it. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, it carried a special meaning.
Mi-chan is mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
That's what Rena said.
But you see, even that Mi-chan is actually really feminine.
Rena, how much did Mion pay you exactly? Super dense and subconsciously a jerk, yeah.
That's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know?
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the time to joke around.
Mi-chan is the club president, so she's trying really hard to lead everybody. But she's really a cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
There never was a riddle to begin with. Rena was saying the answer right from the beginning. Oh. So then I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah!
I know Kei-chan didn't do anything wrong. At least he didn't intend to.
Yeah! Keiichi-kun isn't the type to hurt others. So there's no reason for you to feel hurt by this, Mi-chan.
Then what was it? Frustration? Sadness? I don't know at all.
Did you want it? The doll, I mean.
Even if you gave it to me, Rena, that wouldn't solve anything. You're right.
How about this, Mi-chan? Try asking Keiichi-kun. You might be able to solve the problem if you tackle it head on.
There's no way I could do that.
Is it too embarrassing to do that now?
I want to try again, as somebody other than Mion. This time, I can be more honest with myself. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei-chan. This might be selfish, but one more time.
Keiichi-kun will definitely notice.
I wonder if that's true.
Then I will cheer you on too. So let's find a way for you to ease your sadness. Believe me, I won't let anything happen to make you cry, Mi-chan.
I'll believe.
Keiichi-kun will definitely come to understand. He'll say he's sorry for saying something so callous. Then he'll bring you to that store and buy you that doll for you as a present.
Yeah.
And then, Mi-chan, you'll say thank you. You can't fool around. Say it honestly.
Yeah. If I said I wanted it, Kei-chan, would you buy it for me? Mion said it quietly, doing her best to quell her embarrassment. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment, but like Mion, I quelled that impulse. Okay, Mion. As thanks for everything up until today, I'll buy you whichever one you want. My voice cracked with unfamiliar words. In order to not lose to Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well. But I'm not Mion, I'm Shion. Shion then. I'll buy it for you, Shion. Shion looked down, red-faced, as she pointed to the doll in the dress through the store window.
Is it really okay? The one in the dress is a little expensive, isn't it? This isn't a matter of price. This is a matter of feelings. When I was saved by Kate-chan from those unsavory customers today, I was really happy. Even though my coworkers didn't save me, Kate-chan did. You grabbed me by the shoulder really firmly, right? Right then. You were really cool. Even then, I was so embarrassed. I couldn't properly express my gratitude. I clamped my hand down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would to Rena and the others. When I did that, Shion, like Rena would have, spaced out and blushed slightly. You don't have to think too hard about it. I should have just given it to you back then. If I did that, then everybody would have had a good laugh. Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears. I'll go buy it for you right now. Wait right there. I'll go with you. Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore. I think I know why my sister likes you. Hey, is this alright? If I start to like you a bit too, Kate-chan? The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa, what am I doing? I had reached my limit, smiling really to hide my embarrassment. I dragged Shion into the store with me. Excuse me, I want to buy that doll and the dress that's in the window. Another moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement and an apron-clad employee soon appeared. Kate-chan! And why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. I'm on a date with Kate-chan right now. What? Why is Kate-chan? Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Murderous harem. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise, but that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me? I said it right at the beginning. I'm Shion Sonozaki, my sister's younger twin. Kei-chan, you even called me Shion, didn't you? Shion, saying that, pouted cutely. What's going on? Tell me, Shion. Not much. I was wondering what kind of person this Kei-chan you were so infatuated with was, so I happened to give him a ticket to the dessert festa. There, when I was being bothered by all sorts of troublesome customers, Kei-chan gallantly appeared and saved me by kicking them all to the curb, or something like that. What? Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost. Mion, you phoned me. Yesterday, right? I didn't? I have no idea what you're talking about. I delivered that bento for you, didn't I, Kei-chan? That was me, right? Or was it my sister? The person known as Mion Sonozaki put together a bento and bravely went to a boy's home to deliver it, maybe? Oh, you're a lot bolder than you look, sis. With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head. No, I don't know. See, Kei-chan? My sister says she doesn't know. So everything up until yesterday was me, Shion Sonozaki. You might have thought it was my sister pretending to be me, but with this, there's no doubt, right? I couldn't tell from down at the moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from shock. Now, little Miss Shopkeeper, could you wrap up that doll in the window? It's the first present from the person I've come to love. So, make sure you tie it up nicely with a ribbon. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working. What? Kei-chan? What is going on? Well, let's go. Kei-chan, it's already dark out, so I'll see you home. Sis, sorry, but could you phone the house in Okinomiya and have them send out a car? Maybe a van that we could fit a bike into, please?
In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment. How dense can you be if she keeps saying she's the twin sister? Just believe her. I mean, well, you know, he was convinced that it's like, okay, she's embarrassed about this moment, she's just faking another personality, it's fine.
Okay, Chan.
After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. There's a One Piece poster back there. There's Luffy. That is 100% Luffy right there. It hasn't been a while. Okay. Okay. So I said I was gonna probably end it early, but I think I'm feeling better now, so I should be able to go for at least one more. One Piece, let's go! Wow. The next day. It was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch, Nana was taking care of her the entire time.
Mion-san, she's acting totally strange today.
I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain.
There are times when girls are emotionally unstable. It's best to just leave her alone.
Turning around, I saw Nana calling me from the hallway. I wondered what it was.
Keiichi-kun, over here, over here.
What is it calling me over like this? Is it a secret?
That is... It looks like it was a disaster.
Yeah.
Mi-chan seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again.
I'm surprised you managed it. How did you exactly?
Same way I do with the television. Just come at it with a 45-degree angle and hi-ya!
Saying that, she made a chopping motion. You know I can't tell if you're joking or not, right?
She'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiichi-kun.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty. I'm listening.
Thanks. You see, Mi-chan is just going to pretend the last few days never happened.
Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it.
So, as you see, Keiichi-kun, could you pretend too? Then Mi-chan can come back to normal.
Just doing something as simple as that. Is it really going to be okay?
Please, until Mi-chan gets her feelings in order, just go with it.
Brain down, no! Okay, I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I felt guilty. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for an entire day, Shion. Ugh. But she never once said that she was Mion. Ugh. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping at the ground impatiently, Rena giggled.
But Keiichi-kun, you know as well that Mi-chan has some cute things about her.
Rena talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah, I know that she'll never let it be boring.
Good.
Following this curt reply, Rena looked up at the sky and stretched. I should stretch too. Good idea, Rena.
As long as you realize that, Keiichi-kun, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about.
Copying Rena, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. The clear sky towered into the distance.
There's no club activities or anything today. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun, but for today, can you go home by yourself? It'll all be back to normal by tomorrow, so just for today, okay?
If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make. Got it? I can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you. I still feel kind of guilty about it, so I want to apologize.
No. The root of the problem was Keiichi-kun saying something insensitive, right? So if you learned anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy.
Right. No, I'll try. I don't think he will. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rena was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So, likewise, I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rena ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Reika-chan came over and petted me on the head.
Both Katie and me learned a whole lot.
I'd never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. I would never date Mion. Me, Keiichi Maebara, would not date someone as boyish as Mion Sonozaki. Just never. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of it. I don't even want to think about it. Blah, blah, blah. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something.
I'm sure that Katie will grow up to be a wonderful adult. Pat, pat.
Rika-chan is the studious type, so maybe he'll grow up to be an amazing, wonderful adult.
Of course. When I grow up, I'll be super amazing. When I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know?
No matter how old you get, you'll still be a brat. You can put money on it.
What did you say?
As Satsuko snapped her fingers in wash basin, or a wash basin fell above me, hitting me squarely in the head. Ow! What do you think you're doing, Satsuko? Bang, smash, pinch, squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. Nice water. Now we're at home. We're leaving home? Yes, we woke up and went to school. Okay. That's the order of things. And now today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. Any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time. But today, Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go to. How is that going, Rika-chan? Do you have it down in practice?
I'll try harder than last year.
You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony.
She'll look far more fit for the role this year. Please look forward to the fruits of her training.
The Watanagashi festivals everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of the summer festival pretty well.
Okay, we'll be off then. Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all.
Satsuko and Rika-chan waved to us energetically, then left. You know, I never asked, where is the festival happening anyway? I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seemed suited for hosting one. They do it at the Furude Shrine. We went there for our walk one day, remember? It was the place with a really good view. Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on that hill, wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa. There's a great meeting hall in the shrine too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time. It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine. I see. I guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then.
Mii-chan, is your family going to help set up today?
Yep, we have male hands for that. Most of our relatives come from town to help. Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so would it be a problem if I squirmed my way in there to help out too? Huh? You want to help us, Kei-chan? Not if it'll bother you all. I was just kind of interested. We had lawn dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where they took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa, though, it really made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival the day before.
I wonder if you'll be able to, Keiichi-kun. There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs. I hear it's pretty hard physical labor.
I mean, I wouldn't be doing it alone, right? The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Then I gave her the last punch for me.
It's decided then. You should go for it, Keiichi-kun. He's all yours, Mi-chan. Put him through the ringer.
Well, I can't argue with a recommendation from Rena. Okay then, go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine. Oh, and you might want to bring a towel to wipe your sweat too. Got it. I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun. Careful you don't hurt your back, okay? Right, enough for my old man spiel. I'll go to the shrine too as soon as I've changed.
Mi-chan, you do your best too. Bye-bye.
Mion waved vigorously at us and left. As far as I could tell from her gallant, retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday.
Girls are quick to get over things. Mi-chan is already fine.
Right? Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her.
It was kind of funny though, wasn't it? Kind of like Cinderella. Like, you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off.
Rena began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird, hard-to-describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me? If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be different than that too.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Keiichi-kun, what kind of Rena would you want to meet?
One with a bust size of at least 90. Keiichi, that is not a bust size. Or I guess you're talking centimeters. What cup would that be? Huge knockers that you're okay with me touching.
I can't do that.
She'd be great at cooking and make me lunch and come to see me in the mornings.
I do that already.
I pull Rena's head into a tight grip, then start to pet it. You're Rena Ryugu, right? Rena, not Reina. So you just stay at Rena forever, got it?
Thanks. Have fun helping set up at the festival.
You got it. Let's meet up tomorrow. Also, he probably doesn't actually know about the Reina thing. I got changed right away, and slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. Better they still had the same conversation out the side. Who knows? At the shrine, there were more people than you'd imagine even live in Hinamizawa there, all cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they do so. Alright, where is Mion? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me. If it isn't Maibara-kun. Interesting. Have you come to help with the Watsunagashi setup? Hello? Shrine time, let's go! We're just getting the festival set up. Hello, I was just wondering if there was anything I could help with. How commendable your attitude is. Feel free to sweat to your heart's content. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents. Oh, what's this? It's Maibara-chan. Did you come all this way to help us? I hadn't found Mion yet, but I supposed I'd just get in her way if I ran into her. Yeah, I'm here to help. Just tell me where you need me. You young ones have all the vitality. Here, grab some work gloves. Ever built a tent before? No, never. My parents always did that. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things. Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up just the cords from the top. After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. Butterfly knots are okay, right? There and there. All done? We're standing it up. 1, 2, 3. What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa! Seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving. Come on, no time to stare and wonder. We've got a lot more to do. We packed the tents into the trunk, so go get them from there. They're heavy, so take someone with you. Nah, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. What? They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy. That's why I told you to have someone help. Come on, said the man, lifting it with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys all have all superhuman strength. Let's go. You're the youngest one here, so we're going to make you sweat for it. Do your best. Beer after work is the best. I'm a minor. Yeah, don't give this child alcohol. Sweat dripped from my body. I had been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious. You're so young. Make sure you drink a lot. Thank you. It was then I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. Huh, what are they doing? When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together. Is that Rika-chan? Hey, Rika-chan! Do your best! I shouted, and it seemed like she heard me. Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika-chan as well, with distant gazes. Rika-chama is doing a great job. She seems far more used to this than she did last year. The old lady who gave me the tea collapsed what looked like a prayer beads in her hand and said, Rika-sama, we thank you, we thank you. And just like that began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika's full name Rika Furude? The man standing next to me answered my question. That's right. Rika-chama's Furude clan is ancient and honorable and has worshipped Oyashiro-sama for generations. Huh? I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family. After her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last, she's really been doing her best to learn the rituals. I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she's grown up. What? Rika-chan's father passed away? Okay, break time over. Let's get the chairs and we're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya. Maki-san, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you. Alright, Mabara-kun, let's get to work on one last job. Gah! You're going to make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best, and the beer will be great. It's like, again, no drinking here. Kei-chan, working hard, I see. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. It seemed like she was right in the middle of working as well. Hinamizawa lore, let's go! Yeah! Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full. Yeah, I'm working my ass off. You'll work hard too. The beer's gonna be great. We were worked hard to the bone until the sun began to set, and it started cooling off. Okay, I was like, what's gonna happen? The music just stopped. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely road trickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. That wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me. Kei-chan, good work. Here's some tea for ya. You're so considerate. Thanks, me. Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different. Wait, you're... Heya, it's Shion. Don't go giving Mion all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay? Shion, you little... Now that I've caught you, you're not getting away.
It was your mistake, Kei-chan. I've never said I was anyone other than Shion.
I guess I can't argue with that.
That's right. You're no match for my older sister, so I can't let you be a match for me either. Anyway, your tea. It's going to get warm. Come on, please cheer up. I'm trying to make it up to you with this tea.
Well, she did come all this way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then suddenly, I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. Which one is it this time? Is this the real Mion?
Shion, why are you hanging out with Kei-chan again? Because unlike you, I'm very considerate. Kei-chan is so sweaty, I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea.
By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea? Mion's face went bright red. She tried to hide the paper cups behind her back.
Well, this is...
There's no way you, such a rough, timid, good sister of mine, would ever briskly bring a male classmate tea, is there?
So what are they? What are those 2 cups of tea?
These are... well... Right! I was just so thirsty, I figured I'd drink too.
That's so like you. Come on, chug, chug!
As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both of the cups of tea, one after the other.
A fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you. Kei-chan, you give her a hand too.
Wait, suddenly the situation had got unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying. Mion, you can't hold your own against Shion?
I hate her, and lately I hate her even more.
Just then I heard a snap of a camera shutter. Oh hey, it's our boy! Good evening. The festival is coming tomorrow. Thanks for all your hard work setting up today.
Good evening. Oh, Shion-chan. It's quite unusual for you to come here.
Oh, hey! It's Tometake-san and Takano-san. Good evening. It's been a while, hasn't it? So, you're that transfer student I've been hearing about. Keiichi Maebara-kun, right? You really did did a bang-up job today. I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before. Have we met before? I'm glad you remembered. We've passed many times on the road, Keiichi-kun. Takano-san is so ripped in the new art, right? And his tank top has shading. So that's progress. I'm Tometake. I'm a freelancing photographer from Tokyo.
Then do you recognize me?
I'm sorry, I don't. She's Mio Takano-san. Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you still had a cold, Kei-chan? Mio-san is one of the nurses who works there.
Kami Takano. I'm pleased to meet you. I wonder if she squeezed over them in the shrine storeroom.
That's very thoughtful of you. I feel like that was a weird sentence for her to say right there. Oh, like in the... No. Still kind of weird. Tometake-san seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being at the same place, and he took picture after picture. I've heard about them, but this is the first time I've actually seen a pair of identical twins. You really do look exactly alike. We're not just alike on the outside. See, our underwear matches too.
You idiot! What the heck are you doing?
Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which one was which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness to these lard buckets at Angel Mort. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from the day was all a complete act.
They were even more alike when they were little. I hear even their parents had a hard time telling which was which.
That's really easy to imagine. I totally understand what they must have gone through. Takano gave me kind of an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother.
Tometake, are you going straight to Tokyo after you get your pictures at the festival?
Yep, though I would rather just stay here forever. Silly adult things, that's all.
I hope your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it.
Thanks. Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of you all today.
Maibara-kun, you did a lot of good work today. You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to.
Huh? Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun.
Ah, youth. I'm so jealous.
Takano-san's smile with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. Oh, why, hello everyone! It seems like our merry crowd was standing out. This time, an overweight older man addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he?
Oh, Aishi-san. Good evening. Doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow?
Something like that. Oh, if it isn't Tometake-san, it's certainly been a while. I'm honored you remembered my name. You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you? The apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo. You should just move here and get it over with. I know a realtor I can introduce you to. I appreciate the thought. I'd very much like to follow up on that. All right, everyone, have a good year. And Happy New Year to the Zonozaki twins, too.
Happy New Year, Detective Oishi. We appreciate your work. We'd like to end this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible.
That's pretty strict on me. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face as if she was glaring bullets at someone she hated.
Yeah, it'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do with during Watanagashi this year.
You like this place too, don't you?
Oh, you mean to say you dislike it, Jiro-san? I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know. Especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting.
The curse of Oyashiro-sama, you mean? Curse. Tometake-san used a troubling word. Then, suddenly, someone tugged on my arm.
Kei-chan.
I'm pretty hungry. Wanna go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets? I'm up for that. I've gotten a little hungry as well. Yeah. Okay, let's go. A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tometake that stung my ears and gave me a start.
I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year.
I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly. Shion, what did she just say? Curse of Oyashiro-sama, let's go! It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden. Let's go, Kei-chan. They're talking about something silly anyway. You still haven't told Kei-chan? I make it a point not to spread stories like that. Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh tone were quite contrast. Hey, wait. Hold on. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell me. It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know? I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be all that willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go. I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first then. If you don't come soon, Kei-chan, there won't be any left for you. Get it already. I'll be there soon. Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. I showed no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off. I could tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose, but it might be smarter not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey now, you've already gotten my full attention here. I'm not going to leave without asking at this point. I think Kei-chan has the right to hear this, too. My sister was just stealing that from you. Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion. Would you play Umineko? I do really want to, because I only ever watched, like, I think maybe the first 2 episodes of the anime before I was like, and then I heard, like, the anime adaptation was not faithful at all, so I would definitely play Umineko. It just might be a bit. What on earth are you talking about? I don't really like people acting so self-important. Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group after confirming that there was no objections. She opened her mouth. Do you believe in curses, Maebara-kun? I need to have some water before I do this, because this is going to be long. There we go. Okay. Curses? I think they're interesting, but I don't really... I felt their cynical stares and winced. Oh, I need to actually cough, so let me mute real quick. There we go. It was like they were telling me it was a stranger not to believe in curses. You're not wrong, Kei-chan. Curses are just superstition. It's only natural you wouldn't believe in them. Besides, you can take all that time you need to decide whether you believe in curses after you've heard all this through, said Takano-san, giving a small smile. They actually, oh my gosh, they're actually like fixing the thing if it's not super apparent by the scene change. They're actually being like, this was said by this person. Same, I can't wait if you do. I really love Umineko and the manga is pretty decent. Can't wait to see my... Yeah, I'm excited. It'll probably be a little bit. I more than likely will wait until I'm finished with Higurashi, and then I'll start that. Because I heard it's long. I heard Umineko is long. But I will play it at one point, eventually. They're trying to scare me. At least, that's what it feels like. Alright, I'll start. Keiichi-kun, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh yeah, the other day at Angel Mart, Mion rather, told me all about it. You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right? That's right. Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power of their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast. Why do you still think it was Mion? Oh, you know quite a bit about it. Yeah, you're right. It's practically an epic tale, just how 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plans. Did you hear this from my sister? She likes those kinds of epics, you know. Suspicious. Yeah, she told me. There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction. It was the shrine. You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be. Now that the whole thing is over, the senior citizens just use it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion. Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I had been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something, but having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors. That was basically the mindset, though. Placing the main force of the shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama? Insight might not be the right word for it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know about Oyashiro-sama, Keiichi-kun? It's the name of the god worshipped at the shrine. It's said that he protects all of Hinamizawa. Well, I don't really know much about him. I see. I think Takano-san knows more about the rest. Tag, you're it! Well, this is generally the whole story. Oyashiro-sama is the ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villagers say he has been protecting this sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world. So essentially, he's a basic standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go. There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro-sama is a manifestation of a kind of elitism, too. What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people. Believing yourself chosen, a nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race, or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods? They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideals that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan, too. A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, that they were above them. They believed that interaction with the lower world would sully their souls. So everyone believed that if one from the lower world came to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro-sama. Apparently, that kept everyone away. Villages that hate outsiders come up all the time in Kindaichi novels. This was once a run-of-the-mill village of xenophobes. Well, they'll deny it to preserve their pride. It was a long time ago after all. Things are different now. Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitake-san's words. Tomitake-san, embarrassed at what he had said, he scratched his head. So this shrine worships Oyashiro-sama, thinks of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and is a symbol of their tradition hatred of the outside world. I get it. So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operations, to resist the sullied dam construction project that came from the outside. Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people. Superstition, every last bit of it. The villagers gave everything, despite the desperate to oppose the dam construction. And right in the midst of it, the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oyashiro-sama's curse. The person managing the construction site of the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered 4 years ago, I believe. It took the newspapers by storm. Do you remember it? No, not really. He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and head were torn off and the remains disposed of. One of those dismemberment homicides. They were all the rage at one point. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that, an incident. A person caused the incident, after all. Should they really put it down to the curse? Then the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of dam proponents, he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died. Apparently it was an accident. Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end, it was judged to have been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched. And then, on the next year, this time the priest of the shrine contacted an unknown illness and suddenly died. Contracted, not contacted. This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he just kind of didn't seem to want to bother. The shrine was the symbol of opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry too. So at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyashiro-sama's curse." That's what they said. It did seem like every year dam-related people the village had resented towards were dying. It was pretty creepy. Oh, and also, it's interesting. All of these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival. What? See? It's starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it? Then the year after that, in other words, last year, the sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the man who accidentally died, was discovered and dead, having been beaten to death. Of course, they caught that criminal. See? Really seems like a curse, huh? 4 years in a row. Each one of those incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happened on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama? That's not normal. The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyashiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years. Even younger people, too. At first, they thought it was stupid, but now nobody makes fun of it. Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. Even me. Even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real? For example, let's look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended. Well, I guess you're right. If we didn't have Oyashiro-sama to talk about, we wouldn't be all coming to a festival like this, huh? There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, that they really need to go to Oyashiro-sama's festival. Shion nodded as if she were mocking herself. So how about now? Keiichi-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the dam construction project all dying like that. Even if I even feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Well, I mean, I still don't think there's a curse. I can understand those that believe there is, though.
Wow, Kei-chan. You can really keep a cool head about this.
Shion grinned, realizing I had rejected the curse.
If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents?
Takuno-san said, smiling playfully as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year, someone dies. What should we make of that, then? Tometake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid. Takano-san is suggesting that it might be the work of real people.
Eh?
Simple process of elimination would have not gotten me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately.
Well, think about it. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right?
Pressed Takano-san. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was just a few moments ago, thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano-san was right. It was either a curse, or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion.
If the culprit is a person, then they'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa. That's what the police officer, Oishi-san, thinks right now, too.
Hey, wait. That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the dam project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of the methods was... maybe... People whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the Dam Resistance Project movement. Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was free from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself. If you calm down and think about it, anyone could come to the same conclusion. There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project, right? Yeah, I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint. One more thing. The police probably don't know this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know it. Eh? What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down. Sorry. But this is proof. This proof, what is it? It's the fact that one person dies, and one more person disappears. One more person disappears. Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again? That's right. Suddenly and without a trace. As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she was making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death and the other disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then why? Why does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit?
Well, actually, Hinamizawa has this one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifices to Oyashiro-sama to claim his wrath. Or to calm it, rather.
Sacrifices?
Yes. They say they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp.
Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did so.
As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See? Even people a long time ago liked symbolism. As the body sunk, Oyashiro-sama's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep.
Takano-sen was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's. This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's a secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who has been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it. Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned about it all by herself, too.
I'm really not all that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it.
Tomitake-san laughed, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute. What does that mean? The other person who disappears during the incidents? You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice?
Yeah.
Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies, then someone disappears. Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happened in the past, one person died and one other person disappeared. For example, the first one, where the dam site manager was killed, apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that have just mean he managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. Well, that's basically what I think too. There was also the year after that with the leader of the dam proponents. You said he fell from a cliff and died while on vacation, right?
Apparently his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse.
I don't see how anyone could find stuff like that fun. I mean, people like horror movies. She can like murder curses. The river under the cliff was actually pretty high at that time, though. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something. The perpetrator of the dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I'd heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of the unfortunate incident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image. Yeah, Mal's right. People enjoy watching true crime. So, she's someone who would watch true crime. The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, it's much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in their house the night the priest died. It said something along the lines of her quelling Oyashiro-sama's wrath through her death. The curse. It seems to turn up in this one, though. Well, we may never know the truth of the matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before. The police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse. The police suspect it was a faked suicide, and they are still investigating it now. Someone dies every year, and in the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into a bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right. And the next year, what was it? The damn proponent's sister-in-law? She was killed. And the same way, someone disappeared. It was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well. At least that's the vibe I was getting.
Well, that about sums everything up. One person always dies, and one person always suddenly disappears.
Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means the first person who dies is because of Yashiro-sama's curse, and the second person who vanishes is because the villagers sacrificed them? Is that it?
Kei-chan, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of the curse, and somebody takes away the second person to be a sacrifice.
But, Shion, that means the criminal is in the village.
That's what I've been suggesting from the start. It's pretty shocking though, you know? We live in a Showa period. It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using some ancient justifications, huh?
It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales, so she had avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how much you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of its bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was a criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Upon a time, they looked so alike they could mistake one for another. Those are some very interesting messages. Hello if you are not bots. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion. Then everyone else, they all think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, looking at your messages, you were probably bots. Crimson, can you take care of those? Neither Shion nor Takano-san answer that. Or I guess you can leave it to your own opinion. I don't know, because it's kind of silly. The deafening silence told me that they needed what needed to be said. Then let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano had a reply to that question either.
Thank you.
Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have won. The reason I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave me a pained smile at the petty spite and opened her mouth to speak. All I said really just amounts to circumstantial evidence anyway. If any of us knew who it really was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already. As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion hadn't opened her mouth.
Well, I'd like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is.
Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Tomitake-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter.
You see, I just like cruel and atrocious ancient fairy tales, or tradition of fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So even for this string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seems to have some pretty deep roots around here. Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was in a fearful awe of the people whose emotions I couldn't comprehend. Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watanagashi festival is coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear. Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse. It wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear? I do wonder who will die tomorrow and who will disappear, though.
Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then, out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon. You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san. Now, Keiichi-kun thinks it's all true.
I apologize. It's that bad habit of mine again, said Takano-san, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiichi-kun, you listened to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomitake-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impression they'd given me. The stuff Takano-san said is all fiction. If it's made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that. Jeez, Jiro-san.
You apologize too, Takano-san. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were arguing and messing around. The strained air around us had already dissipated.
Kei-chan, you should get going soon, too. Mion is the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight. So I'm just going to be going home.
Really? Then I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologizing for making her wait, I guess. Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiichi. Could you tell Mion-chan we're sorry for borrowing you for so long? Ah, yes. I don't think telling her will make me feel any better, but sure. Tomitake-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to cackle.
Okay then, Keiichi-chan. Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival.
We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about after all. We'll be making some sort of trouble. It'll be hard for us for you to not find us. Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us.
Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you. Good at listening? No, not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another. Did you like my story today? Well, it was pretty interesting. Then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones, too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them. It was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch my head. Keiichi-kun, you can go now. Takano-san is just messing with you. They say goodbye again and run off. I heard Tomitake-san call out from behind him in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long. Maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home, talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Tokano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's event make this the 5th? And the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of a curse. The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Yeah, Keiichi, you messed up. You messed up. Nice water. Okay, this should be a spot where it'll let me save. It has been a while. Okay, cool. Oh man, we got a bunch of scrapbook stuff, festivals around the corner. Man, we got a whole lot of stuff to look at after we're done. Okay, so I will save. And it is 6:30, so it is time for me to find someone to raid. Okay, so let me just close that. Let me close. There we go. It wasn't closing for a second there. Okay. So let me look for some of the raid. When doesn't Keiichi mess up, right? Kei-chan messes up a whole lot. Ooh, oh, ooh, So, we got the choice between two different people. We have Attack Rack, which we have raided a whole bunch. I think you guys are pretty familiar with her by now. And then we have Heavens to Betsy, which I think she might just be starting. She is watching a meme. It says that she's playing Resident Evil 2, but she is entirely watching a video. I do like raiding Attack Rack though, so I think we're gonna be doing that too. Okay, so let's see, let me get that all started. Let's raid Attack Rack, and then let me think of a good message. But meanwhile, while I'm thinking this up, thank you everybody again for showing up. I am excited to continue. I won't be streaming again till next week, so I hope you guys all have a good Thanksgiving, or if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope you have some good food. Like treat yourself to a good snack. So what should we have as the message? See, I have blocked my chat. I cannot see it through the emotes. Oh no. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Let's do. Oh yeah, Shido-sama raid. Because I can't think of anything else. So we'll just do that. Okay, so that is the raid message. And again, thank you everybody for coming. I don't know what I'm going to be playing next time. I'm going to probably... Maybe the next stream might be Higurashi. I don't know yet. But again, everybody have a good day. Have a good rest of your day. Maybe have some dinner or a snack. If you haven't eaten yet, go eat after after the raid. But definitely say hi to Sky for me. I will also be there. We will see you next time. Wah!
Thanks for hanging out. I hope everyone's enjoying the vibes.